scandal, but now the Americans are putting on the polish. Tyler Hamilton becomes an overnight sensation. Bobby Julich is just warming up. Together, these two have become the talk of this tour. Now, the only man faster is the defending champion, the man in yellow, as this race really gets into gear. If the individual time trial identifies the real tour contenders, well then start waving the stars and stripes, because with Americans at the front of this race, today the tour begins to get serious. Hello everyone, with Phil Liggett, I'm Adrian Karsten. Well, yesterday, Phil, the time trial taught us a couple of things. First of all, that Jan Ullrich, the defending champion of the Tour de France, is the true leader of Telecom, beating his teammate Bjarne Riis by 3 minutes and 44 seconds. But then, from nearly out of nowhere, the unknown Tyler Hamilton is second only to Ullrich. Bobby Julich third. Now we've got two Americans in the top 5 as we start the second week.
Well, you're right, Adrian. He is unknown here in Europe, but he's not unknown in the United States. He's a very good young bike rider. This is his second Tour de France. It's now the talent should begin to come through. You know, people are going to say, sure, Hamilton did a great ride yesterday, but the Festina team weren't in the race. Well, the fact is, I believe that only one rider in that team might have equaled Hamilton's time, and that was Alex Zülle. This was an outstanding performance. He can climb, and maybe he won't be up there towards the end, but the mountains, he won't be far off the pace, and neither too will Bobby Julich. He's on a high right now as well.
Phil, honestly, at this point in the tour, I thought I'd be saying, well, it was fun while it lasted after the first week of the tour. But you know what? The second week could be a lot of fun for the American riders. This was Tyler Hamilton riding out of near obscurity yesterday into the lead in the individual time trial. His lead held until Ullrich crossed the line. Bobby Julich came through the first time checkpoint and then only got faster. With every mile that passes now, the value of the yellow jersey increases.
Having that thing just for an hour, if it was a half stage and I lost it in the afternoon, it would still be the most important, you know, day of my sporting life. And I'd remember it forever. And of course, it's the holy grail of cycling, you know, and not many people get a sip from that cup, and I'd like to be one that does.
Jan Ullrich is in the driver's seat. Bjarne Riis has taken a back seat for Team Telecom. The defending champion, 1 minute 10 seconds ahead of American Tyler Hamilton. In yesterday's race of truth, it went Ullrich, Hamilton, then Bobby Julich. Laurent Jalabert and U.S. Postal's Vyacheslav Ekimov round out the top 5. The super time trialers, Abraham Olano, Yevgeny Berzin, and Bjarne Riis, are all behind the Americans now. So that brings us to today's stage. Really a brand new start to this tour on a blistering hot day, over 100 degrees in west central France. A new man in yellow with red, white, and blue close behind. Now here's today's race route, sponsored by Mercury. 118 miles due south from Brive-la-Gaillarde to Montauban, due south toward the Pyrenees. There are 3-time bonus sprints for Eric Zabel and company, a Category 3 climb and 5 Category 4s. Not as much mountain climbs as they are chances to break away today. And George Hincapie knows it. He would love to make a break if he has enough left after an exhausting time trial in first week. Today, a big test of his recuperative abilities. They start climbing right away today at the 7-mile mark up to the summit of the Côte de Chavignac, where Stefano Zanini, wearing the climber's jersey that Festina's Pascal Hervé had to give up. And it appears that he's going to win 10 more points toward keeping that polka dot jersey. The first time bonus sprint of the day comes just over 18 miles into the race. Here's Eric Zabel in the green sprinter's jersey. Look at the power and precision. Virtually uncontested in this sprint. He gets another 12 seconds time bonus and a strong grip on the green. The breakaways have begun.
Well, we're looking here at Laurent Debian, who won the stage of the Tour de France in Pau last year. He's now in a 6-man breakaway. And just behind this group of 6, there's a 15-man chasing group got away from the main field, and that includes George Hincapie. And the field at the moment are easing back a little bit. So just to update you, in fact, this is the second group here, Paul. Now, let's see if we can catch a sight here of George Hincapie, who seems to be really inspired this year, putting on the stars and stripes. of the champion of the United States. There he goes through our lens. The champion of Italy, also in the breakaway, having a drink, is Andrea Tafi. The second climb of the day, the Côte de Saint-Martial, coming at 66 kilometers. Philippe Gaumont and Menga and Jens Voigt were first over the top of that. And by the time they got to the second hotspot sprint of the day at Salviac, 77 kilometers cover, Paul, the breakaway was starting. Jackie Durand, Debiat and Gay Don were in that group.
So at least George Hincapie is in the chase group. His goal, catch the lead group. We'll be back. ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Festina Watches, the official timer of the Tour de France. European-styled Festina watches are new to America. And by Isuzu. Isuzu salutes the athletes of the Tour de France who continually push themselves to go farther. Isuzu, go farther. The U.S. Postal Service bicycles, all made in Wisconsin. Guess which one belongs to Tyler? Smallest man on the roster, but riding tallest in the saddle. We've shown you how the Americans finished in the time trial standings. Here's how those results affected the overalls. Jan Ullrich leads the Tour de France. Bo Hamburger and Bobby Julich are deadlocked in second. Tyler Hamilton is fifth. George Hincapie makes the top 25. Kevin Livingston, Marty Jemison, and Frankie Andreu all having very strong tours. Now approaching the 78-mile point, the third climb. Hincapie is within 30 seconds of the lead group. The American cycling champion on the attack yet again in this tour. Now let's rejoin Phil and Paul up at the front of the race.
We're looking here at the lead group, which broke away at 76 kilometers. Jackie Durand, Laurent Debian, Frederic Gaydon, and Paolo Lauca of Finland started the move. They were joined by Mazzolini and Sacchi. And now the 6 riders leading a chase group of some 15 riders on the Côte de Bourlon, 125-kilometer point of today's race. Absolutely roasting out there today, and the riders obviously enjoying what is a long haul here, because there are some riders here who will relish the return of the really hot weather of the Tour de France. The man with most to gain is right on the front, not surprisingly, Laurent Debian, because he won a stage of the Tour, in fact, in Pau last year, Paul, but he's got bigger fish to fry right now.
Certainly has. At the moment, he's the first rider in the overall standings. He started the day in 27th place, 4 minutes and 30 seconds behind the new leader of the Tour, Jan Ullrich. So for him, this is a very good day.
Well, Zanini is the new leader in the King of the Mountains. He won the first climb at the Côte de Chavignac. But as we go over the top here, and what is the third little climb of the day, he's not scoring any points, of course, but then these riders, for the time being at least, are not going to approach him in that overall leader's polka dot jersey. Debian, well, would he like, in fact, Paul, this group of 15 riders to catch up? It gives him a little problem because George Hincapie is in the chase. This is the second group, and they do look as though they're beginning to close up the gap at just that little bit.
Now, Phil, if George Hincapie can catch that lead group, and if then the lead group can keep their lead over Ullrich and the peloton, that means that George Hincapie could win the yellow jersey. But we're into the first real heat of the Tour de France. It's over 100 degrees on the road today with very little breeze. Attacking today, like Hincapie is, can really take a lot out of a rider. Well, it's a whole new tour now with a huge American influence, and we're going to cover every stage all the way over the next 2 weeks on ESPN, The Deuce, and ABC. Our coverage of tomorrow's Stage 9 can be seen at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2 and early Tuesday morning on ESPN. And don't forget to log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. We're just past the hill climb now, and there are 3 men from the chase group led by Andrea Tafi trying to close the gap to the 6-man lead group. Hincapie is left behind.
They sensed, I think, Paul, they got to within 50 seconds of these 6 riders, and they've been dropping back, and Tafi especially has sensed they're losing it a little bit.
The problem is that group of 15 riders is just too big, and there are a lot of passengers who I think who don't want to contribute to the success, so they've been sitting behind and in fact slowing down the progress of that group, which is why Gaumont and Tafi themselves have tried to get across, because they would like to bridge the gap now. They feel this is the moment to do it.
Well, Hincapie, if he gets up in this group, is going to be the best placed rider up there, and would have a real chance of maybe grabbing the yellow jersey, which would be a surprise, but a possibility. When we thought his chances had gone before the time trial, because basically he's a sprinter. Looking back now at the main field, Telecom, The order's gone out as we go into the final quarter of the race to start winding it up a little bit and reduce that big time gap, even if they don't catch up. And other riders with interest of riders in that breakaway, Cofidis have got a team man here to try and disrupt the chase, and so too has US Postal, because of course their plan would be in favor of Georgie Hincapie up front.
Phil, it looks as if George may have missed his opportunity here, as now he is locked up with that original chase group. Tactical discussion with his director sportif or head coach Mark Gorski of US Postal. The question is, does Georgie make the attempt to bridge the gap between the chase group he is now part of to the lead group, or does he wait for another opportunity? Well, you've got a great opportunity to watch the WNBA in their second season continue play on ESPN tomorrow night at 8:30 Eastern Time. The Sacramento Monarchs are taking on Phoenix. The Monarchs are led by sensational rookie Tisha Panachero. That's the WNBA. They got next tomorrow night at 8:30 Eastern Time on ESPN. Back here in Stage 8, that's Laurent Debienne, who has some high hopes of wearing the yellow jersey tonight. Let's rejoin Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen.
Well, we're looking here at the riders in the escape here, and the men with the most of the game, because it's going clear now, this little breakaway. Poor Laurent Debienne could well be a shock leader of the Tour tonight in the yellow jersey, because the lead over the main field containing Jan Ullrich is 8 minutes and 10 seconds, the latest time check. On the climb of Moret at 135 kilometers, Gaumont, Debienne, Saki were the runners over the top of the climb there. So clearly the two Cofidis boys are working hard. Gaumont again taking maximum points at the 140 kilometer point on the fourth category climb of Montagne Kessi there, ahead of Andrea Taffi and Fabio Sacchi. And now, Paul, as we're on the last climb of the day, they've all been little bit of drags today, haven't they? 157 kilometers into the race, and this the last climb.
It's been a very tough day for everyone, because the temperature really soaring, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and getting a lot higher. This is a very humid part of France. Nowhere at all can you get very much breath, because it's so hot and so heavy. And I must think that George Hincapie is kicking himself, because he got within 30 seconds of this lead group. And if he'd made the junction, he would be the man looking at taking the yellow jersey this evening.
Well, obviously he's suffering a little bit today, I would think, in the heat, George, because he had his chance. He was in that chase group at one stage, very close to the leaders. Some of the riders in Hincapie's group, Andrea Taffi, one of them, and Philippe Gaumont, another one, they got across the gap, and also Fabio Sacchi. So they join the leaders. We've lost a couple, and Taffi attacking for the summit here at the moment. And in fact, Hincapie's group of 9 are now more than 4 minutes behind. A couple of men in between at 2.5 minutes, and the main field a massive 8 minutes plus.
Andrea Taffi very frisky this afternoon, Phil. He's trying to get away from the group, but you can see the man marking him is Laurent Debienne from Cofidis. But what a crowd out today.
Well, I can't believe Taffi's too interested in the point at the top of this hill, because he's not a great hill climber, but I think he's trying to thin this leading group out. He's been joined, though, by an ever-vigilant Laurent Debienne.
And the rest of the group coming back up there, led by Jackie Durand, the man who's the most aggressive rider so far in this year's Tour de France. As they come to the summit, Philippe Gaumont now is just getting back onto that group, making 7 men at the head of the race.
Well, that was too early a move there by Andrea Taffi. There's still a lot of strength in this leading group, all boosted by the fact they are getting away from the big pack, leaving them a long way behind. This was the attack by Taffi. The look on his face told us everything. He was determined there, but the reaction brought him back. And now the sprint for the points at the top of the climb. And Debienne himself is going clear and going to make it a pretty easy few points here, as he's followed over the line there by Fabio Sacchi of the Polti team. Well, that's the situation at the front at the moment. This group is still going clear. There could be a change in leadership today. We'll take a break.
Minutes ago, George Hincapie had a chance to be in position to win the yellow jersey, but now he is in a small group of riders being left behind by the lead group. Phil?
And Hincapie, we understand, was in that little group that just got swept up as well. So George Hincapie of the United States has gone back into the main field. Must be kicking himself. He could have so easily, well, nothing's easy in the Tour de France, but with a bit of an effort, he would have been in this lead group right now.
But it was a superhuman effort by Andrea Taffi to bridge the gap across to what at the time was a leading group of 6 riders. He did it on the 3rd climb of the day. An excellent effort by him just to bridge up to these riders. And I don't think at that time Hincapie really had the power in his legs to go, and maybe didn't even think that it was that dangerous a move, and thought that they would actually catch up a little bit later on. But for him, his dream of getting the yellow jersey certainly disappearing this afternoon.
But not so for Laurent Debian. There's the red number on the back of Jackie Durand, leader of the most aggressive rider competition. That's an innovation this year. Not the competition, but the red number.
The aggressive Frenchman with 2 previous stage wins in his tour career would love to get another, but another Frenchman, Laurent Debian, has bigger plans. The yellow jersey. Now today's race summary, brought to you by Festina. Well, today, literally, the tour got hot. 6 riders attacked, including the most aggressive rider, Jackie Durand, and they were chased by another group of 15 led by the American champion, George Hincapie. But he lost his last chance at the yellow jersey when he missed the crucial tactical move that would have taken him to the front of this race. Now, with 2 kilometers to go to the finish, these 6 riders are 7.5 minutes ahead of the field. Here's Phil and Paul.
They certainly are, Adrian, and I have to say this is now the winning breakaway of the race. And Paul, it could be Laurent Debian or indeed the man on the front here, the Italian champion Tafi, next for the yellow jersey, and that's a big surprise.
But you can see Laurent Debian there. He's marking Andrea Tafi all the time. Now, this is a dangerous move because they will open themselves up to other attacks.
Well, Tafi now is riding at the front. He'd dearly like somebody to come through on him just for a few moments. He's expecting an attack. Debian is expecting an attack too. It's unlikely either of these two will win the stage. They're thinking bigger fish like the yellow jersey. Manzolini at the back there, perhaps trying to make a present of this stage to his team captain, Mario Cipollini, because he's way back in the main field right now.
Fabio Sacchi on the right-hand side for the Polti team too. He'll be waiting for a last-minute attack too. But the 2 men that we're looking at, Andrea Tafi, the champion of Italy, and Laurent Debian, they're separated by 22 seconds. So to get the yellow jersey, Andrea Tafi needs to not only win the stage, but have a time gap between himself and the other riders in this group.
Well, there'll be relief there from Tafi and Debian. Manzolini's gone up to the front now. Nobody wants the hot seat, of course, because everybody behind has the benefit of surprise. He's Hunalauka having another little dig. He's just been caught for an attempt to break away. They washed him up again, and they'll put him back into the lead once more. The long, thin line, and they're approaching the kilometre bridge on the road there. Sooner or later, somebody's going to have to go. Otherwise, they're going to hand it to the sprinters of the race. Well, there aren't any real sprinters here, are there?
Not really. All of these men are very similar when it comes down to a breakaway at the end of such a long stage, and a very hot one too, with temperatures approaching 100 degrees. But it looks as if Eddie Mazzolini there on the back for Psycho, he's waiting to go for a move. But the man we're looking at now from Polti, there he goes.
He's gone, Manzolini. You could see him laid back by about 2 lengths. Little bit of a delayed reaction. Tafi's the first one to realise it. Italian chasing Italian, but on rival teams. Now, I don't think Tafi wanted to do this. He's having to use a lot of energy now to get onto the back wheel of Manzolini.
Well, he wants to win the stage, or he knows now that if he just hesitates for 1 moment, then Manzolini's going to get enough of a gap to try and win the stage. But you know, Tafi has done it, but he's used an awful lot of energy now, and he's going to look over his shoulders and wait for somebody else to lead out the sprint.
Manzolini has made his effort, and it didn't work. Tafi has come up. He doesn't really want to lead, but he's no choice now. Debian is just sticking to his back wheel and will force Tafi to lead out. That will be advantage Debian, because if these 2 riders finish together, then Debian will be the new leader of the Tour de France. The big bunch is out of it today. That in itself is a surprise now. Tafi is going to have no choice. He's going to have to start going for the line right now. He's going to lead out Laurent Debian. Jackie Durand is off to our right. Debian tucked in right on the barriers and boxed in right now. Tafi is going to give it everything here, the champion of Italy. And Jackie Durand, the most aggressive rider of this race so far, is going for the line. This is the man in every break since we left Ireland gets the stage. Tremendous result for Jackie Durand. That will go down as one of the emotional victories of this Tour de France. And let's not forget either, that is the first win by a French rider in this year's Tour de France. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. So Jackie Durand of France gets the victory. He carries a red number for the most aggressive rider. And this is why Tafi leads out. Durand was perfectly placed here and coming late. He timed his finish to perfection. We'd almost forgotten about him. Fabio Sacchi in 3rd place. He was the danger sitting at the back of the group, but it was all too late. Tafi got 2nd, Sacchi got 3rd, and Manzolini looks like he came in there in 4th place. And tailed off after doing a lot of work today for Laurent Debian was Philippe Gaumont, his Cofidis teammate. But all of his work was worth it, Adrian, because now we have a new leader of the Tour de France. He rides for Cofidis, and nobody would have expected that.
Some 7 minutes behind Jackie Durand, the peloton. Among them, Jan Ullrich. His yellow jersey already lost today. Team Telecom, not worried, just doing damage control at this point. ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury. And by Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant. Frenchman Jackie Durand has won today's stage 8. Laurent Debienne will wear the yellow jersey. Just how far behind these two riders the main field will finish, we're about to find out.
And so there's the yellow jersey now of Jan Ullrich staying near the front of the bunch, but they are already 7 minutes behind. So the new maillot jaune of the Tour de France, for the time being at least, will be Laurent Debienne. He's got a teammate here trying to finish off the sprint from the peloton as well, and it looks like he's going to do it. The yellow jersey of Ullrich are just making sure he's safely home at the front end of the bunch. As they come up to the line, the clock counting 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So they made up a little bit of time. But even so, it's a gap of around about 2.5 towards 3 minutes now. The difference between Ullrich and the new maillot jaune, Laurent Debienne. And it's a mass sprint finish. Jan Zerada just showing an example. The two riders taking control at the head as the bunch come in. About 7:46 it was. Down on the winner today, Jackie Durand.
The 23rd professional victory for the Tour's most aggressive rider so far, Phil. Toffee was second. If you take a look after rider number 7, that's where the field finished. 7 minutes and 45 seconds behind. George Hincapie, the American professional cycling champion, had his chance today. Could have been his last. Terry is with George.
Well, I guess we know summer's arrived in France. So how much did the heat take out of you today?
Oh, it was a long day. I tried to get in that break. It just really wasn't working. Everybody was soft pedaling in the break, and then, you know, everybody was attacking each other on those hills to try to catch those first 10 guys. And, you know, I went with a couple of them, but just missed the right one. And it's a shame, you know, because we had a good opportunity to get the jersey, but it just didn't work out.
Just seems to have been the case throughout the first week for George Hincapie. Overall in the 98 Tour de France now, Laurent Debienne leads. He is the first Frenchman to lead the Tour this year. Andrea Toffee second, Jackie Durand third with his stage victory today. Tyler Hamilton drops to 9th, 4 minutes and 51 seconds behind the leader. The yellow jersey's teammate, Bobby Julich, riding for Team Kofid, still in the red, white, and blue now, 4 minutes 39 seconds back in 7th position overall. There he is right next to Jan Ullrich. His time comes up in the Pyrenees. We go into those mountains in about 2 days' time. So Laurent Debienne, for the first time in his professional career, first time for a Frenchman in this Tour de France, wears the yellow jersey, is the overall leader, 14 seconds ahead of Andrea Toffee, who is in that 6-man breakaway group all day long. Through 8 stages now, the 98 Tour de France has traveled 925 miles. We have 1,481 still to go. Make sure you're with us tomorrow for stage 9. We're on the air at 6 p.m. Eastern time on ESPN2 and early Tuesday morning at 12:30 a.m. on ESPN. So Laurent Debienne has his very hot day in the sun. The days ahead hold an opportunity for Bobby Julich. We're into the Pyrenees in 2 days' time. An opportunity to perhaps take the yellow jersey. For Phil Liggett, Paul Sherwen, and Terry Gannon, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. It's currently going through some alterations because we're looking for the perfect fit. The Tour is racing through southwestern France on a day that represents a final chance for a lot of these men to chase the yellow jersey. The Tour is about to bring out the real heavy hitters. Hello, everyone. With Phil Liggett, I'm Adrian Karsten. Well, today, Phil, it's as if the real contenders have declared a truce with the sprinters and the opportunists. It's as if Marco Pantani, Jan Ullrich, And dare we say Bobby Julich had said, all right, you guys, go out and have your fun, but do it now because tomorrow we take over.
I think basically that's exactly what the Telecom team, because yesterday they saw the chance, the combination was right in that leading group to allow somebody else to take the lead, take the pressure away from the German Telecom team, while knowing the man in the race lead doesn't have the ability in the mountains to win the Tour. We're in the hottest part of France at the moment. It's forecast here to go in excess of 100 degrees to get today, and that means, Adrian, nobody will want to really race, except perhaps the yellow jersey Laurent Debian.
Over 5 hours in the saddle with that kind of temperature, it's going to be an exhausting day. George Hincapie exhausted his chances to wear yellow yesterday when he missed a crucial tactical move while chasing the breakaway. His reaction to being left in the middle?
Kind of regret, you know, I should have, I mean, it's hard to say what you can do. You know, you try to conserve, you try to be smart, but sometimes you just miss a move like that, and it's, you know, it's hard because you're up there, you're in the move, and then you let it slip away. It's tough.
This is the man who made it tough on George and everyone else chasing him. Laurent Debian saw his opportunity and took it yesterday, finishing 7 minutes ahead of the field and now leads the Tour de France, the first Frenchman to wear the yellow jersey in this year's Tour. In one of the most picturesque towns the Tour has seen this summer, the peloton departs Montauban. Already 90 degrees at high noon. We have one hot game of follow the leader going. So let's map their course for today with the Stage 9 round, sponsored by Mercury. 130 miles southwest to the city of Pau, through which the Tour has passed 53 previous times. This is the last day of the time bonus sprints, which have created a very combative race. There are 3 Category 4 climbs, which can become launching pads for breakaways. After this, the sprinters and opportunists are done for a while. Now, if this is to be their last day in the sun, they picked a doozy. Over 100 degrees on the road, and they're fighting a crosswind as strong as 60 miles per hour at times. A long, hot day in the saddle. But today, heat is just one of their problems, Paul.
The biggest problem they face on a stage like this really is the fact that they lose an awful lot of liquid. Most of the riders will take on board something like 10 bottles of water during the stage this afternoon.
Well, you can see just by these pictures just how hot it is out here. The riders calling for drinks all of the time at the moment. We do have a breakaway on. It's established itself after around 48 kilometers. 8 riders getting clear. And the man with his hand up there is Massimiliano Lelli of the Cofidis team. He's on guard for this man here in the yellow jersey, who is Laurent Debian today. The second climb of the day over the Côte de Loubert at 82 kilometers. The breakaway was established. Jens Voigt there getting the points and moving very close now to the leadership in the King of the Mountains competition. At the sprint at 113 kilometers, Saint-Jean, Casagrande. And he's not Casagrande, by the way, one of the favourites of the Tour. This is Stefano Casagrande, got the small time bonus ahead of Agneluto. But Casagrande has since been dropped by the breakaway. And this race here at the moment, all under escort by the Cofidis, and the gap at about 2 minutes 55, Adrian.
Phil, for all of our amateur bike fans at home who are watching, consider what the peloton is doing here. Cruising along at 25 miles per hour in 100-degree heat for 5 hours.
This is Imagine TV.
We are looking for a man in a new Mercury Cougar. Exactly like this one. He's a dangerous double agent and a master of disguise.
Haven't seen him.
This is for my grandfather, who always said I'd make the family proud. For my mom, who never let me out the door without my homework. For my dad, who worked the night shift to make our lives better.
Flight 3 Alpha. Spotted.
For myself. For my future.
Fourth tire's fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra dry degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry. Ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
Now, what did we do this weekend? Yes, Nicola.
We flew Concorde Nest.
Book any economy class flight on British Airways this summer and you could win one of 100 Concorde vacations for 2 to London. It's an unbelievable offer.
Did you know?
Buy a ticket now and you could win a Concorde vacation.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury. And by Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant. This is stage 9 of the 1998 Tour de France, a transitional day. Tomorrow we head into the Pyrenees. Already one of the most combative tours in recent years. Here's where we are overall after the first 9 days. Laurent Debienne in the yellow leads the tour by 14 seconds over Andrea Taffy. Jackie Durand won yesterday's stage. He's third. Bobby Julich and Tyler Hamilton make the top 10. The other Americans you see help Julich and Hamilton get where they are. At the front of the peloton is where Julich is right now. He has a teammate in a breakaway up ahead, which is exactly what the man coming into the right side here, Mario Cipollini, doesn't want. He's hoping for a field sprint at the finish of today's race. Well, tomorrow we face the first mountain stage of this tour as we climb into the Pyrenees. It's always quite a show, and you can be here with us for coverage of Stage 10 on ESPN2 at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It also airs on ESPN early Wednesday morning, or you can log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. The Tour de France on the air and online. Now approaching the 97-mile mark with all the attention on the 6-man breakaway. They're all opportunists.
And we're now inside 500 metres to the last time bonus sprint of this year's Tour de France. All the bonuses stop after the mountains start tomorrow. And this is now the town of Maubeuge, 155 kilometres covered. Jens Voigt is the rider in the white jersey. If he wants to claim the yellow jersey today, he needs to win this stage by more than 8 minutes and 18 seconds. And the current lead at the moment, Paul, is around about 4 minutes 20.
And Van Bon, a good chance for a stage victory for him this afternoon. Third in the World Championships last year, the orange and white jersey of Rabobank. But for these riders, they're not too interested in the time bonus. What they want to do is build up as big a lead as possible to try and win the stage.
Well, they've gone through the sprint there. Here they come. And in fact, the leader going through there is the Casino rider. And that'll be Agneluto, who's gone through and followed through by Jens Voigt. Agneluto has won a few prizes today. In fact, he won the first sprint at Prešák, and he was in second place on one of the climbs and third place on the first climb. But Jens Voigt, who has won 2 climbs today, will now be the new leader in the King of the Mountains competition. He was only a few points behind Stefano Zanini today, and he should confirm that when he gets out to the Côte de la Hite, which is the last climb of the day, coming in about another 10 kilometres time. So Jens Voigt, he was the best sprinter. He won the sprint competition in the Pro Tour in Britain. He really has been a great amateur bike rider too, and it looks now all that talent is coming through in his first Tour de France.
First Tour de France for him. A few years ago, he was the best amateur bike rider in the world, and certainly this year, he was the rider who gave Gannon their first road victory of the season when he won a stage of the Tour of the Pays Basque back in April.
So that is Jens Voigt. He's just off to the right on the front of the bunch there at the moment. So the rest of the breakaway here, Leon Van Bon, number 136, is a Massimiliano Lelli. Victory in America for him last year. Alexei Sivakov is here, big mat rider. Francisco Benitez, Agneluto and Voigt. That's the consistency of the breakaway. We also had Servais Knaven, the former champion of Holland, and Stefana Casagrande, but they just got blown out the back about half an hour ago and are now back in the big bunch. They don't look as though they're going very fast, and the average speed, Paul, they're saying is only around 35 kilometers an hour, but the heat really is taking its toll today.
That's what's been the biggest difficulty for these riders this afternoon. Although looking down at the riders at the moment going through the town, the average speed that they will be clocking there is around about 43 kilometers an hour. In the third hour of the race, the average speed was only 30 kilometers an hour, 18 miles an hour, and all of that really because of the temperature and the kind of terrain we're going over. These roads in this area, Phil, are very sticky indeed.
Chance to have a look at the big peloton now. Robin McEwen ensconced in that. One rider giving up today from Italy, one of the small domestiques, climbing off at the feeding station today. I would have thought a man from Italy would have been enjoying this sort of weather. It really is very, very hot. Past the vineyards, of course, as we head down towards Po itself.
No, it's not a fire sale, but at Centennial Chrysler Plymouth Jeep, our red-hot deal and Doug deals are burning the competition. That means the best prices you've seen all year on new Jeeps, Chryslers, and Plymouths. Even reduced sale prices on every used car, truck, van, and sport utility. Plus 19% financing and factory rebates up to $2,000. If you're ever going to buy or lease, see us now. Deal and Doug Centennial Chrysler Plymouth Jeep, Arapahoe Road East. Don't get burned somewhere else, because nobody beats a Deal and Doug deal. Nobody, or I'll give you the car.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Super Doug.
It's Super Summer Sale 98 on West 104th. See my superstores, Grand and Skyline, for Super Deal and Doug deals. New Pontiacs, Buicks, GMCs, Kias, Mitsubishi, Volkswagens, even used cars, trucks, vans, and sport utilities. Plus super rebates up to $3,500, super 0.9% financing, super trade allowances, and super summer discounts. Take the short drive to Grand and Skyline on West 104th and save hundreds, even thousands, because nobody beats a Deal and Doug Super Summer Sale, nobody.
Mario Cipollini came to France this summer with the intention of wearing the yellow and the green Sprinters jersey, and even make it to Paris, something he's never done, at least on a bicycle before. Now Mario's just chilling out, if it's possible in this heat. Well, just south of where we are, across the border in Spain, the United States Federation Cup tennis team is now ready to play the Spanish team in the semifinals. The USA women's team is looking for their 16th Fed Cup title, but they have to beat Spain to get to the finals. See it Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2 prior to our Tour de France coverage. Laurent Debian, an opportunist himself, scored the big one yesterday on a day when he knew the race favorites would be cautious. He cashed in. Now wears the yellow jersey. He is one of 6 men representing 5 different countries to have already traded the yellow jersey in the first 9 days of this tour. Chris Boardman had it 2 days before crashing, while Australia's Stuart Brady has held it the longest. Eric Zabel, Bo Hamburger, Jan Ullrich, and Debian all have had it just for a single day. The one constant on the breakaway today, the lead on the field has hovered at about 3.5 minutes, but the 6-man group has now split into 2. 3 men have fallen off the back. Phil?
And the result now is 3 riders are in the lead, and these 3 riders have more or less left everybody else spread across the field. There's the distance to go, just under 10 miles from the finish. Ellie, Jens Voigt, and Leon van Von are the 3 riders going clear. And in fact, the man who's trying to chase them, but not with any great success, is Anu Luto. And then further back at around about 3 minutes and 3 minutes 15 seconds, we've got the peloton, and they're under pressure from Andrea Taffy, who keeps on trying to break away.
Taffy thinking about the possibility of getting the yellow jersey today. Will be the last chance for him, because he's just 14 seconds off the overall lead that's being held at the moment by Laurent Debian, who you can see there sitting in around about 8th or 9th position, but right in front of him is Andrea Taffy, so he's keeping a close watch on the Italian.
But the boys in pink have taken over, and so the Telecom team, although it's not their job really, because Cofidis are the yellow jersey team today, but Telecom are thinking long-term now, and they're beginning to just keep the tempo nicely up, and maybe they know that everybody is suffering. It could be they might tow Zabel back up to that trio up front and give him a chance of a stage win before the mountains start.
Doesn't look like a concerted effort by Team Telecom at the front here in the pink and white. I think really all they want to do is make sure they limit their losses this afternoon. To pull back that 3 minutes on the 3 leaders is going to take an awful lot of work.
Well, in fairness, Jens Voigt, he's a pretty solid bike rider. They won't know all that much about him. It's his first Tour de France. They won't know if he's got the capability of lasting the distance, for example. And maybe they just want to reduce it just a little bit at least. Although he's overall, Jens is in fact 8 minutes behind the leader at the moment. But that's only 5 minutes, of course, behind Jan Ullrich. And he's got 3 minutes of that back at the minute. So there's a couple of minutes splitting them there. Jens Voigt, his hat blew off on the last climb. He's now, when he was under pressure, in fact, chasing Ellie. And that's not a good thing, actually, Paul, because you need a little bit of headwear today because of this hot sun.
Excellent position there by Jens Voigt in second position. He's done a lot to pull back the attacks that have come from several riders when this at one time was a group of 6 men. The first big attack actually came from Anja Luther, who now is a little way behind these riders, some 30 seconds adrift, and hoping that they'll slow down as they come into the streets of Po, because he too would like to regain contact with the leading group of 3 riders.
Paul just received word Mario Cipollini has abandoned the 98 Tour, fighting digestive problems. He is not going to make it to Paris on the bicycle as he had dreamed. We'll be back.
This morning, strange things are happening all over the world. Shops are about to open empty. Parts suppliers are partless, and assembly workers have nothing to assemble. Is this any way to run a business? With FedEx it is. Every morning the world gets just what it wants, just when it needs it, without expensive warehousing. Gone today, here again tomorrow. Now that's the way the world works.
This is Imagine TV.
Brad, I brought you up here in my Mercury to tell you something.
Yes, Brittany.
I'm carrying your father's child.
Wouldn't that be me?
Exactly.
Oh, yes. That's nice.
Jerky?
Actually, no. It's a pretty smooth ride.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Push, come on, this is nothing. This is nothing, let's
Imagine
go.
you're in a spinning class for 10 hours a day,
Almost there.
21 days in a row,
Push,
with the
push,
world's
push,
most
push.
insane instructor.
Push. Let's go, let's go.
And then you might, just might, begin to feel what it's like to be a participant in this event. The 1998 Tour de France.
You gotta give me more, you gotta give me more.
Coverage continues tonight at 12:30 on ESPN.
On a 100-degree day, at least 2 fans have found a place in the shade to watch the peloton pass by. This main field closing the gap on a 3-man lead group now. One of these men about to get their first ever stage victory.
4 kilometers to go now. These 3 are going to start wondering about which one of them can make the move. They might well slow down, and this is the sort of finish when you shouldn't worry about where the rest of the race is. You've got to go for it.
Well, that was a very clever move there by Van Bon, moving Lely into second position.
Inside 4 kilometers to go now. These 3 riders are 1 minute 58 seconds at the last time check over the field, and that's being spearheaded now by the Telecom team, who are trying to drag Erik Zabel up for a late shot at the victory in Po. They are slowing down Paul, and Jens Voigt here would dearly like now Lely to come through, and also Van Bon.
Certainly would there. Van Bon in third position, an ideal position for him. The reason he's done that is, in fact, he's wanted to force Lely into second place because he knows he's the dangerous man. As the time comes down to 1 minute 44 seconds, Van Bon using all of his tactical knowledge, keeping himself in third position. But Phil, you can see the average speed now on the onboard computer there with Jens Voigt is down to 38 kilometers an hour, and behind you can be sure the main field is racing along at around about 55.
And there they are, and they're all Telecom boys on the front, and they're trying to eat up the road. I don't think there's enough road left on today's stage for them to get across to these 3. They'll be inside a minute behind, and that's for sure, so time gains today will be negligible. Voigt was the best place of this trio, 8 minutes 18 back off the yellow jersey this morning. At one stage they were almost 5 minutes ahead, but that's all gone now. They're thinking only of the first prize in the Tour de France today.
Phil, a German, an Italian, and a Dutchman, just moments away from ultimate glory. Now our race summary brought to you by Festina Watches. Well, 131 brutally hot and hilly miles awaited the riders of the Tour today on the last stage before the mountains. 6 men broke away at the 25-mile mark, increasing their lead to more than 4 minutes on the field. Now, with 2 miles remaining to the finish, the Telecom-led field is bearing down on the 3 members of the Breakaway who are playing tactics before the sprint. Phil Liggett, Paul Sherwen take him to the finish line.
Well, races have been won by the man who's got back at the last minute before now on many, many occasions. In fact, classic races at that. And if Christophe Agneluto is coming back, he might well go straight by them and snatch the result. Just under the 3-kilometre banner now.
10 seconds is Agneluto. There he is now. He's really kept going over these last 15 kilometres. He was dropped because of the attacks by Voigt and Lely, and now he realises his chance of a victory in the Tour de France is going to come back. He'll see the three riders, and he'll only hope that he can surprise them. But there, Van Bon, always attentive, looks over his shoulders. He knows Agneluto's there, but Agneluto will go straight away.
That's the way to do it. Get back, hit them hard. They weren't waiting. They didn't know. And Christophe Agneluto, who was a surprise but very deserved winner of the Tour of Switzerland, which is a 10-day race last year, has come straight back and gone by. He couldn't afford to hook on and tell them he was there. He had to hit them straight away, and he's being chased down at the moment. It looks as though it is, in fact, Voigt who's got across.
Voigt was the most attentive. He was waiting for something to happen there, and he went straight over the top. As soon as he got to the back wheel of Agneluto, he decided to go. But look at this. Lely's got a lot of energy left. He's nailing him back, and that's the end for Agneluto. It was so close. It was a brave effort. He did exactly what he had to do, but he just didn't have the legs.
Well, he'd wasted a lot of energy getting across, but the peloton are now inside 1 minute from the finish. That little flurry of activity will have helped delay the capture, and they might yet not see them until after they cool down across the finishing line in Pau. But again, it's Lely who is looking the strong man of this breakaway, and will he be the next to try? But watch out for the Rabobank boy in the orange half colours, Leon Van Bon. He is the sprinter, and he is slowly observing here everything that is going on.
Pushing all the time, making sure that Lely stays in front of him, because he realises he's the man with the most reserves, having not done quite so much. Agneluto, what a great man. He's come back again inside 2 kilometres, but Phil, the main field is at 55 seconds, so these guys can't mess about too much longer.
They will see them very shortly if they keep this up. I don't know why it is. We always get some great finishes in Pau.
And today could be one as well. We'll be back.
The Isuzu Rodeo excels in nearly any terrain, but one terrain we don't recommend it in is a bicycle race, which is why you also need a bike. So we're giving away 21 Lightspeed Ultimate Titanium road bikes now through August 3rd. It's the Isuzu 21 Bike Salute to the Tour de France sweepstakes. Stop by your Isuzu dealer now and register to win. And while you're there, check out our new Rodeo lease, $249 a month for 48 months with $14.93 due at lease signing. And please, confine your rodeo to appropriate terrain.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Festina Watches, the official timer of the Tour de France. European-styled, Festina watches are new to America. And by Isuzu. Isuzu salutes the athletes of the Tour de France who continually push themselves to go farther. Isuzu, go farther. We're almost to the finish of today's Stage 9. Watch Leon Van Bon, third in this line. A very good track cyclist. He'll use that knowledge to control this sprint. Ball.
1 kilometre remaining at the front of the main field. Pink and white, Team Telecom, they're looking out for Eric Zabel. They're realising now that there is a chance they'll have the information coming from the team car, so they put the speed right up there. But you can see in the leading group of 4, the 2 experienced professionals are forcing the younger man, Jens Voigt. He's only in his 2nd year as a professional rider, to sit on the front and keep the pace high. Van Bon, excellent tactics by him, forcing Lely into 2nd place. He knows that Lely's going to be the first to go, and he wants the lead out.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me if Agneluto isn't the first to go, and see just if anything comes from a sudden dash for the line. Jens Voigt is waiting for the move. He knows will come. He's riding them close to the barriers, so this forces the attack to come over his left shoulder. He's first around the bend. We're into the square now. It won't be long before somebody must make a move. Agneluto looking as though he's itching to have another go. Whether he's recovered, I don't know. He's the last man in the line. Lely is the man who may give Cofidis the stage win. Van Bon has been totally quiet. He hasn't made a single move. He's sat there and watched everybody attack. He's borrowed wheels to go back up to the attacker, and he's waited for the last minute. That is very much a sprinter's style. Jens Voigt, who was a great amateur bike rider, now has a smell of a victory in the Tour de France. Looks over his shoulder. Angeluto wants to go. He's itching, but he's waiting as late as he can. And now Jens Voigt opens it up for the line, followed by Lely. And Angeluto is gripping on the back, but he's not going to make it now. It's going to be Van Bon and Voigt here. Van Bon and Voigt, and Van Bon is just about coming to it. Voigt is holding on. And my goodness me, just on the line, and only by the width of his tyre. Leon Van Bon beat the very brave Jens Voigt. And there's the peloton right behind, and there was only 11 seconds in it in the end. Eric Zabel getting over there ahead of Robbie McEwen. So the Rabobanks got first and second in the bunch sprint as well. A good result for them today, but what a great finish that was. Well, at this point, it really did look as though Jens Voigt could still find the strength to take on Leon Van Bon. Leon Van Bon, who came so close to a world title in the sprint last year, but then just as the line approached, watch the left of the picture and just see whether the wheels, in which order they hit the line. Oh my goodness me, that is close, but it's always the way. The rider knows when he's won and the rider knows when he's lost, and the victor is Leon Van Bon. And look at the speed of the sprint today, almost 68 kilometers an hour as they came up and lunged for the line.
Leon Van Bon, third in last year's World Championships. In 3 previous Tours de France, he dropped out of every one of them. Today, he collects his first ever stage victory. Voigt was second, Lely third. Eric Zabel wins the field sprint and collects more points toward the green sprinter's jersey. The highest placing Americans, Bobby Julich 31st, George Hincapie right alongside. Talked to Bobby Julich this morning. He said back home in Glenwood Springs, he likes to train in the hot, thin air.
Actually, it wasn't so bad. I mean, yeah, it was hot, but it's not like we rode too fast or, you know, as long as you drank and ate properly, which I felt I did, you know, I don't think it was too bad. The heat was the thing that took it out of everyone. You could see it on everyone's faces, man. It's just insane. I don't know how hot it is, but I don't remember racing when it was this warm.
Take a look at Tyler Hamilton. He's been fighting digestive problems the past couple of days. He finally succumbed to those today. He's going to drop way back in the overall standings. Exhausted, dehydrated. George Hincapie, his U.S. Postal teammate, looks exhausted and sounds exhausted as well, but after what he's done in the first couple days of the tour, you think he has a right to.
It was up and down all day, small roads, crosswind. It was hell. I mean, hardest day so far for the tour, by far.
And we've only just begun. After 9 stages in the Tour de France, Laurent Debienne leads Andrea Taffi by 14 seconds. Jackie Durand is in 3rd position. Jan Ullrich 5th. Bobby Julich still looking strong in 7th position overall. Ekimov, another U.S. Postal rider, is in the Tour's top 10. George Hincapie, 26th now overall in the 98 Tour de France. Laurent Debienne, an opportunist, saw his opportunity and took it yesterday. Will wear the yellow jersey for the 2nd consecutive day as we head into the Pyrenees tomorrow. Through 10 legs now, the 98 Tour has traveled 1,056 miles. We still have 1,350 miles of both the French and Swiss countryside to see. Join us tomorrow on ESPN2 as Stage 10 heads into the Pyrenees, where we finish in Luchon. Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the Deuce. Early Wednesday morning at 3 a.m. on ESPN. Hard to believe that after a day like today, the toughest part of the tour begins tomorrow for this man, Marco Pantani. And he's the mountain climber that'll make it tough on everyone. For Phil Liggett, Paul Sherwen, and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Jerry Bonato, Qualcomm Station can join an even more exclusive club if he repeats his performance at his next start. All that goes to Did You Know? The last pitcher to toss shutouts in his first 2 Major League starts. Hey, give it up for Tom Phoebus of the Baltimore Orioles back in September 1996. Phoebus, one of 8 pitchers in Major League history to have back-to-back shutouts in their first 2 starts.
Once again, repeating our top story, Carmen Policy is no longer a member of the San Francisco 49ers organization. The president has resigned, and we are done. For Stuart Scott, I'm Rich Hasen. Goodbye.
This is the Tour de France. The mountains. The men who climb their way up into the clouds. They beat themselves up and then beg for more. The people of the Pyrenees who welcome France's tour to their territory. Today, the greatest bike race in the world cranks it up and up and up. This is what we've been waiting for. What could be the signature stage of this year's race. Stage 10 promises classic Tour de France. Hello again, everyone. With Phil Liggett, I'm Adrian Karsten. Well, you know, the Tour, Phil, couldn't go through a bigger change in a shorter period of time. Just 24 hours ago, in 100-degree heat, we were watching men sprint at 40 miles per hour. Well, today, a totally different breed of racer. Grinding through the gears, gasping for survival. You've watched these men go over the mountains for 26 years now, Phil. It's always quite a show.
It's always quite a show. There will be certainly thousands of people waiting to see the same spectacle. But you know, the body is a strange thing. Even the best riders in the Tour de France don't know what will happen until they start climbing those mountains. Things can change. It's also a day when Bobby Julich, I hope, confirms himself as a real man for the top 6 in this Tour.
Remember the name of Italian Marco Pantani, almost invisible in the first 10 days of the Tour? Now that name, Pantani, is on everybody's lips. Fresh, rested, and ready. Pantani, after winning his first major stage tour, the Giro d'Italia, earlier this year, he's come into the Tour de France with his options open. The fact that American Tyler Hamilton even finished yesterday's stage was a minor miracle. Digestive problems complicated by 100-degree heat. Bobby Julich had to suck it up. He said he's never had to beat heat like that. He's 7th in the Tour overall and relieved to be this far. Laurent Debienne in the yellow jersey for his 2nd consecutive day. Now, he's a very good French rider, but not a great climber. Even without the Festina climbers, the French still have someone to cheer for. On the first day, this race rendezvous with the mountains. Here's Paul Sherwen.
The first day in the mountains is always very strange for the riders because you've just spent 10 days using huge gears and traveling at 30 miles an hour. Then overnight, you have to go to the other end of the spectrum. Very low gears and very low speeds, sometimes only 12 or 13 miles an hour. For Jan Ullrich today, he'll get a chance to see who his major rivals are going to be in this Tour de France. Laurent Jalabert from France. He thinks he's a man who can challenge in the overall standings. He'll have to go out and ride well in the mountains this afternoon. Francesco Gazzagrande of Cofidis too will have to perform well, as will Luc Leblanc. And Marco Pantani, we haven't even talked about him for a whole week. But the big difficulty of the Pyrenees is when the weather changes, and that's what's happened today. And when the clouds come down, it makes the roads very wet and slippery, and also treacherous. Look out for an exciting day in the Pyrenees in the Tour de France today.
Here then is today's route, brought to you by Mercury. 121 miles from Pau to Luchon through the Pyrenees, 35 miles of which will be spent going uphill in the high mountains. The first 2 climbs today are classified as hors catégorie, French for off the scale of difficulty. The Category 1s are not quite as severe, but exhausting nonetheless. Probably this tour's most difficult day. There are 2 bonus sprints today, not worth time anymore, but rather just points toward the green jersey. These bonus sprints in the first 9 days of this tour promoted the race for the yellow jersey. Now the mountains will do that. Fabio Roscioli is the man we're following here as he cranks his way up to and through the first of the bonus sprints at the 22-mile mark. He broke away from the main field 10 miles ago, and now 20 points toward the green sprinter's jersey is what he gets. The reward for sprinting in the mountains. 3 minutes behind him, the main field. No big reaction to his breakaway at this point. They figure by the time they hit the first climb today, his breakaway will become history. In that main field, the yellow jersey and the real climbers. Overall, here's where we stand as we go into the Pyrenees. Laurent Debienne has a 14-second lead on Andrea Toffi. He leads this tour. Jan Ullrich is 5th, comfortably 3 minutes back. Bobby Julich is America's best hope for glory right now. An excellent climber, he heads the list of Americans. Cedric Vasseur has launched his 2nd major attack of this tour. In his sights, the Italian.
Well, here, Adrian, we have the catcher halfway up the Eustice now. As you can see, the weather has deteriorated. We've gone into low cloud, which indeed is wet. And Cedric Vasseur got away from the field and has now latched on to Fabio Roscioli. But they're not too far ahead, Paul. But we've had 1 or 2 surprising announcements already, with Buena Hora retiring.
Buenajora rode an excellent Tour of Catalonia just before this event in July there, and I expected him to be one of the riders challenging today in the big mountains. It could be because of the heat that we've had over the Tour de France the last couple of days that he just couldn't take the first ascent of these mountains.
So two leaders right now, Fabio Roscioli and Cedric Vasseur, and they are about 1:45 ahead of a fairly compact field, but Stuart O'Grady, the Australian, has been left behind.
Look at this. Not only are the climbs treacherous, so is the weather. Cold, wet, windy.
This is Imagine TV.
Continue surveillance.
We are looking for a man in a new Mercury Cougar, exactly like this one. He's a dangerous double agent and a master of disguise.
Haven't seen him.
Haven't seen him anywhere.
4 tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra dry degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
This is for my grandfather, who always said I'd make the family proud. For my mom, who never let me out the door without my homework. For my dad, who worked the night shift to make our lives better.
Flight 3 Alpha. Spotted.
For myself. For my future.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant, and by Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury. Frenchman Cedric Vasseur, who made a very strategic attack last year, which gave him the yellow jersey, attempting to do the very same thing here on our first day in the mountains.
A good move by Cedric Vasseur, one of the few chances that Gann would have to perform in the mountains, because a lot of their riders really are meant for the flat stages, and what he's hoping at the moment is that there'll be no major reaction from the heads of state of the Tour de France. They'll be waiting, he feels, until the Tourmalet.
This is quite a typical ascent of the Aubisque in this low cloud. It often hangs on this mountain. It should be okay when we move across to the Tourmalet, but already reports saying the descent of the Aubisque today is very dangerous indeed, very wet roads, so the riders are going to have to watch themselves on the way down as well. The pace has been set all the way up the climb by about 4 riders. One is Laurent Jalabert, and also just keeping an eye on the tempo. We've had Dag Aldag, I think it is, from the Telecom team up near the front as well. A lot of riders have been dropped from the main field, including the Maillot Jaune of a couple of days ago. That's Stuart O'Grady, and also Laurent Debian has slipped away from the front of the field as well. And these people here will be feeling a little bit chilly this far up the mountain. We're climbing today up to a height of over 1,700 meters. And very shortly now, Cedric Vasseur will pass over the top of the Col d'Aubisque, one of the climbs that was included the very first time that the Tour de France came into the Pyrenees back in 1910. There's the peloton, Paul.
You see the jersey of Laurent Jalabert in the middle there, red, white and blue for France, looking very comfortable at this stage of the game. But it's a very difficult end to the Col de l'Aubisque, because unlike most other cols in the Pyrenees, it doesn't go down straight away. It goes along a long plateau and goes over another climb called the Col de Soulor. So Cedric Vasseur is going to have to make a long special effort before he can get any chance of respite on the descent down into the valley.
Well, Cedric made his name last year in the Tour de France when he finished at Les Chartres and pulled on the leader's yellow jersey, which he held until he came into the Pyrenees. They were down in Andorra, just over the French frontier here, and then he lost it and he saw the jersey pass over to the man who won the race, Jan Ullrich. Ullrich riding a cleverer race this year, I think. I'm still a little bit suspect about his form. I'm not so sure he is racing with the same condition he had a year ago. Here's an attack on the climb now. Luc Leblanc is making a move as he starts to go away now to try and snatch some King of the Mountains points. And he started by attacking at the bottom of the climb today, Paul. It didn't work, but now he's going to have a go for the sprint for second place.
Well, he feels now he's got a good chance of going for the King of the Mountains competition. The first man over the top there will be Cedric Vasseur, and the acceleration there by Luc Leblanc really will cut the deficit that he has. And it looked like Pascal Chanteur trying to come up now for second position. So a big move by the team from Casino. They've had a very successful Tour de France so far with a victory to Jackie Durand just a couple of days ago, and they are preparing the terrain, I would think, for Bo Hamburger.
Well, Leblanc, it seems everything he tries isn't working out today. But even so, he's now going to draw the field away here as they sprint for the line. They come up to the top of the Col d'Aubisque. Cedric Vasseur has gone over the top. His lead is down, though, to around about 40 seconds. Well, there's their confirmation. It's 37, in fact. Now comes the rather glacial drop down to the start of the Col de Soulor, which isn't an official climb in this year's race, but that doesn't make it any easier. And then they'll gradually plunge off the mountain range before they start climbing up the Col de Tourmalet, which is the highest mountain in this part of the world.
Quite a scary descent off this mountain too, because you can see there's no protection at the side of the road, and one or two of these corners have drops of around about 800 meters to one side, so you certainly don't want to mess up a corner here as you go down, especially in these kind of conditions. And in fact, Cedric Vasseur has slipped and locked up there. This is the difficulty about the Pyrenean descents, Phil. Because the clouds come down like this, it makes it very slippy, and a good move by Vasseur to control that, but he'll be a little bit scared.
Paul, I certainly don't blame him. Going uphill is just half the job in these mountain stages. Cedric Vasseur is descending at 65 miles per hour on a tire barely half an inch wide. In conditions like this, really flirting with danger. You know, dry conditions is bad enough, but when it's wet and slippery, this can be treacherous, even deadly. Here's the result. Our first crash, and if he doesn't get out of the way, someone else is going to smash into him. Here's a Trek bike. That indicates a U.S. postal rider has gone down.
Well, there's Marty Jemison in trouble on the descent. He's just straightening his handlebars. But another rider on the far right there has gone down. We've had a number of crashes reported already on the descent of the Col d'Aubisque. The roads are absolutely glacial here. And these descents now will have to be taken with great caution today. Xavier Jean is another rider who's fallen further back in the peloton, while Cedric Vasseur continues to lead down towards the valley below, and he'll be very happy when he gets onto the drier roads. Oh, a lot of riders are down here, and this is the scene on the descent of the Col d'Aubisque. A number of riders in the main field now being totally unable to stay upright. The roads are absolutely treacherous here, and many of the riders have crashed. This is Giuseppe Calcaterra of Cipollini's Seiko team who's gone down, already retiring from that team today, Gian Matteo Fagnini. And also, we understand the yellow jersey somewhere on the slopes has gone down as well, along with Francesco Casagrande, who is a rider who we thought might be a long-term candidate for that yellow jersey. This is the chaos on the descent of the Col d'Aubisque. Another rider here. There's Casagrande now, the Cofidis rider, who rode so well in last year's Tour de France and changed teams to spearhead the Cofidis team this year. He looks to me as though he is hurt a little bit there, and the doctors will decide whether or not he continues.
Phil, this could set up a very interesting situation for American Bobby Julich, the co-leader of the Cofidis team, if Casagrande can't continue. This is Laurent Debienne in the yellow raincoat. How long he wears the jersey beneath that slicker, I think we're determining right now. He's a long way behind the leader. Up ahead, our ABC colleague Terry Gannon at the summit of one of the most traditional mountains in the history of the Tour de France.
Adrian, with the riders still a long way off, this is the scene below the Col de Tourmalet. a makeshift campground with families who have planned their entire vacations around being at this spot when the cyclists get here. Now, on any given day on the roads of the Tour de France, there are more spectators than at a Super Bowl every year. But this is different. This is the mountains. That passion is taken to an entirely different level. They ride in campers up here, cars. Some even ride their bikes up to this point. Now, the Col de Tourmalet is one of the most famous climbs in Tour de France history. In fact, the name itself is almost mythical in France. And it was an American who helped add to that legend. Greg LeMond constructed one of his 3 Tour de France victories right here at the Tourmalet. Not necessarily on the climb, which takes the riders about an hour, but on the descent, the harrowing descent. LeMond on that day, reaching speeds of almost 70 miles per hour, took chance after chance. That effort and his bike handling skills are still being talked about here. Adrian?
Terry, far below you, Cedric Vasseur has survived anyway the first mountain climb of today. Into the yellow jersey tonight? We'll find out when we return.
Could your kitchen use a new look? Imagine having kitchen cabinets that used to look like this, now look like this, and for no money down and payments as low as $79 per month. How do you do it? It's easy. Just call Century 21 Cabinet Refacing today and take advantage of our half-price offer going on now. Give your kitchen a beautiful new look within 3 to 5 days by replacing those old and worn kitchen doors and drawers, and without the mess of custom kitchen remodeling. For years, Century 21 has been a familiar name in your neighborhood. Call us today for a free no-obligation estimate.
I talk with people who call TCI for help. The question is, how do I talk to them? At TCI, we have a new philosophy. We treat people the way we want to be treated ourselves. If they have a problem, we try to solve it. If we can't, we find someone who can. And we're not satisfied until they are. It's just like each and every customer is our only customer. It's pretty simple. TCI, may I help you?
With 3 shows a day, it can get a little stressful around here. Luckily, we've got a guy who lightens things up a bit. I like to think of him as our SportsCenter doctor.
When Kenny and I return on SportsCenter, we will take a closer look at...
After all, laughter is the best medicine.
Somewhere. Hold on a second. Deepak? Deepak, your wife is on the phone.
I'm not here.
She wants to talk to you.
I'm not here.
The climb up the Col de Tourmalet. First occurred in 1910, but this is Cedric Vasseur hoping to be the first over the top today. But 2 chase groups and the main field are beginning to close the gap on those 3 leaders. Here's Phil.
The tempo being picked up here a little bit now as they try to limit the escapes, because the names up front, we've got Elie, Massey and Vasseur. Then we've got the former winner of the Tour of Switzerland, Christophe Agneluto, trying to reach them with Bordenave. In a chasing group of 4, well, it was 4. Roche has dropped away from that now. It's Falconi, Cabello, and Thierry Gouvenou. And in a chasing group of 6, there was the U.S. postal rider there, Daramé, but he has been dispatched back towards this group we're looking at the moment. So the riders who are escaping, Paul, will not worry the telecom riders too much at the moment, nor indeed Laurent Jalabert, as you look at these pictures.
Certainly not. You can see there's no panic at all on these riders' faces. All they want to do is make sure they get into a reasonable tempo. It's always very difficult the first day in the mountains because the riders have been racing very quickly over the flat stages, and now what they have to do is change their rhythm completely as they come into the mountains. The man who's the biggest threat to the overall lead of Jan Ullrich at the moment is Alberto Elie, who's 8 minutes behind. Although he's 7 minutes up the road at the moment, he's not really a man we would expect to finish highly in the Tour de France in the overall standings when we get back up to Paris.
These are the leaders here, led by Vasseur, who started the moves today, going away on the climb of the Obisque, winning that climb. He's now the leader of the King of the Mountains, by the way. Jens Voigt, who got the lead yesterday, he was one of the early riders near the back of the field on the Obisque, probably paying for that long breakaway in the hot weather. And the Casino team are having such a brilliant season this year that they've climbed up to be the #2 team in the world. Something like 40 wins already under the belt. They've got 2 riders here in Massey and Ellie, and still keeping the pace nice and high. The weather conditions again are good, but we're climbing from the valleys once more. We've come through the little town of Luz-Saint-Sauveur, and now we're heading back up to the clouds again, and conditions are reported as to be not too good as we get further up this mountain.
Alberto Elli, good for him. He's been on the attack all year. Well, a few miles south of our location now, across the border in Spain, the United States Federation Cup tennis team is ready to play the Spanish team in the semifinals. The USA women's team, led by Monica Seles and Lindsay Davenport, is looking for their 16th Fed Cup title, but they have to beat Spain to get to the finals first. Our coverage starts Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2, prior to our Tour de France coverage. The impressive style of defending champion Jan Ullrich, staying in the saddle. And notice the man just to his right, American Bobby Julich, in a great position on our first day in the Pyrenees.
This is Imagine TV.
What's this? Ivan the Destroyer. No, I said go get the villager, not pillager.
There's no one to fight here. Maybe he just wanted to drive his Mercury Villager.
I can't believe you said he could come with us. You tell him no.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Are you old school?
I'm old school.
I'm old school.
I've always been old school.
He's sitting on 7-14. Old school like my shoes. Still curtain defense.
Like Magic.
Magic Johnson.
Old school like Jackie Robinson.
Live bias.
But I might have been given a bad break.
Old school, like my father.
Lean, mean, mobile, agile, and hostile.
Satchel Paige.
5 Slammer Jam.
The original Afro Puffs.
That ball is out of here.
All right, dude, you want to be old school? Call the number.
Very close to the top of Tourmalet now at the 33-mile mark. Alberto Elli, Cedric Vasseur, and Rodolfo Massi with just about a 5.5-minute lead on what's left of the main field.
And as we come up now towards the last couple of kilometers of the climb of the Col de Tourmalet, the cloud is dropping in on these 3 riders, but they certainly have kept their distance over the main field. Alberto Elli, Rodolfo Massi, the 2 Casino riders, and number 88 in the white jersey is Cedric Vasseur, the man who started it all.
Coming inside the 6.5-minute time now is the main field, and this group is becoming a very select group of riders. These are the heads of state of cycling, the men that we can expect to really see racing it out for the overall glory of the Tour de France this year.
Well, 5 minutes 35 now. They were approaching 8 minutes at one stage on the climb. It's now 5:35, very steady tempo, and everybody, there's all the official gaps now to the riders ahead of the peloton, and the blackboard man is showing it here to the lead group. So they'll be happy enough with a lead of 5:35 as they come up towards the summit of the Tourmalet, and they will sprint out the points for the King of the Mountains. 40 points in the competition for the first man over the top, 35 for second today, because these are called all category mountains, which means they are the biggest in the Tour de France. This certainly the high spot of the Pyrenees for the Tour de France.
Rodolfo Massi there sitting in 3rd place. This is the position he's held nearly all of the way up the climb, leaving most of the pacemaking to be done by Cedric Vasseur in the white jersey of Gannon and his own teammate Elli, who's sitting on the front at the moment. Elli, in fact, is a fairly experienced Tour de France rider. He's ridden 9 times in the past, and in fact one year he finished 7th overall in 1994, so he's a pretty good rider. But the 2 Casino riders are probably the most experienced around because they've been professional for 12 seasons. Jalabert moving to the front there. He could see a can of Coke at the side of the road, and he decided he needed a little bit of refreshment.
2 kilometers to the summit for the 3 leaders. And there's still 9 riders chasing them, although they are showing signs of breaking up. And the main field at 5.5 minutes. They still have the Col d'Aspin to come and the Col de Perilous. The Perilous will be the gateway down into Luchon, long descent straight down into the Spa town. But they're wise not to put all their eggs in one basket, Paul, and really go hard on this climb. This field is riding very sensible indeed today. A tempo which is just slowly thinning out the weaker climbers, but leaving an awful lot of riders in this bunch as well.
There's been no sign of panic at all on the faces of the riders from Team Telecom. They've been just setting the tempo, making sure that they keep the group as compact as possible, making sure as well that they keep as many of their numbers to the front, because when we come a little bit later on towards the finish, we can be certain that there'll be 1 or 2 attacks starting to come from this group. Riders trying to put Jan Ullrich into difficulty, and Race Radio telling us, Phil, that there are 35 riders in this group of riders that we're looking at the moment.
And that's a far cry from the 172, I think it was, that started this morning. They've thinned out dramatically. 35 riders, all will be feeling pretty confident as they come towards the top of the Col du Tourmalet. And certainly Bobby Julich will be happy with the way the day is going right now.
Let's not forget another American rider who's actually in this group as well, Kevin Livingston. I've caught sight of him once or twice there. So Livingston and Julich, the 2 American riders on the Cofidis squad, riding well in the mountains today.
And Paul, it's Bobby Julich especially riding right next to Jan Ullrich. Whatever Ullrich does, Julich does. Very smart, very tactical.
Dr. Scholl's next stop, San Antonio Zoo.
I want to talk to you about pain. My knees ache.
Lower back. Did you know your pain can be caused by the way you walk? The way I walk.
Dynastep insert supports your foot so that it hits the ground evenly.
I really think these would help my lower back pain.
Feels real good on these big old feet.
The Isuzu Rodeo excels in nearly any terrain, but one terrain we don't recommend it in is a bicycle race, which is why you also need a bike. So we're giving away 21 Lightspeed Ultimate Titanium road bikes now through August 3rd. It's the Isuzu 21 Bike Salute to the Tour de France sweepstakes. Stop by your Isuzu dealer now and register to win. And while you're there, check out our new Rodeo lease, $249 a month for 48 months with $14.93 due at lease signing. And please, confine your rodeo to appropriate terrain.
Dr. Scholl's next stop, San Antonio Zoo.
I want to talk to you about pain. My knees ache.
Lower back. Did you know your pain can be caused by the way you walk? The way I walk.
Dynastep insert supports your foot so that it hits the ground evenly.
I really think these would help my lower back pain.
Feels real good on these big old feet.
In 1991, Jack Nicklaus dominated the senior tour by capturing 3 majors. Now, can Dr. Gil Morgan equal Jack's feat, or will someone else conquer Hogan's Alley? The U.S. Senior Open. First round tomorrow at 3:30 and 7:30 on ESPN.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Isuzu. Isuzu salutes the athletes of the Tour de France who continually push themselves to go farther. Isuzu, go farther. And by Festina Watches, the official timer of the Tour de France. European-styled, Festina watches are new to America. The very first mountain in this year's Tour has proven to be the most treacherous. One of the Tour's best climbers, Francesco Casagrande, Bobby Julich's teammate, has crashed out of the race on the Col d'Albis. These 3 leaders have to be cautious.
And there's the banners for Pantani as we climb up into the fog of the Col du Tourmalet at 2,115 meters. It is the highest climb in the Pyrenees for the Tour de France this year. And these people will have walked down from the summit because, as you can see, there are no cars around and they've had to come down here on foot. And once the Tour has gone by, there is literally a pedestrian backlog as they all start to walk back up again. Round the very steep and final bends as they head up towards the summit, the South African flag flying there. There are no riders from the Republic of South Africa in the event. But this now is so international, the Tour de France.
Looking at Cedric Vasseur in the middle there, Phil, it gives us a chance to just have an idea what the speed differences are between the flat stages we've been looking at and a mountain stage like this. The onboard computer that Vasseur has just reading 12 miles an hour. So that's a big change to the 31, 32 miles an hour we've been recording over the flat days.
And as the riders now make their way to the summit, it's going to be a little bit of a crucial sprint here between Cedric Vasseur and number 68, Massey, because the man that goes over the top first will indeed be the new leader of the King of the Mountains. Massey at the moment, by our calculation, is the leader by a single point, and there's 40 points for the first man over the summit. As they climb steadily to the top, then they make a very quick descent, as Paul has told us, before they will head on to the Col d'Aspan, and then after that onto the Col de Père-de-Sauge. Visibility up here, as expected, pretty cloudy, but at least the roads are dry, and the riders aren't going to go slipping and sliding the way, at least off the top of the Col de Tourmalet.
Alberto Eli leading the making the pace setting at the front there, but look at the acceleration of Vasseur as they come up to the top. He wants to get maximum points. Massey's not going to get it, but Eli has lifted it once again. Once Vasseur came alongside him, first man over the top is going to be Eli.
And that will confirm him as the leader in the King of the Mountains now by 6 points over Cedric Vasseur. We didn't see them grab the newspapers, which we often do, because that's not to read on the way down, of course. That's to put up their jumpers and keep out the cold air as they make the very quick descent. So the two leaders are now over the top of the Col de Tourmalet, the three leaders, in fact, as we now watch the main peloton making their ascent.
Still, 2 Category 1 mountains lie ahead. They're not as tough to climb as Tourmalet, but they're just as dangerous to descend. But these mountain stages are always some of the most memorable, which is why you'll want to watch all of our coverage from the Pyrenees and the Alps. Another full hour from the Pyrenees tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the Deuce, and early Wednesday morning on ESPN. And don't forget this Saturday at 5 Eastern, an hour-long special on ABC Sports, or access ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. This is what the leaders see going downhill at 65 miles per hour. Back up to the top of Tourmalet now with Phil and Paul.
Here's the main field coming up the climb, making steady progress, but they're still more than 5 minutes behind the three leaders. Or in fact, they've come inside. They're putting a last good kilometre up the climb. Still a little way to go to the summit before the clock will stop. And the Frattini is setting the pace there for the Telecom team, but the gap has been steadily coming down for these last 15 kilometres. As the main peloton crosses the top of the Col de Tourmalet, there are approximately 12 riders in front of them, and the gap is around about 4 minutes and 40 seconds. So they've still got a little work to do.
These ghostly figures coming through the fog, going from climbing at 10 miles per hour to descending at 65, doing everything they can to keep warm, even stuffing newspapers inside their jerseys. We'll be back.
4 tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra dry Degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
Now, what did we do this weekend? Yes, Nicola.
We flew Concorde.
Book any economy class flight on British Airways this summer and you could win one of 100 Concorde vacations for 2 to London. It's an unbelievable offer.
Did you know?
Buy a ticket now and you could win a Concorde vacation.
This is Imagine TV.
That's the last stitch.
Hey, has anyone seen the keys to my Mercury?
There's no one to fight here. Maybe he just wanted to drive his Mercury Villager.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Welcome back to one of the signature stages of this year's tour, Stage 10, our first day in the Pyrenees. Adrian Karsten, Phil Liggett, and the man who was honored this morning by the brass for his 20 years on the Tour de France, both on the bike and in the booth. Congratulations, Paul Sherwen. All right, now, approaching the 93-mile mark, climbing the Col d'Aspin, Elie, Massey, and Vasseur continue to lead the main field by 6.5 minutes. The Telecom team at the front of the field, not concerned, really. None of these three men threaten Jan Ullrich's chances to regain the overall race lead. The men in pink seem to be the strongest team in this tour for the second year in a row. Ullrich solidified his leadership role in Saturday's time trial. Rees is riding for him now as team captain. Eric Zabel, the tour's best sprinter, left in the race. Everyone else is a non-specialist except for Frattini. He was added to the team this year for days like this. He's an excellent climber. As long as this talent-rich team can keep Ullrich within 5 minutes of Vasseur and company, with one more climb to go, they'll have the race for yellow well in control.
Cedric Vasseur attacking there. He's looking to try and make sure that he can get points this time because he'd like to take the overall lead in the King of the Mountains competition. A good attack by Vasseur, and it's put Elie, the number 66, into difficulty, but Massey's the man to respond.
And Massey's gone after him this time, and he might just hold him back, but I'm not so sure. It's hard to see where the line is in the fog. And so, in fact, Massey is going to go for him and take him before the line. A quick look over his shoulder by Vasseur, but he knew he was beaten, and a well-judged sprint there indeed by Rodolfo Massey. So he's first over the top of the Col d'Aspin rather, followed by Alain Vasseur, and they'll probably regroup, so they're going to have to hang on and wait for Alberto Elie. I think I said Alain Vasseur then. That, of course, is Cedric's father. Now we're going back down the slopes here, and an attack by Laurent Jalabert now. Jalabert has watched the Telecom team make a lot of effort here, and now they've decided to test them to the full.
Well, these are the kind of calls that suit Laurent Jalabert. Not too steep, the kind of climbs where he can use his power. When he goes to the big high mountains, that's when he goes into difficulties. Obviously had a little look there to see how Jan Ullrich was and decided, I'll just have a dig here to see if he can respond to this attack. Now, one of the riders from US Postal, that must be Baranowski, taking up the lead now as well, trying to keep the pressure. There is a pink jersey behind there, trying to come up to the leading group, but that was a good surprise attack by Jalabert.
Well, Jalabert, I think now, with Richard Virenque gone as part of the Festina setup, he's going to take on the mantle as the best Frenchman in this race, and he might feel he's got a real chance now of his best ever finish in the Tour.
Now Phil stuck in between the three men up at the front and the main field that includes the real race favorites is a six-man group that has been so far unsuccessful at bridging the gap. Close behind them, the real strong men, Ullrich, Pantani, and an American.
Bobby Julich there with the blue helmet from the Cofidis team, very comfortably in second position, right on the wheel of Jan Ullrich. He'll be looking to do something, I think, on the final climb, because Ullrich putting himself really into difficulty now because he's all alone. It looks as if all of the Telecom riders have disappeared. I would have expected Bjarne Riis to be able to stay in the group, even though there have been a few accelerations, but Telecom, after all of the work, seem to have disappeared from the front.
Which doesn't all well for Jan Ullrich for the rest of this Tour de France. You know, Eric Zabel, he went off very early on today on the Col d'Aubisque, so he's going to lose a lot of time. The loss of time isn't so much as important as the fact that he's not able to stay even for half the day alongside Ullrich on the difficult stages. Jan Ullrich, though, riding like the defending champion he is, at the front where all champions should be, and one gets that feeling sometimes this man can do it alone.
Looking over his shoulder, I think, to see what sort of damage has been done, wondering where the teammates have disappeared to. Bo Hamburger, the casino rider, just on the left-hand side, been very high up in the overall standings. Currently, he's dropped down a little bit to 6th, so if he can stay in this group, he has a chance himself of surprising and taking the yellow jersey back again. But over the top, the group coming together for what for them is going to be another precarious descent.
So Baranowski of US Postal and Bobby Julich of the Cofidis team, they bring the main field, what's left of it, over the top of the Col d'Aspin. As we get a quick look now, a lot further down the mountain, of Cedric Vasseur, the man who has started the big fight out in the Tour de France today, and it certainly is providing us with one or two surprises.
3 major mountain climbs down, 1 still to go. When we return.
Would you love a new sunroom? Then escape to your own private world with the service side of Sears Sunrooms. For a limited time, save up to 20% off on a sunroom. patio cover, screened room, or carport, and make no payments until September. Call this number right now and start enjoying the outdoors from inside today. Payments start as low as $24 a month. You've waited long enough. Save up to 20% and make no payments until September. Call Sears now.
And what positions do you play?
I play first base, batter, second place, third, first, and pitcher. I've been outfield, and I've been...
I told him not to go near the water.
Cool thing. This actually, this doesn't have much to do with sports. This was in an aquarium. My dentist had, and first time I got my teeth cleaned, I was waiting out there for like so long. I don't know what it is about some doctors. They just make you wait. That's my first introduction into that. That's why I don't really go to doctors anymore. But anyways, I was waiting, and I was just playing around with the fish. I just sort of clipped it. A little 5-finger discount. Yeah. That's something I'm proud of.
Jan Ullrich and his Team Telecom at the head of the main field. Up ahead, the three-man lead group, Ellie, Vasseur, and Massey going for the Mountain Points jersey and stage win.
And this is an attack by Massey here as we're coming up towards the top of the Col de Perilous. I'm sorry about the pictures, but Massey has made the best of this, and the reaction coming slowly from Cedric Vasseur.
It's a long way to go to the top of the climb here, but Massey decided that now was the moment to move because the groups are closing in behind on these three leaders. What were three leaders when we came to the bottom of the Perilous, because now there's a chasing group at 7 minutes, and the main field fill has closed into around about 3 minutes.
Well, it all is coming more or less together, but not so for Rodolfo Massey. He's decided to go for it, and he's gone clear. Cedric Vasseur just holding his rhythm and not panicking at the moment, hoping that Massey will slow down that little bit and he'll regain the contact.
Well, a good acceleration by Massey, but he seems to have reached his limit now, and he's looking over his shoulder to see where Ellie is, and Ellie is quite a long way behind.
And still, it is Ullrich and Rees and Co. in the main field. The gap is coming down. They're down to circa 3 minutes now behind these leaders. But I tell you what, if they get over the top of the Perilous, Paul, they'll have a job catching them on the descent into Luchon.
So, Phil, it's Massey out on his own on a day when we have seen 3 of the toughest climbs on the tour. Hence, the Isuzu Go Farther Mountain Jersey Update brought to you by Isuzu. Right now, Alberto Elli with 107 points owns the climber's jersey on the road. Cedric Vasseur is second. And the man leading this race, Rodolfo Massey, is third with 101. But if he wins the final climb, he takes the jersey from his teammate. Telecom team captain Bjarne Riis now riding in support of Jan Ullrich, the defending champion.
Well, we've just gone under the 20 kilometers to go banner here for the main field now. What's left of it, Paul, because Ullrich has taken command. He's lost his right-hand man, Udo Bolt. So Bjarne Riis is still there just behind him, but they've placed Evgeny Berzin and Laurent Jalabert in trouble here.
Another man also missing from the group, Abraham Olano, was dropped a little while ago. Look at that, the coolness of Jan Ullrich on the front here, looking over his shoulder to see what sort of damage he's doing. He's taking all of the responsibility now on himself.
Well, he's had his team work as best they could. They've shown signs of weakness at times, but now he has taken control himself, and we're pulling up on the riders now that were in the lead and have led for quite some time. But the 9 chasers are also going back into the Ullrich group on the very last climb of the day. He is putting everything to right. He is still about 2 minutes, though, behind the leaders on the road.
Incredible the performance he's put in there. He's pulled back that group that were at one time 1.5 minutes in front of him. He waited until his team started to fade away. They did an awful lot of work over the Col de Tourmalet, then the Col d'Aspin, and now it's all up to Ullrich. He's at the front of this group here, just riding past these riders one at a time, not even looking at them.
Oh, this is a fantastic piece of riding here. This is De Grande here, took a look over his shoulder. He saw Ullrich coming up. He's taken a double take on it, look, Paul. As again, this man just concentrates up to the right. We've got Bobby Julich still with the leaders here. He's not the leads of the tour yet, but they are going to be very shortly if they keep this tempo up.
Jan Ullrich taking matters into his own hands at this point. But keep an eye over his shoulder. American Bobby Julich has been right at his side all day.
The Isuzu Rodeo excels in nearly any terrain, but one terrain we don't recommend it in is a bicycle race, which is why you also need a bike. So we're giving away 21 Lightspeed Ultimate Titanium road bikes now through August 3rd. It's the Isuzu 21 Bike Salute to the Tour de France sweepstakes. Stop by your Isuzu dealer now and register to win. And while you're there, check out our new Rodeo lease, $249 a month for 48 months with $14.93 due at lease signing. And please, confine your rodeo to appropriate terrain.
Take a good look at these faces, because the men you see in this group are the real contenders for the yellow jersey in Paris, including Bobby Julich.
Let's have a look at just some of the faces now as they come through here on the motorbike. There's Escartine. Here is Bjarne Riis. He always knows how to suffer. Marco Pantani, and just passing through Bobby Julich. Luc Leblanc is going through. Michael Bogart, champion of the Netherlands. That is now a very small group.
Very small group indeed. Phil, one man you missed there was the Seiko rider Leonardo Pipoli. He was in the counter-attack and was pulled back by the acceleration of Jan Ullrich, and I think he's very happily sitting there in third position at the moment. But this now is the heads of state. These are the riders we'll be looking at over the next few days, trying to win the Tour de France. And the man who we'll be seeing a lot more when the mountains get steeper is the man there. That's Marco Pantani.
And Pantani knows the course today. I was about to say it doesn't suit him, but he's gone. He's just decided to move to the right and go for it, because he finishes downhill. I didn't think he'd be thinking of ending, but finishing alongside Ullrich. But instead, he's going to try and crack them now and make a daring descent down to Luchon. Now, those of you with long memories remember how he won his stage in Morzine by going down the hill so fast they couldn't get to him. And maybe now he's going to try and do it all again. Pantani, with that wonderful acceleration that only this man has just catapulted away from the bunch.
Well, people say this man is the pure climber of the 1990s. He certainly is. He can accelerate once it starts to get difficult. He's been sitting at the back all day, waiting for the moment, thinking that the only place to attack is on the Perisord. There is the Gann Castle. Very shortly, he'll be pulling back Cedric Vasseur, and there'll be only one man left in front of him on the road then, and that will be Rodolfo Massi.
So he's gone about 1.5 kilometers, I would say, for Pantani, as we go back to the kilometer point now and see the leader of the course, of the race rather. There is Vasseur. So the hero of the day is about to be picked up by the Pirate, and I'm sure he will just accelerate past him. Surely Cedric Vasseur has nothing left in those legs. He's looked across and he saw, oh no, not Pantani. And Pantani has continued on. So now Marco Pantani has only one man left in front of him, and a good descent, and this could turn the race right round in his favour. And here comes Rodolfo Massi to take the last climb of the day. He'll add that to his climb over the Col d'Aspan, his third place on the Tourmalet, and his third place on the Col d'Aubisque, and that should give him the overall lead in the King of the Mountains tonight. Marco Pantani continuing to accelerate towards the summit of the Aspan. This is going to be some descent between these two on the way down. Once again, sorry about the few problems we are having with the pictures today. Right up in the mountains, the clouds are now causing our problem, rather than my usual excuse of the trees.
Pantani now coming up to the summit, getting into much bigger gear, because he realizes he's going to have to take a few risks on this descent. Over the top there, you get a chance to see the deficit as he goes by. He's waiting for the line. He's still not reached it yet, but it's going to be 37, 38 seconds he has to make up on the descent if he's going to get a chance of going for stage victory.
Pantani just looking now for 38 seconds as he goes down towards Luchon, the long descent into the finish. Here's the rest of what was left of the bunch now, hugging themselves together as they come up to the top of a rather chilly summit on the Col de Perilous. Luc Leblanc is there too, and that's a pretty good ride by him as the riders continue now to flick over the top.
Another attack gone there, Phil. In fact, that was Fernando Escartin has gone clear too, so he as well has decided this is the moment to attack Jan Ullrich. Ullrich looking over his shoulder, waiting, I think, now for a little bit of help to come, and it is coming in the form of Bjarne Riis. He said, come on, Bjarne, I've set the pace. Now you've got to help me.
So, with Masi the first over the last climb of Perilous, here's how the race stands at the moment. With a time differential brought to you by Festina Watches. 38 seconds behind the leader, Masi, is Marco Pantani. Then Fernando Escartin, a minute 2 total behind. Then come the heavy hitters, led by Ullrich and Bobby Julich. At 65 miles per hour downhill, it's going to be quite a descent down into Luchon.
Here's Pantani now. Enjoy the descent, everybody. This man is going to fly, and we can expect speeds of in excess of 55, 60 miles an hour by this rider.
The great thing about this descent of the Col de Perilous is you can look over to the right-hand side now and you can judge just how far in front of you the rider is that you're chasing. It's a very open descent, and what Pantani will do occasionally is look across to the left-hand side here or across to the right-hand side and try and judge whether or not he's pulling back on the lead of this man we're looking at now, Rodolfo Masi. He realizes he's got to really push himself on the descent, make sure that he takes lots of risks around the corner, keeps his speed high. Looking now, the speed on this computer there, touching around about 100 kilometers an hour. So in the straights, it's 62 miles an hour.
Incredible by riders on simple bicycles, but these are the greatest as they start the descent down towards the finish. And Pantani, well, he won a race like this once in the Tour de France down in Morzine by the brilliance of his descent. And I'm not too sure how much risk now that chase group will take. They might just try and limit the losses for the day and let these two fight it out.
Pantani, not a very heavy rider, weighs 56 kilograms, which is not very much to try and keep the speed up high on the descents. What he's trying to do now is getting into a very low tuck, an aerodynamic position to pick up his speed as high as possible. He doesn't have the power to get the big gears going on the descent, but what he does have is the ability to get down low and aerodynamic.
All right, just to give you an idea of what these athletes go through, keep your eye on the middle of the screen, look at the cyclist. Had that car not been there, he would have gone right over the cliff. Back on his bike, back in the race. Tour de France continues.
This is Imagine TV.
This Mercury Sable sure is roomy.
Yeah, but why don't we ever go anywhere?
Because we don't have any feet.
No feet.
I love you even more than I did before I had amnesia. I think.
Even more than your Mercury.
I have a Mercury. I'd forgotten. Where am I going?
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
4 tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra dry degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry. Ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
What's my prize? Simple. To create a sports magazine readers love. Tell me what every sports fan needs to do before he dies. I hope it includes closing up with Gabby Reese. And what's with the Orioles? Is it time for Cal to sit? Print it, baby!
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead. Imagine yourself in a Mercury. Tour de France defending champion Jan Ullrich is in a race for the yellow jersey. Marco Pantani is flying downhill trying to win today's stage. Meanwhile, Rodolfo Masi, back in pro cycling, is chasing his first ever stage win in the Tour de France. What a day. Now today's race summary brought to you by Degree Antiperspirant and Deodorant. A very dramatic first day in the Pyrenees Mountains saw Cedric Vasseur go on the attack joined later by two casino riders, Masi and Alberto Elli. The three men raced to a 7-minute lead by the 72-mile mark, but Team Telecom began to put on the pressure and reduce their lead. With 15 miles to the finish, Masi attacked alone, trying to hold off the fast-approaching lead group, which includes Rees, Ullrich, and American Bobby Julich. Now, coming off the last mountain of today's stage, Marco Pantani is pushing, but Rodolfo Masi is in control.
1 kilometer to the finish for Rodolfo Masi of Italy and riding for the French Casino team. And it is going to be the best victory of his life, and he's 32 years of age and has been around a long time as a professional. In fact, he turned pro back in 1987. And this will, I think, be his finest moment. Into the streets of Luchon now, the crowd enjoying the sight of the arrival of the Tour de France here after its first crossing of the Pyrenees. There's another one tomorrow. And this long breakaway by Rodolfo Masi hasn't been affected by the dramatic chase back by Marco Pantani. It's only his second Tour de France, Paul, which I find very strange. I think, if memory serves me right, back 1990 rather, was 1890, a long time ago, that was. 1990 was the last time that Masi took part in this event. What a return.
Unbelievable to come back. He's been a professional for 12 years now. Looking over his shoulder, he can see himself on the big screen. The crowd have been watching that for the last few hours, and he's entered the final few meters, this last corner now, and he'll see the finish line right in front of him.
Well, he's deserved everything of his money today for the stage victory. He's also the leader in the King of the Mountains. On the day that that competition has really started, he zips up his jersey. He's getting all ready for what will be quite an emotive victory salute, I think. He must have known Pantani was after him. He must have been afraid. But this was an outstanding ride today by Masi. He gets the victory in Luchon. The last winner here, by the way, was the British rider Robert Miller. And now, coming in for second place, and it's not much further behind either, is the Pirate himself. He's flown his skull and crossbones today, and he's going to make his start in his mountain campaign with a second place. The clock is ticking down, almost 6 hours, the riders in the saddle today to cross the Pyrenees. Marco Pantani must keep driving on because they can't be far behind him. He sprints for the line to try and get that couple of more seconds. You never know how that might change the direction of the Tour de France in the days ahead. Pantani second, 36 seconds behind today. And here come the group led by Jan Ullrich, the new leader of the Tour de France. But in this group too is indeed Bobby Julich of the United States. This has been a tremendous chase back for this group. Michael Bogart is going to lead it out now, the champion of Holland. Bobby Julich is going after him. Julich is going to get a third place. Is he? Grandi takes him on. Julich, I think, gets it alongside Bogart on the line. It probably was Bogart over Julich, but that was a great result for the American as well.
Rodolfo Masi holding off the best in the business, Marco Pantani, who was only 36 seconds behind at the finish. Bobby Julich a minute back alongside Jan Ullrich, the defending champion. Robin, another Postal Service rider, was ninth. And how about Kevin Livingston? Keep an eye on him, 2 minutes back. Marco Pantani, maybe if he would have had another mile or two, he would have been able to catch Rodolfo Masi. Bobby Julich, now a bona fide Tour contender. He's with Terry Gannon.
Is this another step towards a great Tour de France for you?
Oh, but of course, you got to start off strong, and this does everything for my morale because, you know, I wasn't at my limit. I mean, yeah, it was hard as heck, and Jan was a good pacer. He just put it in the big gear and went for 6K straight. Pantani, you know, of course he's going to attack, but I mean, tomorrow doesn't, you know, tomorrow ends going straight uphill, so Pantani is a dangerous guy now.
So are you, Bobby. Look at the center of his screen now. He is closer to wearing the yellow jersey after a major mountain stage, the first American to be so since Greg LeMond 8 years ago. Overall, Jan Ullrich grabs the yellow jersey again. But if anything happens to Ullrich on another day like today with this weather, Julich is ready to take over the Tour. Hamburger third, Jalabert fourth, Pantani 11th. Kevin Livingston, very steady. Never hear from him, but he's doing a great job. Riders still coming in, Zabel in the green jersey, Debian in the yellow jersey, the mountain climbers jersey, as well as Hincapie, Hamilton, and Jemison, all far back in the field today. Jan Ullrich in a familiar position, back on stage in the yellow jersey. But another reminder, a minute 18 behind him.
ESPN Sunday Night Football. Full season coverage begins September 6.
This weekend, we're packing up the Charlotte office and moving the whole operation to Indianapolis next week. Starting Monday night at 7 Eastern, RPM Tonight comes your way from Gasoline Alley as we get ready for this year's Brickyard 400. RPM Tonight from the Brickyard all next week on The Deuce. On Thursday's show, the IRL opens practice at Charlotte. Cart sets up shop in Michigan. That's at 7 Eastern. Good night, everybody.
When the Tour de France turns into mountains, you better keep your eyes on the road. Watch for the signs of danger. Curves ahead. For some, total disregard for speed limits. Objects in your rearview mirror may be closer than they appear. But at least for now, we know who is in the driver's seat. After this tour's first 1,000 miles, the yellow jersey has changed hands 7 times in the first 10 days. This is one of the most combative Tours de France in recent memory, and we've only just begun. Hello, everyone. I'm Adrian Karsten. Well, here now at the halfway point, Jan Ullrich has to be considered the favorite to win this year's race. And I say that based on his individual ability, of course. But cycling in its purest form is a team sport. And consider what he is surrounded by. There may be teams with bigger budgets, but certainly Telecom is the most talent-rich. First, there's Ullrich, the defending champion. Then there's Bjarne Riis, the Great Dane, the '96 champion. And if this peloton had a boss, believe me, he'd be it. And don't forget Eric Zabel, the strongest sprinter left in this year's tour. Now consider American Bobby Julich. In second place overall, only 1 minute, 18 seconds behind Ullrich. If he woke up this morning with this me-against-the-world approach, you have to understand why, because although his Cofidis team is well organized, certainly, they honestly just don't have the athletes that Telecom does. And don't forget that yesterday, the Cofidis co-leader, Francesco Casagrande, crashed out of this race, so now Bobby is left to climb these mountains on his own. However, there still are a lot of mountains left to climb. And one false step, one mistake by Jan Ullrich, who's leading this race on any one of those descents, Bobby Julich is so very close, he could make his move. Right on the wheel of Jan Ullrich, reacting to as opposed to initiating breakaways in these early mountain stages. He still has 10 days to race. There's no need to race any harder than he has to right now. Remember Jim Akowitz, director sportif of the Motorola team? Well, he's back in France to remember an old friend, which we'll show you shortly. He's also here to remind Bobby that maybe he doesn't have to climb all alone. After all, he has an American teammate in Kevin Livingston, who is in the top 20 of yesterday's stage.
Bobby and I are around each other so much, and it just sort of seems like it's just been progressing up to this, and it's not a big, huge surprise to me because I know him pretty well, but also it's a big deal, obviously.
Very early this morning, even before breakfast, the defending Tour champion Jan Ullrich was taking a hands-on approach to his preparation for this day. The young man and his machine. Finally tuned a few hours later, back in his familiar colors, he joined 150 other cyclists as stage 11 left Luchon on a perfect summer day in the south of France. In the overall standings, Bobby Julich just 1:18 behind, Bo Hamburger third. Every American from Livingston through Hamilton has been very impressive, not only to their teams, but also to Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen.
Adrian, in all the Tours de France Paul and I have covered, we've never talked about so many different Americans trying for this yellow jersey. In the early days, we had Hincapie, then we had Tyler Hamilton, and now we have Bobby Julich, and it's a very serious part of the Tour as well. This is the second day in the Pyrenees, and Bobby Julich, well, at least he knows the area, Paul.
He does. In fact, he's got some bad memories of this area. Last year, before the start of the Tour de France, there's a small stage race called the Route du Sud, and they used the Plateau de Bay for the first time. In the morning, the leader was Bobby Julich, and on the slopes of this climb, he crumbled and fell away from the lead.
But he is 1 year on now. Why is he improving so much so quickly?
Well, he's had a gradual progression. He's become a great bike rider. He confirmed last year in the last week of the Tour de France that he was a great climber. He was worried about the Pyrenees this year, but on his performance yesterday, he's not got too much to worry about.
Well, I guess, Adrian, it's no time to remind Bobby Julich that at the same race, the Route du Sud this year, Jan Ullrich finished fourth on this very climb.
Phil, 5 mountain climbs today over a 105-mile course with the most breathtaking ascent to finish the stage. The map of today's route is sponsored by Mercury. As we skirt the Spanish border, the mountain climbs today are not quite as severe as yesterday's, but there are more of them. 5 climbs total, a Category 1 and 3 Category 2s. The lower the number, the more difficult to climb. The final ascent up to Plateau de Bay at 5,700 feet elevation is the classic one of the stage, the most difficult finish in this year's tour. Or Category off the scale. Wait till you see the crowds on that mountain. And what a great day to be out. How quickly the tour can change. Cold wind, wet weather yesterday, a perfect day today. Now, out on the course as we climb the Col de Manta with Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen.
And perhaps, Adrian, because of the lovely weather today, the riders are in no hurry here on the climb of the Col de Monte. They've gone up it very gently indeed. It's a 9-kilometer climb, just over 5.5 minutes, bringing the riders up to around about 1,300 meters. This is the famous climb, of course, which was once the end of the Tour de France for Luis Ocaña. They were actually going the other way in 1971. Ocaña was the great Spanish rider who crashed in a tremendous thunderstorm, and he was leading Eddy Merckx by 10 minutes. And on that occasion, Merckx went on to win the Tour de France, but one would wonder, would he have beaten Ocaña?
Strange to see all of these riders moving to the front. A little bit of acceleration starting to come into the front of the main field here. No problems at all for Jan Ullrich, but you can see already, Phil, the Casino boys starting to move to the front to defend the lead of their man in the King of the Mountains jersey, yesterday's winner, Rodolfo Massi.
Well, Massi was brilliant yesterday, and it was only when we checked up the 1990 result, which was the last time that Massi took part in the Tour de France, we discovered, in fact, he was the last man to finish in Paris. Well, what a change. He's waited a long time to come back. I suspect he didn't enjoy that tour in 1990. He certainly enjoyed yesterday's victory down in Luchon. And as we come up now towards the end, the first flurry of excitement here, as it's finally a teammate who launches the attack.
Well, that's Ellie, Phil. That's quite a surprise to see him moving, because that's a serious attack that he's launched there. The response coming immediately from his own teammate, but maybe there's a little bit of rivalry there, and they both want to try and hold on to the King of the Mountains jersey.
Well, it's come right at the top of the climb, and they'll be facing the descent on the way down now, but it's no doubt, although Ellie gets over the top first, he gets the points on this big climb, but also the polka dot leader there, the King of the Mountains, Massi, he scores points as well. As we now start the little trip downhill, we will snake all the way down the mountain now. As we head midway down, we'll change direction and we'll commence the climb of the Porte d'Aspet. We don't actually climb very far up that. It's only a 4-kilometer climb, and for that reason, Adrian, it's only second category.
2 Category 2s to follow, Phil, and then the ultimate climb up to the top of Plateau de Bay.
This is Imagine TV.
This Mercury Sable sure is roomy.
Yeah, but why don't we ever go anywhere?
'Cause we don't have any feet.
No feet?
I love you even more than I did before I had amnesia. I think.
Even more than your Mercury.
I have a Mercury. I'd forgotten. Where am I going?
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Four tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra Guide Degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
Now, what did we do this weekend? Yes, Nicola.
We filmed Concord
Book any economy class flight on British Airways this summer and you could win one of 100 Concorde vacations for 2 to London. It's an unbelievable offer.
I Did you know?
Buy a ticket now and you could win a Concorde vacation.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury. By Festina Watches, the official timer of the Tour de France. European-styled, Festina watches are new to America. Back here in France, the peloton has a little extra weight to ride with on their shoulders today. The memory of cyclist Fabio Casartelli weighs heavy with all of us. At the site where the Italian Olympic champion and Motorola teammate was killed in a crash 3 years ago this week, the entire tour stopped to remember. And then, as it always does, the tour continued. Now, we have 3 separate categories of difficulty in the mountain climbs today, and not only are climbs assigned numbers for degree of difficulty, the lower numbers being more difficult, but a climber is awarded more mountain climber jersey points for winning tougher climbs. For example, hors catégorie, which is a French phrase, in this case meaning the most difficult climb, awards 40 points to the first man over the summit. Category 1 is worth 30 points for first place, Category 2 worth 20, and so on through Category 4. Right now, Rodolfo Massi has the mountain climber's jersey. Let's see who gets the points with the Col de Porte d'Aspet in a race that's been rather quiet to this point, but with the casino riders up at the front of the main field, you get the impression something's about to change. Paul?
Riding very close to the front of the group there, even though there is no major pressure at the moment, is the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Jan Ullrich. Now, he realizes he has to keep to the front on these kind of climbs, because when there's any accidents and riders touching wheels or touching handlebars, it's usually in the second part of the main field. So Ullrich in the yellow jersey, close to the front and out of danger.
Johanna Rees on the far left. He's setting the pace for the Team Telecom. And again, as they did on the Col de Monte, it looks as though they're going to wait until they can see the whites of the eyes of the banner and then jump for it. They're not making hardly any effort at all. Ullrich making more progress as the sprint starts, being led out by Pascal Chanteur. And there's not going to be any great challenge here. Ellie's coming in again, but this time Rodolfo Massi is going to try and take maximum points at the top of the Porte d'Aspet. Only second category, so the points are not that high as the 2 riders from Casino come clear. And I'm just wondering, Paul, what is going on here, because here you have a Casino rider beating his own teammate to the top of the mountain.
Very strange, unless Ellie feels that in the long run he has a greater chance of winning the King of the Mountains competition than his teammate Rodolfo Massi, because he has been consistent in the Tour de France previously. He had a high finish, 7th overall, so he maybe feels that he should try and pick up more points than Massi, because Massi certainly in the big Alpine stages I think will be put under pressure.
Well, that can be the only reason now, as Alberto Elli wins the second climb of the day of the 2 we've had, as he now freewheels away from the top of the Col de Porte d'Aspet. A nice long freewheel down into the valleys below. And again, Adrian, I don't think the riders are going to be in too much of a hurry just yet.
Phil, there's no need to be. The climbers who are the real Tour contenders know that there are a lot of climbs to come, and there's no one out here in front who is a real threat to the yellow jersey. We'll be back.
Why should you buy a new or used vehicle from a dealership? Well, warranties, rebates, certified mechanics. Oh, and here's a couple more reasons.
Ford, Honda, Jeep, Cadillac, BMW, Chrysler, Toyota, Volkswagen, Nissan, Mercedes, Audi, Mitsubishi, Volvo, Buick, Lexus, Chevrolet, Hyundai, Oldsmobile, Dodge, Subaru, Saab, Jaguar, Pontiac, Geo, Mazda, GMC, Kia, Saturn, Porsche, Eagle, Daihatsu, Range Rover, Land Rover, Lincoln, Mercury, Isuzu, Suzuki, Plymouth, Acura.
Bottom line for buying from a dealership? Selection. AutomallUSA.com.
This is Robin, and this is Rockin' Robins. Rocking chairs, recliners, tables, and drawers like most people have never seen before, which was kind of the problem, until Robin showed them on cable TV. And now sales are, well, you know, cable advertising. It's easy, it's affordable, it works. TCI Media Services. Get your ads worth.
Rock Tour, Golf Tour, it does not matter. No 2 performances are ever the same. Is it possible to watch too much golf? Haven't I seen it all? Shut it! A true fan never misses a gig. What a long, strange tour it be.
We're back, and Bobby Julich has a problem. Moments ago, he got a flat tire, so he wanted to change wheels to the lighter climbing variety, but he's being told by his coach and mechanic now that one of his teammates has them. So he's going to move on ahead. I wouldn't want to be that mechanic tonight. Another American, George Hincapie, must have got a good night's sleep. He looked spent yesterday, but at the 33-mile mark, he tried a breakaway. Now, George's idea was to sneak away before the big mountains so he could climb at his own pace, but shortly thereafter, he was chased down. A different kind of rider successfully goes to the front of this race in the mountains with a different kind of bicycle. Former pro cycling champion John Eustice explains the details.
Tour riders have left the flat roads and the fight against wind resistance and entered the mountains, where they will now be battling gravity. Their racing bikes have been modified to meet this new challenge. They've been lightened as well by 2.5 pounds. The first work occurs in the choice of gear ratios, which are lowered to decrease pedaling resistance on the steep slopes. Now, this takes place by increasing the teeth on the rear sprocket to 23 from 21 teeth and decreasing the front chain wheel to 39 teeth from 42. Some riders put on 2.5mm longer cranks as well for more leverage on the steep mountain slopes. Team Telecom uses lighter Pinarello frames. The main triangle has a lighter gauge aluminum tubing, and the rear triangle is made out of carbon fiber. Bjarne Riis uses extremely light carbon fiber wheels, hubs, spokes, and rims for the mountain stages, and his Continental tires are pumped to an astounding 160 pounds. The constant search for lightness can have its downside, literally. Last year, Jan Ullrich was severely criticized for poor bike handling skills in the mountains. This year, he says that his bike handling is just fine. Last year, he had simply chosen equipment that was too light, and he couldn't handle it at high speed.
John, in yesterday's downhills and a downpour, Jan Ullrich stayed up while many others crashed. I think he's learned some of those lessons from last year. Up ahead on the road, actually on the third climb, the Col de la Cour, you're looking at Bobby Julich's Cofidis teammate. This is Swiss rider Roland Meyer. He was a member of a three-man breakaway that made their move at the bottom of this climb. Well, he's now dropped those other two leaders and wins this climb over the top. He's racing alone now, and his attack literally puts pressure on that strong Telecom team we described at the top of the show. I'd like to welcome, along with you fans, our Women's Federation Cup tennis team to this part of the world as they get set to play Spain on Saturday. They're in search of their 16th Fed Cup title. The U.S. team led by Monica Seles, Lindsay Davenport, and Mary Jo Fernandez, a very strong group. That's Women's Fed Cup tennis coverage. Starts Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN. We'll cover it Sunday as well. Now look at this. Very strange to see Jan Ullrich, the yellow jersey, all by himself this early in the race. Where are his teammates? Bill has some news on Bobby Julich's teammate.
Well, look at this now as we're going down the mountain here, the Col de la Cour. One rider has hit the ground and gone over the edge of the barrier there. The Cofidis really aren't having very much luck, are we? Because this is Roland Meyer, the man who was first over the top of the climb, has made a mistake on that last corner. This is how it happened. In fact, he went first as Jose Gomez goes past him, and it was a nasty shock for him too. He went an awful long way down there, did Roland Meyer. And a very, very prickly landing it was as well, but thankfully a soft one, and it looks as though he's come out of it okay. Climbs back up to the barrier. He's going to need a new bike. I think the barrier bent the other one a little bit. Well, that's amazing. Cofidis, what an up and down tour they're having. Bobby Julich trying to get the yellow jersey lying second. Yesterday, Casagrande crashing out, and now this man at Roland Meyer, first over the top of the Col de la Cour, and in trouble on the descent.
You know, Phil, he should get some points for making one more climb today, coming out of that ravine. Look at it. Back on the road, back on his bike, lost no more than 30 seconds.
This is for Mr. Blanchard, who told me to make something of myself. For Miss Miller, who never let me settle for a seat. For my parents, who believe in my dreams. For myself, for my future.
Be all that you can be.
This is Imagine TV.
Brad, I brought you up here in my Mercury to tell you something.
Yes, Brittany.
I'm carrying your father's child.
Wouldn't that be me?
Exactly.
Oh, yes. That's nice.
Jerky?
Actually, no. It's a pretty smooth ride.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
With 3 shows a day, it can get a little stressful around here. Luckily, we've got a guy who lightens things up a bit. I like to think of him as our Sports Center doctor. When Kenny and I return on Sports Center, we will take a closer look at... After all, laughter is the best medicine.
We just watched a very frightening moment for Roland Meyer, falling off his bike into the ravine and then climbing back in the race and back into the lead. He's on his own now at the 79-mile mark. 4th climb of the day, the Col de Port, a Category 2, within 2 minutes of being yellow on the road.
There is the view now of the Col de Port, which is quite a famous climb in the Tour de France over the years. Here's the peloton running at around 3.5 minutes behind, near to 4 just now. And you're right, Paul, Mercatoni Uno, the team of Marco Pantani, have sent one man to the front to give the telecoms a hand to limit the escape in the hope that Pantani might bound away on the last climb today.
This is definitely the kind of climb that Marco Pantani would like when he comes to the finish here, because I think it's a very difficult finish for a stage like this. 170 kilometers, you can see in the profile there at the end, it really is difficult. 15 kilometers of climbing, and that is what Roland Meyer is going to have to face once he gets there, if he still stays out in front. The arm in the air there was to ask for his team car to come forward. Obviously, I would think now over the top of the climb, wanting to replenish his supply of drinks.
So he's over the top of the Col du Port, and now he has just a long descent into the valley to Tarascon, and then he'll start the climb up to the finish. It is not that far to go, but it is all uphill once he gets down off this mountain top. Putting on a hat, he's packing himself with food. He'll probably try and grab a newspaper and stay warm on the descent, because although it is very warm today, once you catch the wind on the descent, it can chill you down.
Well, Phil, as we mentioned earlier, the concern for Cofidis and Bobby Julich especially as we started this day was teammate support. Remember, Cofidis co-leader Francesco Casagrande was just one of 17 abandonments in yesterday's stage alone. And we've just understood now that Abraham Milano has abandoned as well. That's a very big name. But Meyer, an unsuspected strength in Cofidis.
Well, this is Meyer on the way down now, and I would advise him to take a little bit more carefully than he did on the previous climb. As he cuts his way down the mountain, you can get some idea here of the speed of the chasers as they get this is a very fast descent, Paul, with this sort of terrain now, as they long swooping roads. I don't know what Taffy is shouting at here, but they're waving at each other. Quite frankly, it looks as though Ullrich wants some more action. But here's the bunch as they come up towards the summit now of the Col de Port. 4 minutes and 18 seconds back. That's the biggest gap so far.
That's the biggest gap so far. Quite astonishing, really, because the fact is that Team Telecom have been at the front setting the tempo. They've had help from the Mercatoni team of Marco Pantani, and the gap of Meyer has actually gone out. So that is strange.
Strange in that, Paul, this unsuspected strength from Meyer maybe came from the enthusiasm generated by Bobby Julich. So all indications are at this point that Roland Meyer of Cofidis will be the first man to go up the final climb, the steepest one of the day. Suggest you think again. Terry Gannon is at the base of the Plateau de Bay. Terry?
Adrian, after covering almost 100 miles over the course of 5 hours and already having scaled 4 mountains, this is what the riders have to look forward to as they climb up to the finish at Plateau de Bay. At times, it's a grade of 9%, which is very steep, better than 5,700 feet up, 10 miles of switchbacks. It'd be difficult enough on its own, but the fact that it is a climb to the finish makes it all the more critical for the climbers who are trying to make up the time they've lost in the flat stages and in the time trials. It's the last climb of the first part of the Tour de France. The rest day tomorrow, then a couple of stages before the major mountains up in the Alps. So expect a guy like Marco Pantani to make a move here if he hasn't done so already. It may look something like this.
Terry, these guys are gaining on you. Terry.
Or maybe not exactly like that. Anybody got any water? Maybe a couch?
Whew. Yeah, but you ought to see him on the descent. Wow. Which is where Roland Meyer is right now, and if Terry doesn't crank it up, Roland Meyer's going to beat him up to the plateau. Look at the bottom number on the chalkboard. 4-minute, 20-second lead on Jan Ullrich's group. Less than a minute away now from wearing the yellow jersey on the road. We'll be back.
This is Imagine TV.
Our mountain looks a little lonely. So, let's add a Mercury Mountaineer here. Oh, yes. That's nice.
You say she took off in a Mercury?
She took off in a Mercury.
Jerky?
Actually, no. It's a pretty smooth ride.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
ESPN Sunday Night Football. Full season coverage begins September 6.
More problems for the race contenders. Bobby Julich earlier. Now the yellow jersey, Jan Ullrich.
Well, there's a situation as we're about to start the climb up to the finish. The maillot jaune is punctured, and I think there's another problem there as well, Paul.
Well, that was Rolf Aldag, actually. He'd given his wheel to Jan Ullrich as soon as they had that problem. Nearly all of the riders from Team Telecom have stopped. I would expect Jan Ullrich to be getting back into the main field, but the speed, Phil, is incredible. He's going to have a hard time, and he's going to start the climb now right at the back of this field.
Well, this is the starting town. They're about to leave Tarascon. And Jan Ullrich, a flat tyre. From what we hear, everybody on the team has stopped for him. It looked as though Aldag did give him a wheel. So Ullrich is on the way again. But the rest of the peloton has flown like scalded cats, and the pressure has gone right on.
It's going to be very difficult for Ullrich now, Phil, because there's going to be around about 150 riders. He's going to have to pick his way right the way through the field. And the big challenges, riders like Pantani and Julich, they will have started in the front 5 or 10 places.
And there it is. There is the yellow jersey, Jan Ullrich, being taken back up towards the race. Bjarne Riis is down there. So too is Christian Henn. There's the green jersey of Erik Zabel, who doesn't look as though he's waiting. He looks as though he's being dropped here as the climb has started. So the champion is going to have to fight his way back into this right now.
He'll have to make a champion performance to put himself back on top this afternoon. Leading him at the front of the riders of Telecom there is Udo Bolts, the faithful lieutenant. He's got to pick his way through all of these cars who are being slowed down by riders being dropped at the bottom of the climb, and this is going to be absolute chaos for him. But he won't panic. He's a sensible rider. He won the Tour de France last year, and you can see the difference in speed as he picks his way through. But the attacks, Phil, are coming on at the front.
So attacks coming off the front of the main field. Meanwhile, Jan Ullrich works his way back up into the middle of that main field. Well, so far, Roland Meyer has climbed so well that he was first through the second checkpoint, and this time differential is brought to you by Festina Watches. Meyer went through that point by 1 minute 40 seconds over Andrea Tappi and Stefan Hulot. But more importantly, 3 minutes and 53 seconds ahead of the main field. That put Roland Meyer within 1 minute 37 seconds of wearing the yellow jersey on the road. Jan Ullrich still has something to say about that, though. Look at the individual effort. This is why he is the defending champion.
Well, he's just using that immense strength, and one man who'll appreciate it today is Miguel Indurain. He's joined us in the commentary stands here today to watch the race finish here. Pascal Chanteur, who was at the head of affairs earlier, he's also in a little bit of trouble now. But he's realised if he can just hang on to the back wheel, and that's asking something of Christian Henn, he might get back up into the leading group.
Hen now is going to have to push himself something awful to try and make sure he can get his man in the yellow jersey to the front of the group. Ullrich now has joined on to the back of what remains of the main field, but a lot of riders splintering off the front.
Well, there's Rodolfo Massi, the king of the mountains leader. He's been passed by the yellow jersey. As the yellow jersey, Hen has finally cracked. The yellow jersey now must continue his journey to the front by himself.
Jean-Cyril Robin, US Postal Service on the front here, setting a nice pace. They're pulling back Gomez. Gomez, one of the 3 riders who was caught in between in no man's land. He's now back comfortably in the main field. Lots of the main contenders moving to the front there, Phil. Laurent Jalabert in the national champion of France. Next to him is the champion of Holland. And next to him, Kevin Livingstone. He'll be riding to the front of this group, looking to help out Bobby Julich.
Patrick Jonker right in our camera lens now. Patrick has had a disappointing tour so far. Perhaps I should rephrase that. A quiet tour so far. But he knows this climb very well. He's been successful on it before. Not as a win, but a high finish. And that was last year in the Route du Sud. And now Patrick is going to have another crack at it. He's towing up there the champions of Holland and France. Jalabert to the right and Bogart to our left as he looked. But the man in yellow, he doesn't normally see this part of the peloton on the climb, Paul. He must have realised there's a little bit of a traffic jam down there now as he tries to pick his way through. And you know, I've got a feeling that the pressure is beginning to tell here on Ullrich. The gaps are yo-yoing a little bit.
Picking his way through the field there. The man in front of him in the red and yellow jersey is Angel Casero, the champion of Spain. But you can see the front of the main field, Phil. He's picked his way right the way through there. And there is the red, white and blue jersey of the champion of Holland. So what a remarkable performance. He's riding up the outside, and very shortly he's going to be at the front of the main group.
Absolutely frightening. The quality performance only has ever been seen like this from riders like Eddie Merckx, Bernard Hinault and Greg LeMond. As he, on the far right there, you see the bald head of Marco Pantani, so he's going to feel a little bit more relieved now, Ullrich, that he's got the race under control.
So Ullrich, Phil, making a fantastic single-handed effort to get back into this race, but the question becomes now, how tired is he? How much does he have to hang with men like Marco Pantani? ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant, and by Isuzu. Isuzu salutes the athletes of the Tour de France who continually push themselves to go farther. Isuzu, go farther.
Four tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra Dry Degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
This is Imagine TV.
Continue surveillance.
We are looking for a man in a new Mercury Cougar, exactly like this one. He's a dangerous double agent and a master of disguise.
Haven't seen him.
Haven't seen him anywhere.
Athlete's foot. It's a predator made up of many types of fungus that eat your feet alive. But there's a potent weapon that doesn't just cure some, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure. Lotrimin AF, the brand doctors recommend most. Full prescription strength medicine, Lotrimin AF is so powerful, it doesn't just kill some causes, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure.
The final miles of stage 11 promise to be the most difficult. On the climb to the finish, the Plateau de Bay at the 95-mile mark, Roland Meyer is leading. A Benesto rider is making his attack, but right now, all eyes are on a single rider. Let's go to Phil.
And there's an attack by Marco Pantani. Well, he's gone very, very early this time. He's still got Beltran in front of him, Paul, but he's going for time this time.
That's what he wants. He wants to try and get as much advantage as possible. But look at that. The responses come from the yellow jersey. Jan Ullrich. Initially, it was Jalabert who tried. But Jan Ullrich, what a performance this afternoon. A puncture at the worst possible time. He brought himself back up to the front of the main field. And now he's nailing back the climber himself, Marco Pantani.
Well, that is amazing. Perhaps Pantani should have gone while Ullrich was off the back of the group, but that isn't really being sportsmanlike, and Pantani's a good sport. Now he's offering Ullrich the chance to go with him. Ullrich is going to try and take it, and Jalabert is doing well to hold on to the back of Ullrich here, and Ullrich, in fact, I think, Paul, would like Pantani to come through. They've got Beltran.
Well, they've caught Beltran, only one man up the road now in front of them, and that is going to be Roland Meyer. Now it looks as if the gap is starting to open, because in fact Ullrich is looking over his shoulder, looking for a little bit of help from somebody else. Beltran increasing the speed just a little bit, trying to hold on to the wheel of Pantani, but what a face. All this man's thinking about is getting up this mountain as quickly as possible.
How does he make it look so easy? But clearly Jan Ullrich is desperately worried about Marco Pantani. There are plenty of more mountains to come in the Alps, and if Pantani goes that final time trial with a lead of just a couple of minutes over Ullrich, there could be a big swing around in this Tour de France in the last few days, and it's been that type of tour this year.
Very strange tour. Marco Pantani going round the corner there. You can see the white jersey of Beltran. He couldn't stay in the slipstream of the Italian, and he's being picked up now by the group led by the yellow jersey Jan Ullrich. Just one man up the road keeping Marco Pantani away from victory, and that is Roland Meyer.
So Marco Pantani has made that superb piece of acceleration that only he can do. Now he's settling down to hold the pace a kilometre an hour faster than anybody else. Look how small that chase group is now. You've got something like 15 men left together. And Jan Ullrich, what a champion he has been today. Puncturing at the worst possible moment, blowing his team away, now getting to the counter-attack and looking for just a little bit of help from the others.
He's not going to get any help from anybody. Interesting to know that Bjarne Riis is not around either. Yesterday, Riis did a lot of work to help Ullrich when we came to the mountains, but that's what the Tour de France takes. Just a little moment of panic, a puncture at the wrong time, and you can be left completely isolated.
Now Pantani is free and hunting, although it looks to me as though Jan Ullrich might be on his way back there a little bit. As far as we know, Stefan Erlo is still up ahead, and so too certainly is Meyer. Jalabert is sitting at the back here. We've got the other Italian climber, Leonardo Pipoli from Seiko up here. Luc Leblanc just peeping into our picture. There's the balding Bjarne Riis. Riis is finding the Tours de France these days a pretty tough occasion because he's suffering badly once more. Still carries the hopes of Denmark, although he shares that now with Bo Hamburger. And there's the Devil playing his part as well, and keep that fork high in the sky.
Over 7,300 feet high in the sky to the summit is where Meyer is headed, Phil. Well, after today's stage is finished, the cyclists take tomorrow off. Maybe the Devil will too, but not us. We need at least half an hour tomorrow night to recap the tour so far and preview the race to Paris. 7:30 on ESPN2 and 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time on ESPN. Don't forget ABC's special coverage, an hour on Saturday, 30 minutes on Sunday. All the details can be found on ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. In the mountains, here's the man we all love to see.
He certainly is, and the Italians love him like everybody else. He looks over his shoulder. He was a brilliant, brilliant winner of a great Tour of Italy this year. And remember, all this sort of 2 years after he almost died when in collision with a car during a bike race. And they said he would never race again, but he's gone straight back to where he left at the very top. Now Pantani, like all climbers, in and out of the saddle to keep that rhythm high. He knows he's got to keep the pressure on till he breaks their enthusiasm, but I don't know whether he'll ever break the enthusiasm of the yellow jersey, because this man has so much power.
Ullrich now getting into a rhythm, concentrating, realizing that he's not going to match the accelerations of Marco Pantani on these slopes. He's just going to have to set a pace which is comfortable for himself. The man from the Cofidis jersey on the left-hand side there, looking over to see how Bobby Julich is Massimiliano Lelli. He'll be trying to make sure that Bobby Julich has everything he needs for the last few kilometers of this climb. Now there, the Devil is with Pantani.
You want to watch his tail doesn't get caught in the back wheel out of Marco, but it gives you some idea of the speed of a climber when the devil can keep pace with him, and I hope that's a good luck symbol he's holding over Marco, as Marco now continues to accelerate, and the devil falls off into obscurity. There's the sign for Marco to cheer him on up the climb. Bobby Julich, by the way, had 2 punctures himself today, right out in the early parts of the race, and probably lucky for him, the race wasn't really under pressure. 10 kilometers to go now as we swing back up to the leader. We'd almost forgotten him under the excitement. This man is doing a great ride today. He's a teammate of Julich's, and it's Roland Meyer.
At the bottom of the climb, he was almost 3 minutes ahead of the main field, and it's going to be a very special performance by Marco Pantani if he can pull him back. He's halved the deficit already. It's now down to 120, and as we look at the clock, it's decreasing rapidly.
Marco Pantani has been fighting bad stomach aches the last 2 days. The greatest remedy in the world would be a stage win.
As the night cools over downtown, life is heating up to the sound of jazz at the Casino Cabaret in the heart of the new 5 Points area.
Live music coming soon to the Casino Cabaret.
Valet and secured parking. Come experience Denver's hottest new venue, Casino Cabaret, where it ain't nothing but a jazz thing.
He's gonna need Ostats.
Call now to get your free Ostats catalog. Call 1-800-586-3334. You'll find all the major names in Proline clubs, balls, bags, accessories, and the latest golf fashions for men and women, all at prices that save you serious green. And if you call today, we'll include free shipping and handling on your first order. For your free Ostats catalog, call 1-800-586-3334.
Soccer, the goal isn't just to score. The goal is to move grown men to tears and to score. Act now and watch over 100 Major League Soccer matches you can't see anywhere else. After the World Cup, some of the world's best players are headed to America and the MLS. Don't miss a beat of the heart-pounding, heart-breaking action. To see a free preview on July 25th, call your cable company or DirecTV at 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
Well, here's something we expected to see today. Jan Ullrich leading the tour with Bobby Julich right in his rearview mirror. See Jan look over his shoulder. But something we didn't expect to see, more Cofidis riders at the front of the race than Telecom riders. And up ahead, a real favorite.
Here comes Marco Pantani. There's his quarry in amongst the cars on the right. So the pirate is now about to board the ship.
It looks that way, doesn't it? Because just in front of him, Roland Meyer has been at the front of this race for an awful long time. His legs now will be starting to hurt. He'll be starting to get a little bit of cramp. And Marco Pantani still has the energy, still has the ability to accelerate.
Roland Meyer out in front across the mountains today, collected a lot of points in the King of the Mountains. He's not going to collect the first prize, though. He now knows that Marco Pantani has got his rhythm and is heading up towards him. And the way Pantani is riding, and we know he can climb so well, the stage victory surely is only a few kilometers away.
Pantani has ridden an excellent first week of the Tour de France. He was hardly noticed at all, except when we got views of the back of the main field. He was involved in 1 or 2 little crashes, but didn't lose an awful lot of time. And currently, Phil, he's only 4 minutes 41 seconds behind the overall lead of Jan Ullrich.
Well, after his prologue time trial in Ireland, he was lying 180th. And right now, he is up to 9th overall in the Tour de France. Ullrich very soon, I think, is going to have probably Bobby Julich for company because he is setting such a difficult pace. It looks to me now as though Pipoli might just be slipping back a little bit. Bogart is trying to hang on. Escartine, very rarely a pacemaker, but he certainly knows how to follow the best men in the mountains. And there, just about latching on the back, is Massimiliano Lelli.
Onboard computers telling us these riders climbing now at 22 kilometers an hour, which is pretty fast for a climb like this, but it is actually leveling out in certain places. At the front of the race, though, number 21, Marco Pantani, is about to catch his prey.
Before he does, Paul, let's give you today's race summary, brought to you by Isuzu. The 5 climbs of today's stage provided a battleground for the Cofidis team to attack the yellow jersey. Roland Meyer, who started the day in 17th place, 5.5 minutes down on Ullrich, attacked alone on the 3rd climb. His attack exhausted the Telecom team, forcing them to chase for almost 70 kilometers. Now, with 5 kilometers to go to the finish, Pantani has almost caught Meyer and is heading for his first stage win this year.
But here comes the catch now. Pantani still really having quite a fight to get past Roland Mayer, which just tells us how good Mayer has been today. Now, is Mayer going to take a quick look over his shoulder? Yes, he does. Now, can he lift his speed just enough to get onto the back wheel of the Pirate, or is the Pirate at full stretch?
He gets out of the saddle and lifts it just a little bit, and hopefully for him, his reputation will scare Roland Mayer. Roland Mayer now has to make sure he can respond to this acceleration by Marco Pantani.
There are the select 6 riders as they continue on the slopes here now, and they're letting Ullrich do all of the work. And if Ullrich continues to do this, and Julich, for example, continues to follow, Julich might well snick a couple of seconds on the run into the finish.
Riding very sensibly, Bobby Julich. He's allowed his teammate at the bottom of the climb, Massimiliano Lelli, to get him into an ideal position. And because of the difficulty of this ascension, it has been whittled down to really the sensible riders, the top riders of the Tour de France this year, the men who know how to dose their efforts over this 3-week event.
Ullrich coming through the trees there, still on the front. We go back up to the leader now, Marco Pantani. The flotilla of motorcycles have been pushed away from the riders to give each and every one of them a fair crack at the final climb up to the finishing line. Although it is a beautiful sunny day, it's not that hot. It's hot enough, mind you. It's around about 26 degrees right now, but it's not as scorching as it was a few days ago. 4 kilometers to go now.
Back in 1995, Marco Pantani had a success in the Pyrenees. That was at Gouzet-Neige, which is not too far away from here. All his other successes in the Tour de France, though, have been in the Alps. But today, Pantani really played the card correctly. He waited, used his team, allowed his team to work with Team Telecom to pull back those leading breakaways. And then once he got to the steepest part of the climb, he accelerated. And nobody, once again, could match the acceleration of the little man from Italy.
Pantani continues to climb and receive all the cheers of the crowd, a little bit of a shower as well, as the riders behind must be very close to that 4 kilometers to go banner as well now. Pantani, if you can see straight ahead there, as far as the eye can see, that's the finishing line. It's a long way indeed around the side of this mountain, or the plateau, as we now slowly climb up to the finish.
Phil, the question is now, how much time is the Pirate stealing from Jan Ullrich? For the 2nd day in a row, he may not be able to take that yellow jersey off of his back, but he's always eating away time and really becoming a favorite in this year's Tour.
The Isuzu Amigo. Great for roads, great for no road. Great for fun, not so great for bicycle races. Hence, the Isuzu 21 Bike Salute to the Tour de France sweepstakes, where we're giving away 21 Lightspeed Ultimate Titanium road bikes now through August 3rd. Stop by your Isuzu dealer now and register to win. And while you're there, check out our new Amigo lease, $199 a month for 48 months, with $894 due at lease signing. Whoa, this is no place for a road bike.
Welcome back to the single most difficult single-stage finish in the Tour this year, one that Marco Pantani will win. Jan Ullrich has a familiar face in his rearview mirror.
And just look at the face of Bobby Julich here in 2nd place. He has not been placed on the defensive at all today. He is riding a champion's race. When you wear the yellow jersey, you do the work. That's the rules of the jungle. And Julich will leave Ullrich to keep on working as long as he can. But one has the feeling that Julich might try today to outspring him towards the finish. Remember yesterday, Julich just beaten in the sprint by Michael Bogert at the finish. Well, Bogert is still here, and he's just on the tail of this very select group.
Further down the slope, Laurent Jalabert, champion of France, wearing number 41, in great difficulty again in the climbs. He'd hoped himself to get up there for the overall standings, but today put a little bit into difficulty by the accelerations of Ullrich. 137 on the back of the group there. Kevin Livingston, he won't go to the front now because his man, Bobby Julich, is in front.
And the whole of the Cofidis team are doing themselves a real favour in the team competition. They'll be increasing their overall lead there as well. They had a 10-minute advantage over the Casino team, and they've got the full team up here to qualify them again for a big time tonight. 3 kilometres to go, and the gap is still opening. We make it 1 minute 10 seconds now.
Well, Ullrich obviously switched off just a little bit, and in fact, Marco Pantani, who at one time looked to me like he was starting to suffer, has recovered just a little bit over the last few kilometres. He's coming now to the easier part, but you can see the crowds there in front of him. They will be waiting to beckon the man who they regard as being the real king of the mountains.
Well, by my calculations now, Marco Pantani has risen from 11th to 6th in the Tour de France, so the others better start getting worried about his performance now. Bo Hamburger is missing from this group, so he could well, in fact, have risen to 4th or even 5th now, because he's taking time out of Hamburger, Jalabert and Luc Leblanc as well, who are not in that chase group, along with Jan Ullrich and Bobby Julich. Twice finishing 3rd in the Tour de France, Marco Pantani. And this year now, surely he's heading for a high spot again this year in Paris.
After an incredible comeback, because the accident he had there just a few years ago at the end of the season in the race around the Tour de Piemonte, most people thought he would never even be able to walk again, but magnificent job done by the surgeons, and this man has had a very long, hard road of recovery to come back to be a competitive racing cyclist.
Oh, Pipoli, Escartine nearest the camera, Bogart over the far side. Lely and Livingstone, and Julich. These riders now have got the measure of one another, I think, and they seem to be settling down. Everybody else is out of it and losing time. The crowds are getting thicker all of the way up here. They've had a marvellous day's sunbathing for the last 7 or 8 hours. Now they've got to wake up and cheer probably the greatest climber in modern cycling. And Marco Pantani making his way up towards the summit.
Phil, just a few more turns now before Marco Pantani turns into a stage winner.
The Isuzu Rodeo excels in nearly any terrain, but one terrain we don't recommend it in is a bicycle race, which is why you also need a bike. So we're giving away 21 Lightspeed Ultimate Titanium road bikes now through August 3rd. It's the Isuzu 21 Bike Salute to the Tour de France sweepstakes. Stop by your Isuzu dealer now and register to win. And while you're there, check out our new Rodeo lease, $249 a month for 48 months with $14.93 due at lease signing. And please, confine your rodeo to appropriate terrain.
Hot tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra Guide Degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
Hello, I'm Netboy, live from ESPN Sports Zone via XPG 46 Digital CompuCam. There's still time to pick your fantasy team for the Fantasy Football League if you hurry. Hey, Myers, that's my camera jack. You can't plug your electric razor in that? Come on.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead. Imagine yourself in a Mercury. The tiny Italian, Marco Pantani, short time away now from collecting his 5th ever stage win, reaching the summit of his specialty.
So Marco Pantani arrives at 1 kilometre from the summit of the last serious climb in our 2 days here in the Pyrenees. And tomorrow it will be a rest day for these riders, and the little man is back in the picture big time here. He's getting a bit tired now, I think, as he starts to slow and he gets himself out of the saddle to try and lift it again. But if he's tired, how is Jan Ullrich feeling right now? The gap is still climbing, 1 minute 33.
Amazing, the recovery of Marco Pantani. He really looked under pressure in the middle part of this climb, but he is a very good climber. He's a light build, 125 pounds he's had to drag up this climb compared to the 175 pounds that Jan Ullrich has been dragging up the slopes of this mountain here in the Pyrenees. But now the road's starting to level out just a little bit for Marco Pantani. A moment for him to recuperate before finally he will see the sign telling him just 500 meters remain.
Swedish flags flying there, the Danish flags are flying, but the Italian flags are going to be highest right now because Marco Pantani has the whole of the plateau to himself. The greatest climber in the world is now blazing a lone trail to the finishing line, and he's also gaining time, the time he wanted to put himself in with a real chance of taking this Tour de France in the Alps next week. There are some vicious climbs awaiting in the Alps next week, and Pantani knows it. But today he had to get some time back and put himself in a springboard position, and his time could well be not far short of 2 minutes. Look at the speed of him now. He grits his teeth and he accelerates while the chasers come under. 1 kilometer to go, and you can see the difference in speed here now. Pantani swings up towards the finish after 5¼ hours. They've raced over 11 hours in the Pyrenees in the last 2 days. And Marco Pantani has been the undoubted star. Second yesterday, first today. The clock starts now, and the average speed over these mountains today, 32 kilometers an hour. Marco Pantani has got his victory. That's what he wanted. Now, still no friends in the chase group for Jan Ullrich. And still the rest are waiting to take the spoils on the placings rather than help Ullrich reduce the time gains of Marco Pantani. Bogart at the back wearing 51. Pipoli is 1:18. Bobby Julich is still here now, showing us all this is a man who can go the distance to the Champs-Élysées and finish in the top 3 in the Tour de France.
Up ahead, holding on after a very courageous ride today, Roland Meyer is going to take second, the unsuspected newfound strength of Cofidis.
Roland Meyer has found himself something very, very special towards the end. He's got away again after being caught, and a tremendous performance by him. I thought we cut to a man behind the leaders, but Meyer has come up for a well-deserved second place. 1:24 back as the sprint starts now for third, and it's going to be a finish for Lely, who takes it over the line. And that was a great performance too by Julich. There's so many Cofidis riders got themselves in this group. That was Julich. The yellow jersey is in. The time gaps aren't far short of 2 minutes. As also Jalabert now tries to come up towards the line. And Jalabert losing more time to everybody today. He might well find himself behind Marco Pantani tonight when the computer sorts it all out. But he is finishing more than 2 minutes back here. Well, here it is, the grimace on the face of Marco Pantani. He won 2 stages in the mountains last year with similar types of effort on the climbs, and he's done it again this time. But more importantly, I think, he's also made time gains over the rest of the race, and it's highlighted Jan Ullrich as a man alone in the Tour de France when it comes down to the crunch. Marco Pantani will look at the result tonight and think, I did it again.
That's what it's all about, baby.
That's what it's all about, Bobby Julich. 1 step closer to the yellow jersey. He'll knock anybody down he has to in order to get it. Second place overall in the Tour de France. Another fantastic ride. He did it without his buddy, Francesco Casagrande, but he has newfound spirit and strength in his Cofidis team. The results of today's stage. Marco Pantani, the tiny Italian, the great climber, collects his 5th ever stage victory in the Tour de France. Meyer, with his courageous ride, was second. Bobby Julich third, 1:33 back. Jan Ullrich 1:40 back, and another American, Kevin Livingston, 9th alongside the yellow jersey. American Bobby Julich's goal very clear now.
It would take an incredible effort to go with Pantani. I don't have that quite that sort of confidence yet because I'm not a pure climber like he is. When he attacked, I was just like, well, see ya. I'll just stay here with Ullrich, but I felt very, very comfortable. I actually felt stronger towards the top. I just couldn't believe when I looked around and I saw, 4 or 5 guys. I couldn't believe it. I thought we were doing tempo with a group of about maybe 15 or 20. Next thing I knew, we were 5 or 6. It was a good feeling, Marco
Pantani is the best climber in the world, but the Americans aren't intimidated by anyone.
Sure it didn't surprise anyone when Pantani took off.
No, I mean, that was expected. We had our teammate was off the front. He had about 4 minutes, and then you saw Pantani's teammates went and started working with Jan Ullrich's team, Telecom. And so it was pretty obvious Pantani was going to go for it.
Jan Ullrich, overall, this year's tour is leading by 1:11 over American Bobby Julich, but that lead is diminishing, if only by seconds. Laurent Jalabert and Marco Pantani virtually deadlocked in third and fourth, 3 minutes and 1 second behind. And how about Kevin Livingston? He makes the top 20, 5 minutes and 59 seconds behind. Jan Ullrich retains the yellow jersey. Remember, though, today he was out there on his own with no visible means of team support.
Minute rain delay in which he sat out and came back on the round. This is Jeff Reed doubling into the corner off Nefi Perez has just knocked in Reed. It's now a 6-2 Rockies lead against Harnish and the Reds. Told you about the action at Camden Yards. 2 aboard, 2 outs, 2-2 pitch from Armando Benitez. He gets Matt Sayers on the force out. So the A's threatened, but after the Orioles tied it on a 2-run single by Eric Davis in the bottom of the 7th, they're coming to their last at bat with a chance to pull it out. They have been the hottest team since the All-Star break. They've lost only 1. It is always a scream, get out. Here's all the day's home runs. And Tim, notice anything unusual in this list?
Yeah, nobody hit 2 home runs tonight. That is really unusual. 113 different players have hit 2 home runs in a game this year. Think about that. The record is 146. Just another homer record to fall this year.
Pretty amazed as we look through that list. Next Sports Center coming your way in 90 minutes for the late updates from the Astros and the Dodgers. For Tim Kirkchin, I'm Gary Miller. Tour de France next.
The 98 Tour de France has been a festival of colors. The emerald green of Ireland begat riders blazing red-hot trails through the Irish streets. As the Tour reached France, the spectrum changed, revealing black and blue. But you've got to pick yourself up and get back in this race. And race they did, as everyone seemed to have their eye on the hue these competitors crave the most. While the bikes sit idle on this rest day, we reflect proudly on the fact that red, white, and blue have once again become primary colors in this race. Did someone say red, white, blue, and yellow? It may not look like it, but believe it or not, today is the Tour's day off. So what do the Americans do? Well, the cycling team works out. The television team goes back to work. Hello again, everyone. I'm Adrian Karsten. Quite honestly, at this stage of the Tour, the halfway point, I figured to be reporting that the Americans made more noise in the first 10 days of this Tour than we expected them to. It was fun while it lasted, and now we're all looking forward to going home. But today, we need at least half an hour to recap everything they've accomplished and then talk seriously about the possibility of an American winning the Tour de France. Not since Greg LeMond have we had Americans within seconds of the yellow jersey. George Hincapie, Tyler Hamilton, and now Bobby Julich. 1 minute, 11 seconds behind Jan Ullrich, the defending Tour de France champion. And Bobby claims on his Cofidis team that he's just using Ullrich to pace his race. Well, if you're a professional cyclist in the greatest bicycle race in the world, you don't use a defending champion to pace your race unless you eventually intend to overtake him. You know, a lot of the cyclists really don't like the day off because by this time in the Tour, they want to keep their rhythm. This morning for Jan Ullrich, that meant signing autographs. Marco Pantani celebrated yesterday's stage win in the company of friends who reminded him that fame is fleeting. Here's the route we have followed, sponsored by Mercury. For the first time ever, the Tour de France started in Ireland, in Dublin. We made the transfer across the English Channel to Brittany in northwestern France, where the sprinters took over. Mario Cipollini, 2 fantastic days. Then Tyler Hamilton's unforgettable individual time trial. Now 1,200 miles and 12 days later, here we are in the Pyrenees, as close to Spain as you can be, celebrating some of the most courageous rides we've ever seen. First one came from Chris Boardman. He won his 3rd prologue in 5 years on the Tour's first day in Dublin. The only problem for bad luck Boardman was that the Tour continued. On day 3, he crashed and lost the yellow jersey. For him, the leadership role has been both a blessing and a curse. Then there were the races within the race. Stage 2, a great field sprint saw Jan Svorada win 2 trophies at the same finish line. his first ever stage win, and the green sprinter's jersey. The next 4 days were wild for the coolest man on a Cannondale. After crashing and then recovering, Mario was super.
But now it's going to be Cipollini, Zabel, Cipollini's on his wheel. Robin McEwen coming far right. Eric Zabel, Cipollini's going to do it. Mario Cipollini has got the win. The Lion King is back. He has made the perfect result in the end, and he's going to feel pretty happy about that.
Super Mario has never made it to Paris, at least on a bicycle, nor will he this year. Before dropping out in stage 9 with a stomach virus, he made us all feel a little bit better. Telecom's Eric Zabel feeling pretty good himself this morning. A big part of Telecom's strength, he currently wears the green sprinter's jersey by virtue of a very fast first week of this year's tour. Jan Zverada is now 50 points behind Zabel in second place. Jan would have to win a couple of stages in order to get Zabel's green jersey. McEwen, Steels, and Nicola Manali all still have a chance to move up. Well, the American pro cycling champion George Hincapie didn't take long to honor the colors of his country. Stage 3, the Tour's first day in France, George was moving to the front. The next day on the roads to Cholet, he began sprinting with the best in the world. The bonus time began to add up. Stage 5, the field sprint. Hincapie in the perfect place at exactly the right time, proving Americans were not to be pushed around anymore. 7 seconds away from the yellow jersey. He answered the bell for stages 6 and 7, but really looked beat up. Real Tour stars recover, and George has. Terry Gannon caught up with him this morning.
Well, Adrian, in Charlotte, North Carolina, you've got the Panthers, you've got the Hornets, but now at Selwyn Pub, they're talking about George Hincapie after what took place in the first part of this tour. Have you talked to the folks at home with all the excitement you've caused?
Yeah, they were pretty excited. Everybody was hoping that I'd get the yellow, but they were happy with how I was doing the first week, and they want to see me get a stage win here in the last week.
Are you happy with the way things have gone? You've got to be thrilled with all the noise that you've made, but expectations coming in, where are you right now?
I'm happy with the way the first week went. It's hard not to look back and say, I wish, I could have gotten the yellow jersey or I could have won a stage. So in that way, I have a couple of regrets, but as far as my form is, I was happy with the way I was riding, and I think I'm getting better, so I'll try for something the last week.
You mentioned a stage win. You gonna get one here?
I hope so. I mean, I think I'm riding really good, and I just need to have a little luck, and everything needs to be on my side for that one day.
All right, I want to be the first to talk to you when you come across the line first, all right? Okay. George Hincapie, a lot of goals still left for this U.S. Postal team and for George, Adrian.
Just like a fine performance car, a bike that's clean runs better. It's smoother. The mechanics over at Telecom this morning obviously meticulous about their machines. This is the way we spend our rest day in France. ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant, and by Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
This is Imagine TV.
This Mercury Sable sure is roomy.
Yeah, but why don't we ever go anywhere?
'Cause we don't have any feet. No feet.
I love you even more than I did before I had amnesia. I think.
Even more than your Mercury.
I have a Mercury. I'd forgotten. Where am I going?
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Four tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra dry Degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
Athlete's foot. It's a predator made up of many types of fungus that eat your feet alive. But there's a potent weapon that doesn't just cure some, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure. Lotrimin AF, the brand doctors recommend most. full prescription-strength medicine, Lotramin AF is so powerful, it doesn't just kill some causes, it kills them all. Lotramin AF, the killer cure.
This is Imagine TV.
We are looking for a man in a new Mercury Cougar. Exactly like this one. He's a dangerous double agent and a master of disguise.
Haven't seen him.
Bjarne Riis couldn't help but be wondering about his future this morning. Last night, he was told by the Telecom brass that he is to work for Jan Ullrich and forget about his own chances to win this tour. Ullrich may not be able to win without him. Last Saturday was time trial day, the race of truth, with Australian Stuart O'Grady in the yellow jersey for the first time, with everyone, including O'Grady, waiting for Ullrich to take it. But there were some gaps in the time trial starting order last Saturday. An entire team was absent as a scandal began brewing back in Ireland on the day the tour began. Terry Gannon has the details.
On July 10th in Dublin, as the world's finest cycling team gathers for what is to be an unforgettable Tour de France, reports surfaced that Team Monsieur Willy Woot had been stopped by police at the border of France and Belgium in an official Festina team car 2 days earlier. Authorities there seized 400 containers of what they believe to be illegal substances. That evening, Jean-Marie Leblanc, Director General of the Tour de France, states that the Tour would not take any action until conclusive tests on the substances are completed. On July 14th, as Jens Heppner of Telecom is winning the first stage of the Tour on French soil, and Festina rider Pascal Hervé is capturing the polka dot jersey more than 400 miles away in Lille, Woot confesses to the importation and distribution of performance-enhancing drugs, but adds he did so under the direction of Festina team officials. The following day in Cholet, team manager Bruno Roussel, the leader of the most popular team in France and one of the favorites to win this year's Tour, is taken into custody by police and detained for questioning. Team doctor Eric Reichardt is brought in with him. 2 days later, on the eve of the crucial first individual time trial, with Hervé still in polka dots, Roussel and Reichardt are officially charged and placed under arrest. According to his lawyer, Roussel admitted to police that Team Festina conducted a doping program under strict medical supervision. At 10:50 p.m., Jean-Marie Leblanc announces the exclusion of Festina from the Tour de France.
La décision d'exclure l'équipe Festina du Tour de France.
The next morning, Richard Virenque announces that he and his teammates will ride in the time trial as a statement of protest. A short time later, after an emotional, secret meeting with Leblanc, the riders of Team Festina agree to accept the expulsion and stay away from the start house. Virenque, a national sports hero, leaves in tears. The reaction of the average spectator here in France has been one of overwhelming support for the Festina riders. The last few days on the roads, we've seen signs and banners expressing just that. Of course, all the average fan knows is that they can't see his or her favorite riders the rest of the way in the peloton. But Paul Sherwen, this is an issue that the Tour de France and cycling in general is going to have to tackle even further. How pervasive is the problem, and what can be done about it?
But you know, Terry, I think it's a problem in all sports. It's not just cycling, because every sport nowadays is concerned with drug abuse. The Society Tour de France has been battling drug abuse since the 1960s, but unfortunately now the methods of doping and the methods of masking has become so sophisticated that the people trying to do the tests have fallen behind. Team Telecom have taken a step because they have decided, as sponsors, they want the sport to be clean. They want to make sure that they can have their riders performing in safe, sane conditions. They're going to increase the budget to try and help improve controls. But at the end of the day, all of the organisers, the sponsors and the Olympic Committee need to get together to battle these drugs, which so far have been unfindable.
The latest news we hear comes from the team doctor from Festina, Eric Reichardt, who was charged as well, along with Bruno Roussel, the team manager. He says it was a slush fund put together by the Festina riders to pay for the drugs themselves. Now, the riders still maintain their innocence. They say they were never tested positive and should not have been punished. This issue is a long way from being over. The one thing we do know is that this is a much different race without Festina.
Terry, unfortunately now there is more to this story. The Dutch team TVM's director, Russian doctor, and one of the trainers have been taken in for questioning after performance-enhancing drugs were found in their cars last March, and because of the Festina scandal, that file now has been reopened. But Team Telecom is going in the right direction with Jan Ullrich leading the tour. Tyler Hamilton came so close to winning that yellow jersey. In only his second tour, this small man has been a big surprise. The tour's first individual time trial is always one of the most anticipated days because it declares the real contenders. Like little-known Tyler Hamilton? From out of obscurity into the lead he would go on his biggest day ever in pro cycling. The pure time trialers, Olano, Rees, Ullrich, they were all shocked. How dare some kid from Marblehead, Massachusetts, intimidate a Tour de France champion? Including the boss of the 98 peloton. Abraham Olano may look more like Durand, the 5-time champion, but he didn't time trial like him. Tyler Hamilton's lead was holding as the heavy hitters took their best shots. Hamilton's teammate Ekimov found his legs and climbed into the top 10. Only the defending Tour champion, Ullrich, would be faster than Hamilton. Almost 1 minute faster than his teammate Rees. He proved himself the leader of Team Telecom and the Tour de France, at least for a day. A freckle-faced young man, second to Ullrich, picked up a stomach virus and lost his 5th place overall, but Tyler Hamilton is bravely continuing only his second tour. If you really want to feel the highs and very lows of 48 hours on the Tour de France, much less 3 weeks and 2,400 miles, talk to Tyler Hamilton. Tyler, second in Saturday's individual time trial. 48 hours later, you look like you were dead.
Yeah, I went from the extreme high to the extreme low in 2 days, and it was a pretty emotional ride.
To do what you did on Saturday, then start fighting the stomach problems, you had no choice. You got to get up and go.
Yeah, Monday's race for me was the most difficult ride of my life. It was just survival, and my body pretty much shut down, and I had to put everything into it just to make it to the finish line.
So the day off comes at a proper time for you. I've got a question. Saturday, most surprising ride of your life? I mean, here you are on the machine, getting ready to ride, getting loosened up, and all you wanted to talk about was Yankees Red Sox. Here they are, 14 games out. What, are the team out of Boston, the Tyler Hamilton, the major leagues?
Yeah, my prediction is the Red Sox are going to come back probably August into early September. I think they're 14 games back now, but they'll make it up.
Boston's right on the wheel of the Yankees. Go Sox.
Mo Vaughn.
Mo Vaughn is a home run hitter for the Red Sox. George Hincapie has been swinging for the fence for the Americans so far, but the real Iron Man of U.S. Postal Service is Frankie Andreo, followed by Tyler Hamilton and Baranowski. All of his teammates would love to have Frankie get at least one stage victory in his career.
On July 24th, 8 men will risk their lives.
It's a tough assignment. That's why you got it.
To save one. Tom Hanks, Edward Burns, Tom Sizemore, Matt Damon, in a film by Steven Spielberg, Saving Private Ryan, rated R.
Listen to these stations this week for your chance to see a special screening of Saving Private Ryan, brought to you by TCI and E!
It's a celebration. It's Tynan Isuzu's 35th anniversary. Yes, 35 years serving Metro Denver and over 135,000 cars sold. Now it's time to thank Tynan's customers with the very lowest lease prices in town. Purchase a 98 Isuzu Rodeo, 205 horsepower, push-button 4-wheel drive, and much, much more, and get $3,000 below factory price. Or pick one of 3 lease options you can live with. Only at Tynan's Isuzu in Aurora. It's our 35th anniversary and a true celebration of values for our customers.
Sights like this become commonplace on the roads of the Tour de France, and the rest day is really the only one in 3 weeks when we can step back and appreciate the history here. Well, tomorrow the Tour gets back to business, and we're in the business of making sure you see every mile. Tomorrow, Stage 12 leaves the Pyrenees for the beach. A half hour of highlights and more airs at 7:30 Eastern Time on ESPN2. And early Saturday morning on ESPN. Plus, ABC Sports has a special hour this Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern and another half-hour special on Sunday. The Tour de France on the air or online at ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. This is the clean machine of another American, Kevin Livingston, Julich's teammate. This is their second year together, and already they think very much alike. And believe me, that'll help when Bobby Julich decides to go on the attack.
I was joking with Bobby before the stage. I told him that if because I've done that 2 times, and each time, well, I didn't win, but I always take the sprint from the group. I said, you got to take it from 300 meters and just go on the inside. But they actually changed the finish, and he said the same thing to me. He said, I did what you said, but I came around that turn, I saw they changed the finish, but I just kept going. I said, yeah, I did the same thing, but no, I just figured I'd give it all just to still to get a good place, try to make a good place there.
You know, Kevin may seem like a quiet rider, but one look at the young riders competition standings proves otherwise. The classification honors the highest placed riders, age 25 and younger. Kevin, who is 25, is second only to the leader of the whole race. I'd like to invite you all to take a walk with me down Main Street of the Tour de France, midway of technically the most advanced traveling circus you've ever seen in your life. Every single night for a solid 3 weeks, I join 2,000 other members of the media as we all pack up and head on down or up the road. On bicycles or whatever cycle. Some of these buggies have a lot more horsepower. What? Everyone finds a way to get from the start to the finish. They may even find time to take a shower. Doing laundry? No, that's for lightweights. Now, you've seen how we get to the finish line. Let's see how the finish line pictures get back to you. Come on, unhop. Let's go, no time to waste. Pardon? This is why we call it cable TV. Welcome to Conjunction Junction, the nerve center of the entire tour, where for a couple hours every day, the tour goes out to countless countries, lots of different languages. That red line over there probably goes to the Russian truck. Wonder where this one goes. Oh boy. Sorry. Oh, come on. Everybody's got to have a little fun inside of 3 weeks. Like the boys over at Mercatoni Uno, Marco Pantani's camp this morning. Believe it or not, the World Cup craze hasn't stopped here yet. These Italians ride Bianchi bikes, one of the sport's most prestigious, as John Eustice explains now.
Marco Pantani could very well be the greatest climber in the history of cycling, as shown by spectacular stage victories in the mountains of the Tours of Italy and France. Marco races on this marvelous Bianchi machine from a company that's over 100 years old. This 17-pound beauty is technically very advanced, beginning with the heart of the bike, the frame. The main triangle is aluminum. The top tube has been dropped by 2 centimeters to create a smaller triangle that's stable yet very rigid. The front fork is carbon fiber. Marco uses shorter cranks than most racing cyclists in the mountains, only 170 millimeters, 5 millimeters shorter than most others. Works for Marco. And in the mountain stages, Marco uses these prototype Campagnolo wheels, only 19 millimeters wide with only 24 spokes, less than 4 pounds the pair. Bianchi is to cycling what the New York Yankees are to baseball. A long, tremendous tradition of victory at the highest level. You can be sure that Marco Pantani's mechanical and biomechanical needs are well met in this Tour de France with this sort of experience around him.
Bianchi, just one of many manufacturers represented here. The U.S. Postal Service rides Trek bikes made in Wisconsin, while the Seiko team, Cipollini's team, rides Cannondales. Marco rode that bike John just showed you to victory yesterday and collected 40 points toward the mountain climber's jersey, but he still has a long way to go if he wants to catch Rodolfo Massi, who wears the jersey now. Well, Mercatoni Uno has one job besides tweaking the bicycles: get Marco Pantani to the top of the mountains and of the tour. We'll be back.
4 tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra Guide Degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
This is Imagine TV.
We are looking for a man in a new Mercury Cougar. Exactly like this one. He's a dangerous double agent and a master of disguise.
Haven't seen him.
the pirate Pantani back from a 2-hour bike ride on rest day. We asked Marco about the next mountaintop finish on Monday in the Alps. Can he take more time out of Jan Ullrich?
The Deux Alpes mountain is one that I know from the 1994 Tour of Italy. It's not an impossibly steep climb. Riders can use big gears on it. It'll be difficult for me to gain lots of time. But in cycling, anything can happen. My rivals could have some bad days. We'll have to see.
The American mountain man is Bobby Julich. Last Saturday, he turned a time trial that turned everybody's heads. He came through the first time checkpoint only 10 seconds behind Bjarne Riis, and then we all sat up and took notice. He would finish third in the time trial behind only Ullrich and fellow American Tyler Hamilton. His days as a real contender had just begun. Since then, he's been right on the wheel of the Tour's defending champion, reacting to, not initiating breakaways. Yesterday, it could have gone, but he was patient. He had a teammate leading the stage, and he rode like a real team leader.
That's what it's all about, baby.
That's what it's all about, waiting for the right moment. And he'll know it when he sees it. But there's still a lot of mountains left to climb for Bobby Julich.
You know, yesterday, I couldn't believe the way that things unfolded. I was really surprised that Telecom didn't have anyone up there to support Jan. I mean, I know that if I was him, I would have panicked a little bit. And I actually said to Jan that, you know, he wanted me to start riding with him. And I actually said to him, I said, you know, I can't ride. I have a guy up the road. You just do a good tempo and, you know, and I won't attack you. As long as my teammates up the road, I won't attack. And, you know, he did exactly that. He just rode on the front and, you know, more or less by himself. And it was fantastic to see Roland finish second. I mean, wow, what a ride. And all I can say is that, yeah, maybe, you know, I was feeling very good the last 5 kilometers, and maybe I would have had, you know, been able to take some time if I jumped a little earlier. But I know that this is a team sport. It's not an individual sport.
Roland Meyer, his teammate who is riding for the stage win, will pay back Bobby's dedication in the Alps. Overall, Julich is closer to the yellow jersey at this point in the Tour than any American has been since Greg LeMond. Kevin Livingston, in 11th position overall, can't make up 6 minutes on Ullrich, but he'll help Bobby make up his 1 minute 11 seconds with everything he has. Every other American has contributed to a very exciting Tour at this halfway point. Whether they ride for Postal Service or Cofidis, they're all back on the bus tomorrow.
The Isuzu Rodeo excels in nearly any terrain, but one terrain we don't recommend it in is a bicycle race, which is why you also need a bike. So we're giving away 21 Lightspeed Ultimate Titanium road bikes now through August 3rd. It's the Isuzu 21 Bike Salute to the Tour de France sweepstakes. Stop by your Isuzu dealer now and register to win. And while you're there, check out our new Rodeo lease, $249 a month for 48 months with $14.93 due at lease signing. And please, confine your rodeo to appropriate terrain.
In 1991, Jack Nicklaus dominated the senior tour by capturing 3 majors. Now, can Dr. Gil Morgan equal Jack's feat, or will someone else conquer Hogan's Alley? The U.S. Senior Open. Second round tomorrow at 3:30 and 7:30 on ESPN.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Isuzu. Isuzu salutes the athletes of the Tour de France who continually push themselves to go farther. Isuzu, go farther. And by Festina Watches, the official timer of the Tour de France. European-styled, Festina watches are new to America. This is already one of the most exciting tours we can remember, but after 12 days and 1,200 miles, it isn't all downhill just yet. Here is the overall race summary brought to you by Degree Antiperspirant and Deodorant. This 98 Tour, with its 7 changes of the yellow jersey, is the most combative since 1987, and we're only half over. Chris Boardman took the first yellow jersey, followed by Eric Zabel, then Bo Hamburger, and then Stuart O'Grady. Jan Ullrich took it over in the time trial, loaned it to Laurent Debienne, and now he has it back.
Well, for 5 years now, Phil and I have been standing here at halftime on the tour with our predictions for the winner in Paris. Phil, this year I like Jan Ullrich as long as Bjarne Riis is around. Remember, yesterday Ullrich made an amateur mistake after he flatted by trying to chase down the whole field by himself. He isn't going to win the yellow overall without the help of Riis and Telecom.
It's true, at last we've seen Jan Ullrich under pressure, but he's immensely strong, this young rider, and even without the team around him, he was able to correct that mistake. Yes, Bjarne Riis will be of some help to him, but Bjarne Riis is getting a little bit old for the Tour de France, I think. And I never thought I'd say this, but I believe Bobby Julich can now win the Tour de France, and that is remarkable for him, and it's exceptional for the United States. Julich has taken so much confidence now from great time trials and 2 great days in the Pyrenees. He, above all, is now looking forward to the Alps.
Well, Phil, Jan Ullrich is in the very place he was at this time last year, on the podium in the yellow jersey, with one eye on Paris and the other looking over his shoulder at Bobby Julich. They're back in the saddle tomorrow as Stage 12 reinitiates the 98 Tour de France. 1,284 miles down, 1,122 miles of French and Swiss countryside still ahead. Join us Friday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2 and on Saturday at 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time on ESPN. For Phil and Paul, Terry and John, and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Well, Babe Ruth certainly was the start of it.
Time to look in the National Business Employment Weekly. You'll find top jobs with top companies and advice on landing them.
Order 6 issues of the National Business Employment Weekly now for only $19, a special introductory offer. Look in the National Business Employment Weekly. You'll never know what you'll find. To subscribe, call 800-238-3800. That's 800-238-3800.
All weekend long, all kinds of racing. The race is on ESPN2. If it goes fast and looks cool, the race is on ESPN2.
Tim Steele starts Saturday's ARCA race at Pocono from the pole position. He was supposed to have driven Bud Moore's Winston Cup car this weekend, but reports said he was still suffering from kidney stones and wouldn't be there. Now, I've been told the team didn't have a car ready after Steele crashed during testing at the Brickyard week before last. Here's a look at more of Friday's practice results from the Austrian Grand Prix. Jacques Villeneuve, who announced this week he'd leave Williams for the BAR team, was only 13th quickest. His teammate Heinz-Harald Frentzen wound up 17th overall. Mika Salo heads up the next group of drivers, 18th in his arrows at 1 minute, 15.696 seconds. Ricardo Rosset was the slowest, about 5 seconds behind David Coulthard. Time to head for the radio booth, so don't forget to check out ESPN's RPM Radio NASCAR Now on the ESPN Radio Network. We will see you Monday from Gasoline Alley at 7 Eastern. Good night, everybody.
Ireland seems so long ago now, with Paris on the horizon. We've gone from the Glen to the home of the greatest bike race in the world, to the tiny towns of the Tour's native France. The Pyrenees that brought some riders to their knees are now behind us, but it isn't all downhill just yet. Today, the Tour de France races down out of the Pyrenees toward the beaches of southern France. The first major mountain stages are now complete. In 10 days, we'll have our winner. Hello again, everyone. I'm Adrian Karsten. Well, today the Tour de France races from about 8,000 feet above sea level to, well, sea level, here on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. With 10 days to go now, here's what we know. Jan Ullrich leads American Bobby Julich overall in the Tour by 1 minute and 11 seconds. We know that both cyclists have proven they can get stronger as the race gets longer. They both proved that last year. We know that both are very good time trialers, and the man who wins the Tour is usually a super time trialist who doesn't get dropped in the mountains. On paper, at least, that would be Jan Ullrich. And finally, we know that Bobby Julich can hang and follow with the best of them. That's exactly where he is right now. So if he's going to take that yellow jersey off the back of Jan Ullrich, he's going to have to show his fangs in the last 9 days. Remember, in 2 years' time on the Tour de France, Bobby Julich has never once gone on the attack. But there is a first time for everything, and Jan Ullrich is spending a lot of time looking over his shoulder at Julich, who is going to need a lot of help from fellow American and good friend Kevin Livingston. But all of the riders today may have some trouble concentrating on racing alone, because the drug scandal that has dogged this Tour de France from day one now has another development. All members of Team Festina were held for questioning last night. Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen have more on this story now.
Well, Adrian, we're down at the finishing line today in Cap d'Agde, and it's not too far away from Montpellier. But, of course, the Tour de France still reeling from the rest day yesterday when there were further drug allegations. The team management of TVM taken into custody and questioned. And 3 of the 9 detained Festina riders, although released at nearly midnight last night, they have actually confessed to taking drugs, while the other 6 are still in custody, although they are believed to be released, due for release today. Now, I'm joined by my co-commentator, Paul Sherwen. Paul, all of these effects are going to affect the morale of the riders, especially if they're not taking dope.
Certainly, you know, Phil, the feeling amongst the riders is that all of the performances they've put in the Tour de France so far, the sporting achievements, because this has been a tough and a great race so far, has really been denigrated by all of the drug scandals that are going around. They all feel as if they're being tarred with the same brush, even if the riders are clean.
Now, we have 148 riders left in the Tour de France, and down here it's pretty warm. How's the race going to go today?
The stages that take part in the Tour de France around here are always very difficult, and especially today with the temperature going over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, it'll be difficult. The roads are always difficult in this part of France, and with the tailwind, you can expect a very fast race.
Ready to start the final 10 days of the Tour. The real veterans, including Laurent Jalabert and Luc Leblanc, roll out of Tarascon late this morning. There actually are 2 starts to every stage, the ceremonial dropping of the flag in the host town, and then a few miles further up the road, the official start line. Now, let's map the route they'll take today, sponsored by Mercury. 135 miles from the top of the Pyrenees Mountains down to the Mediterranean coastline. Stage 12 is a classic transitional stage that favors the sprinters at the finish. There are 3 mountain climbs, a Category 3 and 2 Category 4s, low on the difficulty meter. By the time they hit the 90-mile mark, it's all flatland. We're just a couple of kilometers outside the host town of Tarascon at the official start line. Now, this is usually where the riders pick up speed and really start the stage, but that is not happening here today. Look at some of the riders getting off their bicycles. They obviously have bigger concerns than just racing today. Let's check in with Phil and Paul now.
And this is the situation at the start this morning. Jean-Marie Leblanc there, Paul. The riders who came out of the town of Tascanon, they came up here, and Laurent Jalabert representing the riders, they all literally went on strike. The reason being that they were protesting at the manner in which they have been treated over the drugs affair by not just the journalists, but also by the police and by the organization.
Well, as #1 ranked rider in the world, he's acting as the spokesperson for all of the riders still left in the Tour de France this year. And he's been given Jean-Marie Leblanc's microphone to make a statement over race radio, which all of the press following the Tour will be able to hear.
Paul Jalabert is stating that the riders refuse to move.
Today we're trying to make a point. Tomorrow we'll be back to racing, and then things will calm down.
I don't know what's going on. I just know that this isn't the way to solve anything. Terrible for the sport.
How does this affect you and Jan? I mean,
It's our dream. I mean, he's got the yellow jersey, and we want to race the Tour de France, but what's going on lately is crazy. It's killing the sport, and all the rumors, and it's terrible.
Thank you.
I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Do we ride? Do we not ride? Do we go in the cars? Go from point A to point B? Do we race? Do we race for the classmen? Do we not race for the classmen? I think the riders, they want to be hurt. You know, we look like victims here, and we're not. So some kind of resolution needs to be made. So I think that's what we're trying to decide what to do.
Thank you.
Great job by our photographer, Peter Henning, for staying at the start line and right on top of this story. What the riders perceive as a constant focus on the drug issue and not their performance in the Tour is the reason for this sit-down strike. As they begin to move now, it seems that there is a disagreement as to just how to react to this. Most of the cyclists seem to be sympathetic to Laurent Jalabert and Luc Leblanc. But Bjarne Riis was on the starting line right away, ready to go. So hopefully, in a moment, the Tour will continue.
This is Imagine TV.
That's the last stitch.
Hey, has anyone seen the keys to my Mercury?
There's no one to fight here. Maybe he just wanted to drive his Mercury Villager.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Four tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra Guide Degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
This is Imagine TV.
We are looking for a man in a new Mercury Cougar. Exactly like this one. He's a dangerous double agent and a master of disguise.
Haven't seen him.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Isuzu. Isuzu salutes the athletes of the Tour de France who continually push themselves to go farther. Isuzu, go farther. And by Festina Watches, the official timer of the Tour de France. European-styled, Festina watches are new to America. After 2 hours of delays by the riders, Stage 12 officially started with Laurent Jalabert in a red, white, and blue jersey, lagging behind after an emotional beginning to today. Finally, real racing at the first bonus sprint at the 22-mile mark. Eric Zabel in the green sprinter's jersey for the 8th day is going to grab 6 more bonus points by winning that sprint. Alberto Elli is second, then Giuseppe Calcaterra. Well, it took a while, but we're finally back to the real business of the Tour de France. Phil and Paul now put this all in perspective.
We're looking now at some racing by way of a change in the Tour de France, and we're passing through a most beautiful area now as we head down to the sea. And believe it or not, there has been quite a race today once the riders eventually did get going after 40 kilometers. Laurent Jalabert went ahead along with his brother Nicolas and joined by the TVM rider Bart Voskamp, and they covered the first hour of racing in a massive 49 kilometers an hour. And at one stage, Jalabert had gained enough time, 4 minutes 28 seconds to be precise, and became the yellow jersey on the road. The chase has started. It's a violent chase. A number of riders have been dropped from the main field. As Jalabert's lead at the moment, Paul, he's just about still got yellow on the road.
Touch and go it is. It's 3 minutes 13 seconds the last time, and he started this morning 3 minutes 01 behind Jan Ullrich.
Well, there's the three leaders at the moment, and Voskamp, the rider who was disqualified for irregular sprinting in Dijon last year, and now having another shot at a stage win here. But look at this now, the two Jalaberts joining forces. Lawrence, the champion of France in our picture at the moment, he won on the climb of the rather aptly named, I suppose, the Col du Paradis, the Col of the Paradise. He was first over the top there. Then the next climb, the small climb, he was first over the top of that. But basically, they really have caused a massive reaction by the field, and the yellow jersey is being aided by other teams in the hope for capture.
Complete and utter panic, I think, in the main field. The yellow jerseys, Team Telecom, were on the front for an awful long time, keeping the pace high. But in fact, Jalabert was pulling out the advantage that he had because of this incredible strong tailwind. In this part of France, it's the Tramontana, it's called, and it's blowing today at around about 50 kilometers an hour on the riders' tails. And you see there the main field picking it up down to 2.5 minutes. So Jalabert no longer the leader on the road, but still a threat for stage victory.
Still, Paul, you know, Nicholas may not be the star that his brother Laurent is, but he's showing here that family loyalties mean more to him today than team loyalties do. In the overall standings, Nicholas Jalabert is 65th in the Tour de France, 34 minutes behind Jan Ullrich, and his brother Laurent, incidentally, is third, only 3 minutes back of Ullrich. So his move today tactically has to be questionable. Emotionally, however, Laurent can't lose. In a very passionate display for the French public, here is Laurent Jalabert, #1 in the world, sitting up in the saddle. Phil?
Well, the crowd here must wonder what is happening today. They're watching the champion of France apparently dropping away from the lead and going back into the main field. The sacrificial Jalabert, while his brother, he hopes, will go on to his first ever stage win in the Tour de France. We'll have a job in his hands, Paul, because Voskamp's a good sprinter, but then Nicolas is a very fast finisher as well.
Nicolas was the champion of the Coupe de France last year, which was a series of races taking part in France for the French riders to get points in, and he in fact was the best rider on the French season throughout last year. But coming up against Bart Voskamp himself, a very good sprinter when it comes down to stage victories at the Tour, but a very respectable move by Laurent Jalabert, sitting up and leaving the rest to catch him.
All right, well, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we expect to find at least Laurent Jalabert back in the bunch.
Introducing the greatest thing to happen to TV since color, TCI Digital Cable. Get new special interest channels like the History Channel, Home and Garden Television, Sci-Fi Channel, and ESPN News. Get more movies with new channels like Independent Film Channel, Turner Classic Movies, and Romance Classics. Plus, get multiple channels of your favorite premium services like 3 HBOs, 2 Showtimes, 2 Stars, and 4 channels of Encore. Now's the time to try it. Call today and ask about TCI Digital Cable and get more.
Imagine if you could relive a time. Where would you go? To climb the highest pyramid, battle the greatest knight, or fight the deadliest gangster? Just imagine a quest in search of history.
Now available on TCI Digital Cable.
In soccer, the goal isn't just to score. The goal is to move grown men to tears and to score. Act now and watch over 100 Major League Soccer matches you can't see anywhere else. After the World Cup, some of the world's best players are headed to America and the MLS. Don't miss a beat of the heart-pounding, heart-breaking action. To see a free preview on July 25th, call your cable company or DirecTV at 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
This is stage 12 of the 1998 Tour de France on ESPN, where at first we thought there'd be no race today. Then we thought we'd have a slow race. Now it's a real get-up-and-go race. In fact, one of the fastest days in Tour history. As we pull back way out on the horizon, you'll be able to pick us out on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, just waiting for the field to finish. Down below, Nicholas Jalabert and Bart Voskamp have a 2-minute 45-second lead on the main field, averaging about 30 miles per hour. In between these two is Fabio Rascioli, who is attempting to join these two leaders. He only 10 seconds ahead of the peloton. Late July day here in France, and back home, all the NFL camps are open, and that means our veterans are about to report as well. The season premiere of ESPN Monday Night Countdown and ESPN2's NFL Tonight is coming up with Mike Tirico, Sterling Sharp, and Tom Jackson. Mark Malone and Ron Jaworski join the team as well Tuesday on ESPN. Fabio Rascioli bridged the gap and then some, while Telecom has picked up the pace at the front of the field.
The other two have just been caught now, and we're looking here at Roscioli, who doesn't seem to know whether to go forward or wait for the field.
Well, he's actually looking at the moment for somebody to bring him a drink forward as well. He hasn't got any bottles on his bike there as he comes over the sprint point. No contest for him. He'll get maximum points and a few pounds in his back pocket too. But you can see coming over the line behind him, Eric Zabel was there, but the whole field fell right on his tail.
And generally regrouped. The weak ones were shelled out the back when the pressure went on, and because they had to race in the region of 55 kilometers an hour, as you can imagine, they've picked up a very strong tailwind today, which is blowing them towards the finish. A 2-hour late start they had, but they're not going to finish more than about 40 minutes outside of the expected arrival time today.
Incredible speeds. The third hour of the race was 48.5 kilometers an hour. The race starting to slow down just a little bit now as we get closer to the finish. The two men in between the leader here, Roscioli, and the main field is Stefan Bart and Eric Zabel. But they'll soon be back in the main field. And Roscioli insisting just a bit, but for him, I would think it's only just prolonging the agony.
Oh, there's Fabio Roscioli. His team... They've lost a couple of riders. They've lost 4 of the men, all first-timers in the Tour de France. He's the only one on the team who has ridden a previous Tour de France, and now he's playing a captain's role here. But there are only, in fact, 5 riders left in on the Asics team as they continue now. And in fact, he's not going to continue. He's lost in the trees, but he's going to wait for the field. I think, Paul, you know, to break away with a wind that's blowing like there is today, then you're looking to reach speeds of 60 kilometers an hour. There aren't going to be many riders who are going to try that.
You're right, Phil, but with a 30-mile-per-hour wind at the back of the riders, that has helped them reel in Roscioli. By the way, right now we are on pace to have the fastest single day ever in the history of the Tour de France.
The Isuzu Rodeo excels in nearly any terrain, but one terrain we don't recommend it in is a bicycle race, which is why you also need a bike. So we're giving away 21 Lightspeed Ultimate Titanium road bikes now through August 3rd. It's the Isuzu 21 Bike Salute to the Tour de France sweepstakes. Stop by your Isuzu dealer now and register to win. And while you're there, check out our new Rodeo lease, $249 a month for 48 months with $14.93 due at lease signing. And please, confine your rodeo to appropriate terrain.
Athlete's foot. It's a predator made up of many types of fungus that eat your feet alive. But there's a potent weapon that doesn't just cure some, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure. Lotrimin AF, the brand doctors recommend most. Full prescription strength medicine, Lotrimin AF is so powerful, it doesn't just kill some causes, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure.
Rock Tour, Golf Tour, it does not matter. No two performances are ever the same. Is it possible to watch too much golf? Haven't I seen it all? Shot it! A true fan never misses a gig. What a long, strange tour it be.
The Tour cyclists have crossed many bridges today, both emotionally and physically. Leading the way, Terry Gouvenou in the big matte jersey, and to his right, Jackie Durand from the Casino team. Of the two, Durand, the more aggressive rider. That's why he wears that red number on his jersey as the most aggressive rider in this year's Tour. 30 miles per hour is what the field is averaging right now. That might be a record. Phil?
It's times like this when you become completely bemused by just how fast a bicycle can go when it's under human power.
Well, they're looking back there at the main field. It looks as if they've shut off the chase a little bit there. There may well be 1 or 2 riders looking for their teammates at the back there because it has slowed down quite remarkably. Now, this is good for the 2 leaders, the men up the road there, Jackie Durand and Thierry Gouvenou.
Well, if Jackie Durand and Gouvenou survive this, and I wouldn't have bet on them doing that another couple of kilometers ago, they will have done a remarkable ride. But the field, if they had shut off, Paul, they certainly haven't now because they've been pulled back into a long straight line. And these are the biggest crowds on the flat roads we've seen this year. 5 kilometers to go, 3 short miles to the finish, and they're not safe by any means.
They're not safe, and at this speed, it's going to take them around about 7 minutes to get down to the finish line. And you know, all they have to do is lose 5 seconds a kilometer, and they will all be brought back together. The main field, the speed's still up around 60 kilometers an hour, and Jackie Durand's decided to go it alone. Gouvenou could no longer help him.
5 to go, and that man, Jackie Durand, is on his way again. He's already had 3 stage wins over his career in the Tour de France. Now he's trying for the 4th. This is how he put the attack in, as we were looking at Brassy there. He jumped Gouvenou, and it doesn't look as though there was a reaction from Gouvenou, so he must have sensed that Gouvenou was just that little bit too tired to go on. Jackie Durand, this remarkable man who leads the most aggressive rider competition since day one.
Quite a remarkable man. He really has been aggressive. He's looked for all the breakaways. He came so close to stage victories and then finally got that one just a few days ago in Montauban. He's left Thierry Gouvenou right in his wake there, and he has to go alone. That's a very serious thing to do now because he's got to keep the speed high.
So 3 individual riders now we have on the road in front of the peloton, and the blanket coverage of around 30 seconds, a lot of them. As 25 seconds is now the official time gap from Jackie Durand via Thierry Gouvenou and Bruno and Rossano Brassy back to the main field. It's going to be a very, very close finish.
Jackie Durand out on his own. Now the race summary brought to you by Degree Antiperspirant and Deodorant. Well, the Tour riders staged an indecisive 2-hour protest before beginning the 12th stage, and then they exploded into action with the Jalabert brothers and Bart Voskamp breaking away and gaining 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the field. Jalabert dropped back to the field, and his brother and Voskamp continued, but now Jackie Durand is alone in front with a 25-second lead.
The only man in the Tour de France with the right to wear that red number as the most aggressive rider, and nobody will ever deny him that these days, because that's exactly what he has been. He got his last stage win at Montauban, and now he can smell victory here at Cap d'Agde. The gap is increasing ever so slightly.
In fact, last time check, it's come down just 2 or 3 more seconds. Jackie Durand shouting at the motorbike camera all the time, trying to get as much information as possible from anybody to find out whether or not he's going to hold on to the final few meters advantage that he's got there. The time gap we have now still 25 seconds.
Well, 23 now, Paul, so they started to lasso him again and bring him back, but I don't think anybody would want him to lose now. This is a superb piece of riding, and look at the whole field itching to get to the front now to try and pull him back. The man in the distance there, he can feel the hot air of the peloton as well as the wind behind him. At 2 kilometers from the finish, Durand is burying himself.
Jackie Durand still has a 25-second lead. The field has eaten up Gouvenou. The question, can Durand hold off the field as he heads into a big wind as we approach the finish?
This is Imagine TV.
We are looking for a man in a new Mercury Cougar. Exactly like this one. He's a dangerous double agent and a master of disguise.
Haven't seen him.
Four tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra Guide Degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury. And by Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant.
Under 1 kilometer to go, 6/10 of a mile, whichever metric measurement you may use. This is now Jackie Durand. He dare not look over his shoulders. All he wants to see is the finishing line, and hear the crowd shouting for him. Ekimov swings over to the left. His jump has not been successful. The field have mowed him down.
Phil, I don't know where Durand's getting his power from, because he's still holding on. Very shortly, he's going to see the 500 meters to go. But there is the main field behind. Still Mappé on the front. They're trying to set it up for Tom Steels and Jans Verrade. But, you know, Jackie Durand has just got to bury himself over the last 500 meters, and the big sprinters are coming.
The sprinters are coming. Well, he won so well at Montauban. He's going to lose in glory this time, because I think they're going to catch him right on the line. But everybody looking for somebody to make the move. Zabel in the green jersey has moved right up to the front here now. And this is going to be a big finish. Jan Zarada, the Czech champion, is going. Tom Steels is on his wheel now. As they come up towards the line, it's going to be very, very close indeed. Now watch for the green jersey of the German Zabel. He's still looking to equal the record of stage victories. I don't think he's got it right now. He's come to the right. He's gone round Jan Zarada. Tom Steels, the winner of the first stage in Ireland, still got the head of affairs here now. Steels continues to make it, and I don't think anybody's going to get off his wheel here. No, they're not. Tom Steels takes it right on the line, and the rider alongside him was Francois Simon of the Gann team, and the average speed 48.76 kilometers an hour. That is about 0.3 of a kilometer outside of the fastest ever stage in a Tour de France. And this is where Jan Zarada, the Czech champion, led out far too early, but he was actually leading out his teammate there, the champion of Belgium, Tom Steels. At that point, it looked as though he got it. Eric Zabel had to go the long way around Jan Zarada. Francois Simon was the rider in white, and Simon tried to get onto the wheel of Steels, but not quick enough in the end. And the victory going to Tom Steels, the second one of this Tour.
On the third fastest single day in the history of the Tour de France, Francois Simon just edged out by Tom Steels. Two Americans in the top 20, George Hincapie and Bobby Julich. Right next to him, Jan Ullrich. Get used to that. George Hincapie, very exhausting day, both physically and emotionally, on a day that had a very strange start. Bobby Julich puts it all in perspective for us.
I wasn't really, I guess, informed on what was about to take place. I think that something has to be done because of all the rumors that are being spread about us. And, you know, it's kind of like, this is my dream, and my dream is coming true. And, you know, a lot of press and media seem to be, you know, wanting to ruin that. And I don't want anything to come in the way of that. I mean, it's hard enough to do this sport day after day, you know, over 100 miles a day in the rain, in the heat, and then have to deal with reading in the papers what we've been reading, and it's not right. And I was in favor of a little bit of a demonstration, but no way was I in favor of you know, stopping the stage at all.
Bobby proving he really is a leader of the Tour de France, even if he's in second place overall, 1 minute 11 seconds behind Jan Ullrich and just ahead of Laurent Jalabert. Pantani fourth. Keep an eye on Kevin Livingston, 11th position overall. Bobby will be relying on him in 2 days when we get to the French Alps. Putting a period now on the events of earlier today, Director General Jean-Marie Leblanc listened carefully and watched the protest by the cyclists today. And at a press conference with these cyclists after today's stage, announced that no further action will be taken against TVM nor Team Festina, at least for now. This Tour de France has already had enough distraction, and so far this young man Jan Ullrich has remained above it all, leading the 98 Tour de France. So ends the 13th leg of the 98 Tour. We've traveled 1,421 miles. We still have 985 miles to go. Tomorrow, stage 13, 122 miles. Make sure you join us on ABC's Wide World of Sports at 5 p.m. Eastern Time for an hour-long special, and then again on Sunday, both on ABC and on ESPN. On a very eventful day for Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Their beauty belies the suffering contained within them. To the casual observer, their nature at its finest. To those who wish to conquer them, they're the ultimate act of deception. These were the images which haunted the riders of the 85th Tour de France as they began week 2 of this 22-day odyssey. Just the thought was too much for Mario Cipollini. With the mountains in view, the star sprinter headed back to Italy, content with 2 stage wins on the flatlands. When the major climbs finally did arrive, the race was turned upside down. 17 men dropped out on the first day, the most to abandon during the initial mountain stage in at least a decade. But Marco Pantani soared again at high altitude. The Pirate stole the day, climbing to victory in stage 11. The defending champion served notice that once again he's the man to beat this year. Jan Ullrich silenced his critics and regained the leader's yellow jersey. This time, however, An American stayed right on his wheel through the Pyrenees. Bobby Julich came of age in week 2 and has taken his place among the world's elite cyclists. Now, he looks to take the most difficult step, the one to the top. Sea breezes are blowing off the Mediterranean less than a mile from here. We're in the start town of Frontignan-la-Parada as the riders pass through the balmy south of France on their way to the Alps. Hi everybody, I'm Terry Gannon. Welcome to our coverage of Stage 13. When this race began, there were high expectations for the American riders. Many felt that this was the strongest American contingent ever to race in the Tour de France. Little did they know how right those feelings were. The early success of the U.S. Postal Service team with George Hincapie, and now Bobby Julich is just 1 minute 11 seconds behind Jan Ullrich, the leader from Germany and defending champion. And Julich is the first U.S. rider since Greg LeMond to be this close to the overall lead this late in the race. We welcome in a veteran of this event for some 26 years, Phil Liggett. And Phil, the battle between Ullrich and Julich, fun to watch to this point. Long way, though, before the finish on the Champs-Élysées. How do you size things up right now?
Well, we don't really expect a change in the overall classification now for the next 48 hours. We're heading up towards the Alps. It's very hot down here. It will be in Provence, where we're headed to as well. And so their job now is to try and keep out of trouble. But there's no doubt now that Bobby Julich is not just a flash in the pan. He is a man with the quality of a Tour winner. And he can take on Ullrich, and I think with a little bit of luck he can beat him. You see, he possesses the two big abilities required to win a big Tour, Terry, which is a time trial rider and also a good climber. And now, because of his great passage to the Pyrenees, he mentally is ready to attack, and that's a great sign.
Well, there's one thing that's for sure, never a dull moment on the Tour de France. Some of that excitement unwanted, though. It was an odd scene yesterday at the start of Stage 12, when at the direction of Laurent Jalabert, the French national champion, the peloton just stopped and went on strike for a couple of hours before racing once again. Now, that action was in protest of the way the doping issue has been handled and the Festina and TVM affairs. And this has become a dark cloud over this Tour de France, Phil, unfortunately, an issue that will not go away. But how do you think it's affected the race?
As a cycle race and as a spectacle, I don't think it's affected the race at all, because the crowds on the roadside are as big or bigger than ever. And when we get to the Alps, I think that point will be proved again. But I think for a while the morale of the riders have been affected, and that's why they went on strike, because the inference is that everybody in this Tour de France is taking dope. And I can assure you that certainly isn't the case. The riders wanted to prove their point, and so they went on strike. And now I'm hoping that this Tour de France will get back to normal.
That's got to be how Bobby Julich feels as well, having the race of a lifetime. He told us during the sit-in yesterday he couldn't wait to start racing again.
Is it possible to ask you 2 questions? 2 questions.
And the guys from the U.S. Postal Service arriving at the start. Still more to accomplish for them. Tyler Hamilton wants to put yesterday's emotional stage behind him.
I don't want to dwell on that. It's you know, this is a Tour de France, and let's concentrate on the bike race and just let's move forward, and you know, hopefully we can put all this behind us, and hopefully a positive will come out of all this, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Laurent Jalabert, the man who organized the protest yesterday, the leading Frenchman in the peloton, then went on a break which had most of the riders shaking their heads. And it was a break which would have affected the yellow jersey. Jalabert in 3rd place, Marco Pantani right there with him. A little more than 3 minutes off the lead by Ullrich. Bobby Julich in a great spot right behind the yellow jersey. Kevin Livingston among the other Americans riding very well. Marty Jemison and George Hincapie has changed his focus now. For the 4th straight day, there's the man in yellow. Jan Ullrich, the defending champion. That can be a burden at some point, though. He's not the only story today. Paul Sherwen tells us what to expect.
Every rider dreams about winning a stage of the Tour de France. Frankie Andreu has been pretty close on several occasions, even getting second on the Champs-Élysées. When we come into the last week of the Tour, every night the riders look at their road book and try and decide which circuit is going to suit them the best. And I have to say, today is a great day for the riders from US Postal Service. It's a stage, a short one, but with a lot of wind. It blows predominantly in this area from the tail, the Tramontana it's called. There'll be lots of attacks and lots of breakaways. And for riders like George Hincapie and Frankie Andreu, they should look for one of those breakaways to put themselves in a situation where they could take a stage victory.
Frankie Andreu, the captain of the U.S. Postal Service team, if he or George Hincapie were to win a stage in the Tour de France, they would be the 6th U.S. rider to do so, and the first since Lance Armstrong in 1995. 147 riders rolling out of Frontignan La Parada. Stage 13 underway. There seems to be a general feeling among the riders that they want to put this controversy aside, get back to what they do best, and that is race. Now let's take a look at today's route, sponsored by Mercury. Stage 13 begins in the south of France along the Mediterranean coast and winds into the area of Provence. 119 miles to the finish in Carpentras. There are 2 sprints at the 47 and 81 mile marks and a Category 2 climb, the Col de Mur. And nearly 46 miles from the start, what was a 17-man breakaway has been whittled down to 7. That's Daniele Nardello of Mapei. He's going to get to the line first, capture the first sprint, pick up 6 points towards the green jersey. So on a very warm day in the south of France, the action already heating up. Here's Phil Liggett.
And it looks as though the Tour de France is getting itself back on course as a great sporting event today, because yesterday we had a great day of racing, and today, despite the hot weather, the riders have been attacking since the drop of the flag. In fact, at around about 15 miles today, Paul, Frankie Andreu had made a group of 17. They were swept up. We're now looking at a group of 12 riders, and this group containing Marty Jemison, US Postal, is looking much stronger. The lead at the moment, with around about 55 miles still to go to the finish, is 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
This breakaway looks a lot more serious now, a lot more dangerous to the main field as well. A good move by Marty Jemison to get in there. Obviously, the word went out from Johnny Wells, the team manager of the US Postal Service, this morning to say, look, boys, there's going to be a breakaway, so just make sure we have a man in it.
Well, he read it right. As one rider, there's always one, isn't there, that goes the other way. He'll get back in the group there. The best placed rider in this group at the moment is the Frenchman, Stéphane Hurlot. He's lying 20th in the Tour de France. He's a former yellow jersey of the Tour de France. 7 minutes 56 seconds behind Ullrich this morning. He's now just a couple of minutes of snatching the race lead on the road, and I don't think the Telecom will allow this move to continue to build like it is.
And already the pink jerseys of Telecom at the head of the peloton with the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich. They're chasing down that lead group. We'll be back.
You buy Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury. Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant. Festina watches, the official timer of the Tour de France. European styled Festina watches are new to America. And Nicorette gum. You can do it, Nicorette can help.
You're looking at the scene yesterday as the riders came to a complete stop for about 2 hours in protest. The man who spent those 2 hours trying to get them to race again, the Director General Jean-Marie Leblanc. Earlier today, I sat down with him and asked him how the Tour develops its policy towards the use of illegal substances.
The Tour de France is an organizer. It's not the Tour that determines the policies of the anti-doping controls. The organizers of the Tour de France apply the procedures of the fight against doping that are set by the Union Cycliste International.
How supportive has the UCI, the International Cycling Union, been in this Tour de France in dealing with this issue?
When we made this decision, the president of the jury, who represents the authority of the UCI here, signed off along with us on the decision to expel the Festina team.
Can the drug or drugs in question be detected by the current tests administered?
I hope that yes, but I am not a scientist or a doctor. I've heard that scientists and doctors say that no, the controls are not effective. And I think that if these doctors and scientists know that the controls are not effective, then it's up to them to propose new solutions and new methods. We, the organizers, the journalists, and the riders, we're not capable of determining the perfect system.
How difficult has it been in dealing with this problem? It's a legal matter. It's being handled by police. It's not just a violation of Tour policy.
We have considered that the police procedures and judicial procedures must really continue all the way to the end. But we, the organizers of the tour, have a mission and a duty to preserve the moral standard of sport. And if we stay with this conviction that the moral standards are the #1 principle of the sport, then we have been just in expelling the Festina team. We are basing our decision on moral grounds and not the grounds of the police, the judicial system, economic considerations, or the media.
Jean-Marie, thank you. And as a footnote to that, earlier today, the vice president of the UCI met with riders and team officials to agree that the tour should go on and to work more closely together in the future. Now, a little more than 50 miles from the finish, the lead group is 12, including Marty Jemison of the U.S. Postal Service, Andrea Taffy, who has been involved in attacks throughout the tour, and Daniela Nardello of Mapei. The peloton at one point 6 minutes back, but now they're dodging obstacles and bringing that lead group back.
Rider on the left and a few others got caught out there because this roundabout didn't go back onto the same road. And because there's another roundabout, and watch both sides for the spectators in the middle, because these are nervous moments for the riders when they go behind the crowd like that. The crowd don't expect that to happen. Cofidis are starting to shake down along with Telecom now, because they have their man Bobby Julich thinking now of a yellow jersey, maybe in 2 or 3 days' time. So they are not going to allow a little breakaway, hopefully, to slip away today and throw the ball into another court.
It's going to be a very serious week for American cycling with Bobby Julich and Kevin Livingston, both very high in the overall standings. Julich making a lot of waves and statements now in the international press here, saying that he's not going to sit back and hope to get to Paris in second place. He actually wants to attack Jan Ullrich in the mountains, so we're going to have an incredible week.
And here is Bobby Julich at the head of the peloton. He and his teammates working along with the Telecom men to chase down that lead group. We'll be back. Back with the action of stage 13, a good look at Colorado native Bobby Julich, who made people sit up and take notice when he finished 17th at last year's tour. This year he's taken it to an entirely different level. This from a rider who thought his career was over before his 21st birthday. Bobby Julich began his cycling career at age 13, and by 16 realized he had serious potential in the sport. He was riding as an amateur, being supplemented by the National Training Program, until he failed to make the '92 Olympic squad. He faced 1993 alone, without a sponsor or a team.
That 1 year of having nothing and really being treated like a no one really made me realize how lucky I am to be doing this sport. And I'd have to say that was probably the most difficult year of my life, yet it has paid back 100-fold since then.
Despite a complete lack of support, Julich believed he could still succeed as a cyclist. He took all his savings and went on the road, racing as an independent.
For me, it was my own plane reservations, my own hotel reservation, you know, having to cut corners, having to, you know, stay at Motel 6 and eat all-you-can-eat Denny buffet, you know, 3 times a day. I had it. That wasn't the way that I foresaw myself being a successful cyclist.
At the end of the '93 season, Julich was broke, miserable, and ready to quit. But at the urging of his girlfriend, Angela, he traveled to the National Cycling Show in Las Vegas, a trip that changed everything. He was hired to ride for a local team in L.A., a break which jump-started his career. Julich didn't squander the opportunity. He caught the attention of the Motorola cycling team.
You know, it was pretty perfect on Motorola, which was the dream team, in my opinion. I don't think it could get any better, but unfortunately that disbanded in the end of 1996, and we were all forced to go and, you know, look for other teams.
Julich's year with Motorola had been fruitful, including an 11th place finish at the '96 World Championships. The French team Cofidis came calling, and along with Frankie Andreu and Kevin Livingston, Julich set off for a new life in Europe, in an environment where his athleticism could shine. After a 17th place finish in last year's tour, this American was promoted to co-leader of his team.
Just goes to show you what the Tour de France means to the world of cycling. It's done great things for my confidence, and it's done great things for me.
He has been labeled a climber, but Ullrich believes he has the skill in all areas of stage racing to make an impact on this year's tour. And after all he's survived, each new race is a reminder of how far he's come and why he competes.
It's an ongoing battle, and sometimes it's hard, but as long as the good days outweigh the bad days, you continue, and that's, I guess, life too.
Life is much sweeter when you're in second place in the most important bicycle race in the world and riding among the great names in the sport, Phil.
Well, Terry, we can see here now one of those strange alliances in the Tour de France when the race leader and the man who lies in second place have to get together to chase the common enemy, Paul.
Certainly they do have an awful lot in common at the moment. Let's not forget, though, Phil, that Team Cofidis is leading the team classification at the moment by 18 minutes, so that's one reason why they're going to the front to help out Team Telecom. But over the next few days, these two men are going to watch each other very closely because they're first and second in the overall standings, separated only by 1 minute and 11 seconds. And this is kind of a psychological battle going on between the two of them, especially on a day like this. They won't attack each other, but they'll be looking to see if there are any signs of weakness.
And in the next 2 days, of course, they will arrive at the next battleground, which is the Alps, and they won't want to let either or the other know if they're feeling bad, will they?
They won't want to do that at all. Bobby Ullrich riding like any man in second place in the overall standings in a major stage race like this, right on the wheel of Jan Ullrich, looking to see if there are any chinks in the armor of the big German rider, but he hasn't shown any signs of weakness so far. Everything he's done since the start of taking that yellow jersey, he's really done to perfection.
But the pressure continues from Bobby Ullrich, and he intends to apply it even further once the Tour heads to the Alps, which is exactly where the riders will be tomorrow. At least they'll get a little taste of the Alps for the first time during stage 14. Make sure you're with us on ABC's Wide World of Sports for the 116-mile route from Valbriaz to Grenoble, site of the '68 Winter Olympics. Our coverage begins at 4:30 Eastern on ABC. Now the peloton passing by and providing perhaps the most exciting day of the year for many of these fans. 5 million fans turn out on the roads of the Tour de France every year. Worn by Jan Ullrich. It was a bit surprising when he overtook Bjarne Riis as the leader of Team Telecom last year, but the rare few who really know him weren't shocked at all. They saw the outcome of seeds planted many years ago in the stark environment behind the Iron Curtain. Jan Ullrich grew up in Rostock, a small city in the north of what was then East Germany. Jan's mother raised him and his older brother alone, working long hours to support them. But the youngster filled his empty afternoons pedaling all over town.
I know children in West Germany might have had more money, more things to do. Jan grew up without his father, but Jan only knew his life. He didn't know the difference. He had one toy, his bicycle, and he would spend hours riding.
Jan won a local race at age 10, and by 13 he was beating older boys. It was soon decided that this gifted child should be sent to Berlin, to the famed Sport Forum, the training center for all of East Germany's elite athletes.
I knew that Jan was talented, and I expected it to happen eventually. I knew of the school, and I knew he would be taken care of. It was the best chance for him.
Jan was placed under the tutelage of Peter Becker, a coach renowned in the Eastern Bloc for his success with young cyclists. Becker and his staff saw right away that Jan was special. The most difficult task for them was not training him, but holding him back.
He was very young, and his body was not developed when he came here. He wanted to go all out right away, and we had to really regulate his progress. We had to let his body catch up to his determination.
Jan has everything a cyclist needs. He's highly trainable, he can handle a lot of psychological pressure, he's goal-oriented, and he puts his whole heart into what he's doing.
At Sport Forum, Ullrich lived in the dorms, went to school, and spent 6 days per week training on this now decrepit track, all subsidized by the state.
The students at the school weren't beaten or anything, but for them, success in sports was the only way to see the world. For a young boy with no money, without a father, this kind of personal training would be impossible today. Jan could not have afforded this.
Ullrich's dreams began coming true 3 years ago with his junior world championship title. While it may have been the East German system which helped create him, Jan Ullrich, Tour de France champion, became a symbol of pride for all Germans.
It was one of the greatest moments of my life, and the people were so kind. Everyone wanted to say thank you. The people went crazy when I came back from the Tour de France. It was fantastic the way they greeted me, the fans and the press and everyone. My family was very proud, and it made me very proud that I could do this for my country.
Jan Ullrich also wants to do something for his sport. Ullrich said yesterday he plans to donate his prize money from the Tour to develop better doping policies. He and his teammates from Telecom working very hard since the 35-mile mark at the head of the peloton. They're approaching the only climb of the day.
Once over the top of the Col de Mur, then they have just 22 kilometers. That's about 13 miles to race to the finish. The majority of that is swooping downhill to the finish in Carpentras. They seem to have themselves well organized now. These riders are beginning to sense they may have started the winning move now. They've got rid of everybody else who was a little bit of a passenger. A little bit surprised, Paul, that Roche missed this move. He seemed to be in the right position when it started to happen.
One of those riders that puts an awful lot of energy into a breakaway, and I think he might have put just a little bit too much into the success of the 12-man breakaway. And once the split happened, he really was in the wrong place. And if a group goes like that, then you just have to be right on the wheel at the time that it splits. And there is Roscioli, and he won't get too much help from the Rabobank rider here because he has a man in front. And I think looking here at the rest of the group, there's no organization at all. So I think really they've put up the white flag and it's a question of surrender. And now they're just going to have to wait for the main field to catch them.
Well, the main field, the Cofidis are leading the Arrowhead right now. They're pulling that bunch. Look at the length of that field now as you look right down the road. And it'd be most unpleasant at the rear of the field now as you try to hang on to the fluctuating speeds as riders sprint to grab the wheels in front, and then they slow down, then they sprint again, and that really does hurt the legs. The field looks to me to be going very, very quickly now, but whether they will pick up those 6 riders, it's touch and go. Somebody trying to cross the gap now. It's our old mate Roscioli, who has tried to leave these. His reaction might cause a reaction that could yet bring these riders back together again. Francois Simon is the rider in white, and Sergei Ivanov, and then Maury are the other 3 riders in our frame. And finally, at the back of the field here is the rider from the Rabobank team.
Roscioli realizing here he's missed the boat. He's tried to get across, but you know, he just doesn't have the energy, and he realizes how difficult it's going to be. One man on his own riding across to a group of 6 who the last time we saw them were all working perfectly together, and he's decided, I'm not going to make it, so I best stay with the group that I'm with.
So Roscioli back in the pack, and the gap beginning to open now. They need to organize themselves a bit better than that. Certainly Dembaka isn't going to help them get back up to his teammate in that leading group. It's beginning to look good as we head out now towards the only climb of the day.
Higher climbs of the Alps off in the distance. They await the riders the next few days. For now, the 6-man group is still ahead of the main group.
The Tour de France. This ABC Sports presentation brought to you by Isuzu, saluting the athletes of the Tour de France who continually push themselves to go farther. Isuzu, go farther. And British Airways, the world's favorite airline.
A look from above at one of the countless villages and towns the Tour de France passes through. People lining the roads throughout the entire route. This is the lead group now at the base of the only climb of the day, the Col de Mur.
It really hurts when you hit. You have to change from using big gears to slightly smaller gears, and the gradient really does start to hurt the legs quite a bit. Every time it slows down, Phil, the man coming to the front is Daniel Nardello, obviously trying to prepare it for Taffy. Look how Taffy keeps dropping off the back of the group by 3 or 4 lengths. I think he's planning to try and launch an attack fairly shortly.
Well, both Daniel Nardello and Stefan Erlo and Garcia Acosta could find themselves moving up into high places in the top 10 if this breakaway holds this sort of time gap over the field to the finishing line. Because best place at the moment is Erlo, he's 20th, 7 minutes 56 seconds back. 21st is Nardello at 8 minutes 26. And then comes Garcia Acosta, he's 24th at 10 minutes 21 seconds. So we are now on the plateau, which will lead to the steep section of the Col de Moors. And Marty Jemison looking as strong as anybody else in this breakaway right now.
So Jemison and the lead group up ahead, but back near the head of the peloton, that's Luc Leblanc, the former world champion, who now attacks at the head of the peloton. Leblanc in 6th place when the day started, just 4 minutes and 16 seconds back. He can affect the yellow jersey with this break, or at the very least take time out of it. Leblanc testing his legs before the climbs of the Alps ahead, perhaps sensing that the telecom riders have worked very hard protecting that yellow jersey. He's going to take advantage of it right now.
The Isuzu Rodeo.
The telecom riders, who Bobby Julich calls a well-oiled machine, again chasing down the lead group.
Well, we're looking now at the peloton here as they are midway up the climb of the second category mountain, the Col de Meurs, but they are in pursuit of a breakaway, which has been on since the 56-kilometer today. It is split up. There were 12. There's now 6 riders up the road, including Andrea Taffi and Daniel Nardello and Stefan Erlo. And there they are down there at the moment. They're approximately 2.5 kilometers from the summit of the Col de Meurs. And in between, a rather audacious attack coming from Luc Leblanc, who's lying 6th overall. He's gone ahead of the main field, and at the moment is gaining time. He's around about 3.5 minutes behind the leaders.
I don't think any of the major leaders of the Tour de France this morning would have expected an attack to come on a climb like this, except possibly from Laurent Jalabert, because he's the kind of rider who on a day like this would look for a few seconds advantage over the big challengers and the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich. But it came from this man, wearing 141, Luc Leblanc, the former world champion, former wearer of the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, and he decided he'd have a go, and he's at the moment hovering around about 20 seconds ahead of the main field.
Now Ullrich's team are having to pull this pack along. They're getting quite a bit of assistance from the Cofidis team of Bobby Julich, so they're becoming certainly projecting themselves the 2 top teams in the Tour de France this year. Cofidis leading in the team competition overall.
In fact, it's been quite a battle between Cofidis and Telecom. Cofidis in the lead with an attacking style. They've got 6 riders in the top 12. Ullrich's team Telecom in 5th place, but it's a much more disciplined team with only one goal in mind. That's the finish with the yellow jersey at the end of the race on the Champs-Élysées. Just like in other sports, there are matchups between teams, each man playing a specific role. Here's how they match up. Francesco Casagrande, the team leader for Cofidis, already abandoned, which doesn't help. But Julich has stepped up right into that role to challenge Ullrich. You'd have to say that Bjarne Riis has been disappointing as the backup leader. He's down in 15th place. He needs to be working for Ullrich. American Kevin Livingston going to be a key in the Alps. He's a mountain specialist, and the Alps come up this week. Now, on paper, Team Telecom may appear to be more talented and deeper, and they have won the last 2 Tours de France. But it's very exhausting trying to protect that jersey, and they may prove vulnerable over the next few days in the Alps. Team Cofidis, on the other hand, perhaps more rested, and they've got a couple of solid mountain climbers. Luc Leblanc, Team Pulte's leader, still trying to take time out of the main field. '13 continues. You're looking at the peloton nearing the top of the Col de Meurs, the only climb of the day, a Category 2. Don't forget the Tour de France is online with stage results, highlight clips, polls, features, and finishes on AOL. Keyword ABC Sports and ESPN.com. Nearing the top of the Col de Meurs, let's pick up the call of Phil Liggett.
Well, a massive crowd as they come up towards the summit of the Col de Meurs. And we expected an attack from the Banesto rider. He was rather on his own there as the Spanish rider in the breakaway. There's the Spanish flag flying, and Andrea Tafi is also getting up amongst it now. The only man to have won a stage in the race last year in the Tour of Spain in this breakaway is the Spanish rider from Benesto, and he's gone over the top of the col in the lead with Tafi gritting his teeth but hanging on. But Stefan Erlo bringing over the rest. There really is no gap much at all, so I think they're going to come back together.
Pressure on the front of this group now, trying to pull it back, was coming from Stefan Erlo. US postal rider Marty Jemison was comfortably in that group of 4 riders as well. Meanwhile, Luc Leblanc, wearing 141, riding for Team Polti, trying to hold on to the slight advantage he's got. But you know, the alarm bells now, Phil, starting to ring in the main field. The pressure coming on at the front from Team Telecom.
So Luc Leblanc, the former world champion, making a move today and making a move on the yellow jersey. After the climb up the Col de Mur, here's what the Isuzu Go Farther Mountain Jersey standings look like. Rodolfo Massi of Casino for the 4th day wearing the polka dotted jersey. 2 Cofidis teammates, Renero and Meyer, in 4th and 5th place. They'll be very important in the Alps this week, working for Bobby Julich. And Marco Pantani just out of the top 5. He, of course, won the 2nd stage in the Pyrenees and can't wait for the Alps. Here's Phil.
This is now the man who's in no man's land, but he's not so much concerned about catching the riders in front as taking some time back from the yellow jersey behind him. And just at this moment in time, he is doing it.
I would say a well-planned attack by Luc Leblanc here as he goes over the summit of the climb. Look at the time gap, though. 3 minutes and 7 seconds his deficit over the leaders. But for him, what is more important is what is his advantage over the main field behind, which will certainly be led by Team Telecom, the team of Jan Ullrich, the overall leader.
So Leblanc is on the way down, and he's going to take risks, I think. Not too many, I hope, as he now tries to open up the time gap. So waiting to see the main field come up the mountain now. The gap for Leblanc, 3 minutes and 7 seconds over the top, but that's on the men in front of him. And big Bjarne Riis himself has got the tempo going here now as he drags the peloton over the line there, and it's 3:43 the gap. So there's a lot of chasing to be done as we head off down to Carpentras and the finish.
Well, Jan Ullrich being helped by Bjarne Riis, the former champion. Those roles cemented on the Telecom team now. We're back for more of stage 13 in a moment. Nearing the finish line in Carpentras, some 119 miles from where they started this morning. The peloton now 3 minutes behind a 6-man lead group. Picking up speed, coming down the Col de Mur, the one climb of the day. Now they're on the flatlands nearing the finish.
There's the leaders now, 10 kilometers to go for them as we go back up to them. That's Vincenti Garcia Acosta at the back. And now at the back it comes Andrea Tafi. I think he was expecting the motorbike to do a turn then, but then he jumped on the tail.
Tafi looking very good, throwing away everything he's got in his jersey pocket there. This is really a psychological move at this stage of the game, because what you're trying to do is make yourself as light as possible. You'll also see riders throwing their bottle away in the last 10 or 15 kilometers of a race like this, but it's just to try and get as much weight off them as possible. Second position there, Marty Jemison. Now he must be thinking, how am I going to outwit these riders? How can I place myself in the ideal position for the sprint at the end?
With mind games being played at this moment, let's check today's race summary, brought to you by Degree Antiperspirant and Deodorant. The riders went into attack mode again today as a 17-man group escaped from the field just after the start. As the field closed, attacks and counterattacks took place, finally generating a 12-man break. That break split, and now 6 men, including American Marty Jemison, have a 3-minute lead on the field with 6 miles to the finish line. Telecom, of course, leading the peloton most of the way, trying to chase down those breaks.
Chance at last to look at the main field here, but nobody helping except Cofidis. Well, having said that, there's a Rabobank rider got himself organised there. Paul, not too sure about that.
Can't agree more, because that's a rather strange move to see that man coming to the front. It was Leon Van Bon from Rabobank who's helping out the Cofidis and the Team Telecom at the front, and they do have a man in the leading group of 6 riders, so it is a surprise to see them helping out. But maybe they just want to keep to the front of the main field, a little bit out of danger, and try and help preserve the position of their man in the overall standings, Michael Bogert, who's lying 5th. They want to pull back Luc Leblanc, and that for them I think was good enough, because LeBlanc, he's given up because he knows he's not going too far.
Well, he looks over his shoulder. He's seen the helicopter is what he's seeing, because the riders have just about now come into view around that bend. So that was why the Rabobank Leon Van Boom was working at the front. They wanted to stop LeBlanc climbing to 5th place in the race and overhauling Michael Bogart, their team man, who is currently in 5th place. So the tactics have been played. LeBlanc is back in the pack, has a good look at the riders, and now it's everybody against the others again, and the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich is safe.
So the work pays off by Telecom, but that's becoming a daily chore and a daily burden to protect that yellow jersey. And there's a long way to go before the finish on the Champs-Élysées. The end of stage 13 when we come back.
Brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury. The athlete's foot medicine doctors recommend most. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure. And Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant.
The town of Carpentras, once an ancient Roman colony. Today, the town of the finish line for 147 riders. Now in the peloton, Jan Ullrich and Bobby Julich. They're near the lead of that main field. But that main field is 3 minutes and 20 seconds behind a lead group.
There's the chance to have a look at the peloton, but there's no real big drive going on there. The teams have just allowed this breakaway now. Well, allowed's the wrong word, but this breakaway will succeed today, having been out front from the 56 kilometer as they go now under the 2 kilometers to go banner, and it looks as though they might well be carrying this right down to the line for a sprint.
I would expect somebody to try and make a move, because waiting for the sprint is such a dangerous thing to do. Marty Jemison in the blue jersey now going to the front from Salt Lake City in the United States. Started off his career with Word Perfect, a Dutch team which now has become the Rabobank. So he'll know a little bit about the tactics that Koos Moerenhout can expect to adopt. And he also has the advantage of speaking Dutch. So any tactical advice that's been given to the Dutchman, he will have been able to pick it up.
Well, we're about 1 mile from the finish now as we look for the kilometer to go banner. Now nobody wants to work, you see. They're slowing down now, and here comes the first move. This is Nardello. He's gone very early, I think, and Taffy won't go after him. He's seen his teammate go. He's going to hold back as long as he can. Daniel Nardello has gone. He's gone very, very early. They would not have expected it that early, Paul.
They certainly wouldn't. That was a good move. You see how Taffy moved up into second place to try and slow them down, but there has been a reaction. It's come from Garcia Acosta, the Banesto rider, and he's pulled Nardello back. So they tried to surprise them. Good move by Nardello, and a nice attempt by Taffy to try and close it down, but it didn't work. And Nardello back in the pack, still 6 men. Marty Jemison in 5th place, just trying to loosen up those thighs. They're going to be very heavy after a day like this. And Garcia Acosta moving over to the right-hand side so he can have a look at the faces of the other riders in this group. The red kite now, Phil, telling them there's 1 kilometer remains to the finish.
Well, I thought that was it. I really did. He seemed to do it just right, but then out of the trees came the Spanish rider, Vicente Garcia Acosta, brought them all back together again. Now we are going to have a sprint, and it's who gets the jump, gets the victory, I think, here now. Marty Jemison is in a good position, lying at the back of the group here. He's going to have to open up the sprint, I think, if he wants to move up towards the leaders in the last 500 or 600 meters. Stefan Erlo is the man who's trapped on the front of the line, and Koos Moerenhout is the rider in second place. And Moerenhout, never been in this quality of a finish before in his life, might be the big surprise. Now, can Marty Jemison go?
Well, Jemison's in the ideal position. He's in 6th spot. He can keep an eye on every other rider in this breakaway. Herlo is the man who's going to have to lead it out. Moerenhout, the Dutchman, in 2nd place. He's bound to be a good finisher. All Dutchmen know how to finish off a breakaway like this. But Marty Jemison, for me, Phil, may well cause the big surprise, because he's sitting there. He's got a good finish when it comes down to something like this. And being a professional since 1994, he will have been able to conserve just a little bit of energy.
Well, Stefan Erlo, and there's a paper come across his head here, which just blew onto his head. Nothing you can do about that. He's going to ride with it on. He's blown away. Now Nardello's coming over on the shoulder here. Daniel Nardello has still got the legs after that attack. Stefan Erlo is trying to get his back wheel. Kees Moerenhout is trying to get on in 3rd place. Now, as they start to line up for the finish, this is a fantastic sprint by Nardello. He's holding them off as Erlo tries to come. Jemison's on the far right. Now they're fanning out. I don't think Nardello's going to do it, because it looks like Vincenti is so close. Well, he's got it right on the line, but it was ever so close, and a very, very good sprint finish indeed by Daniel Nardello. It was close, but he was clearly the best finisher, and he held them off all of the way to the line. As we can look again now of that sprint, a long lead out here by a man who obviously believed in his own strength today. Daniel Nardello giving the Mapai again back-to-back stage wins. As Erlo looked at this point, he might overhaul him, and so too on the far right there, Vincenti Garcia Acosta as they hit the line. Oh, desperately close, desperately close. But there's no doubt Nardello's got it with the photo finish. You can see it there, and the Spanish rider is second, and Taffy gets third. And here comes the bunch coming into the line now, hot on the heels of the remnants at breakaway. Eric Zabel trying to finish it off now and get some more points. And on the line he does it. So Zabel still sprints well, even when it's for the lesser places.
And in the main field, Bobby Julich along with Jan Ullrich, keeping a close eye on each other. In fact, they've done that for the past 4 days now. Here are the stage results. Daniela Nardello of Mapei wins the stage ahead of Garcia Acosta, then Taffy, who has pressed the issue throughout the tour, and Marty Jemison comes up just short at the end of the stage. He finishes 5th. Well, we found out last year that Jan Ullrich is as tough a competitor as they come in any sport, but he's also very well liked in the peloton. Adrian Karsten is with the man who's been on his wheel.
It's hard not to like the guy, you know. I mean, not only is he a great champion, but he's a great person too. And when this whole thing's over, I'm sure we'll sit down and have a beer.
But you got to get through the Alps first. And you need to go on the attack there if you're going to take that yellow jersey.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as, I mean, friendships off the bike, you know, regardless. This is the Tour de France, and we both want to win.
Discouraging day for Marty Jemison, who did all he could to win a stage for the U.S. Postal Service team. That's been their goal, and they continue to be a major factor in this year's Tour de France. Well, the overall standings virtually unchanged when you talk about the leaders. Ullrich right ahead of Bobby Julich, who has placed well to go into the Alps. Kevin Livingston in 13th place now, just under 6 minutes back. Jemison moves up to 57th. Jan Ullrich wears the yellow jersey once again. The question is, how much help will he get from his telecom teammates once the climbs of the Alps begin? Julich has been right behind him. The 14th leg of the 98 Tour de France is over, with 8 still to come. 1,543 miles of Ireland and France covered, with 863 miles of French countryside to be ridden. Tomorrow, the Tour heads to the Alps, traveling from Valrias to the Olympic city of Grenoble. Join us Sunday on ABC Sports at 4:30 Eastern Time, and on Monday at 1 a.m. Eastern on ESPN. For Phil Liggett, Paul Sherwen, and Adrian Karsten, I'm Terry Gannon. So long for now from the 85th Tour de France. Higher than that. He's eyeing the leader's yellow jersey, now worn by Jan Ullrich, who is the defending champion, and he's within reach of that. Stage 14 from Valrias to Grenoble, a former site of the Winter Olympics, comes your way later today on Wide World of Sports. Right now, let's check in with Dan Dierdorf. The legacy of Greg LeMond has inspired every American cyclist since 1990, when the 3-time champion captured his final yellow jersey. This year, the Americans have garnered more attention than at any time since. The deepest roster of U.S. riders ever has earned the respect of the peloton and can win the ultimate prize. Bobby Julich is within reach of Jan Ullrich's yellow jersey and has the defending champion looking over his shoulder. From the start town of Valrias, the next crucial phase of the Tour de France is in clear view, the high peaks of the Alps. Hi everybody, I'm Terry Gannon. Welcome to our coverage of Stage 14, when the riders for the first time get a little taste of the Alps. It could mark the beginning of a change in strategy. Yesterday we saw a strange alliance build up on the roads of the Tour. Jan Ullrich and Bobby Julich of the United States, competitors, and right now 1-2 in the standings. working together and directing their teams to work together to chase down a common enemy, a group of riders who had pulled away from the peloton. In this race, though, and in this sport, agreements are made to be broken. And Mr. Phil Liggett, the alliances that build up on the roads of the Tour de France at some point always turn into treason.
That's absolutely right. But you see, on these flatter stages, the riders who have established themselves so far as the likely winners of this tour, they do form these alliances to try and keep the party in-house. They know the next battleground is the Alps. Then they will attack each other. But for now, they'll chase down anything to protect what they've got. And if they need to use their enemies, they'll do so.
And yesterday in the lead group from the 35-mile mark on, Marty Jemison of the U.S. Postal Service. An extraordinary effort by Jemison. And another example of how aggressive the U.S. team has been. Their goal all along has been to win a stage. And it had to be the highlight of Jemison's career, even though he came up just short at the finish line.
I've been waiting 10 years for this. I know I've been strong and not always the smartest rider, but I've been waiting for a ride like this. I even felt pretty good in the sprint. I had confidence. I know there were better sprinters, but I gave it everything. And I thought I played pretty good tactics. Today, any mistake I made in the past today, I didn't think I made up for it.
The U.S. Postal team, one of the few teams left with a full roster of 9. George Hincapie firmly believes he can win a stage that doesn't involve unbearable climbs like today. Right now, Paul Sherwen takes a look at what we can expect.
The crowds have turned out once again for the Tour de France, and tactically they can expect the race to be very similar to that of yesterday, when Marty Jemison of the U.S. Postal Service slipped into the winning breakaway. Although he didn't come up with the goods, tactically they got it spot on. Today's stage is a little bit more difficult, though, because the climb towards the end is much longer. But the sting in the tail is the descent down into Grenoble. It's very tricky and tactical. A rider with courage and determination could find himself shooting out of the pack and going for a lone victory on the streets of Grenoble.
Paul, meanwhile, the Cofidis team, Bobby Julich's team, still atop the overall team standings. Will they attack again today? That's the approach they've used to keep Julich up there with Ullrich. Marco Pantani, the Pirate, was fined $75 today for avoiding the large crowds and failing to sign in. You know he'll be active in the Alps, though. He's within reach of Jan Ullrich, right there with Laurent Jalabert. Bobby Julich just a minute and 11 back. Kevin Livingston, one of the Americans for Cofidis, in 13th place. Marty Jemison moves up from 65th to 57th with the effort yesterday, and George Hincapie in 71st place. Well, the race has begun now in Val Rias on the way to Grenoble. Another warm day in France. Temperatures expected to be in the 90s along the way. And let's take a look at today's route, sponsored by Mercury. The riders will travel out of the area of Provence, easing into the Alps for the first time. 116 miles from the start in Val Rias to Grenoble. There are 3 climbs involved in today's route, although you really can't call it a true mountain stage. The highest peaks in the Alps begin with the stage tomorrow. Shortly after the start, the first climb is a Category 3, about 16 kilometers out, or 10 miles. Then a Category 4, a little more than 38 kilometers, or 24 miles. And the Col de Roche, the highest climb of the day, that's a Category 2. Out on the road, at the summit of the first climb, the man wearing the King of the Mountains jersey, Rodolfo Massi of Team Casino, crosses the line first. He'll pick up 10 more points to help keep him in polka dots. And as we look down on the winding roads of the Col de Roche, the final climb of the day, a 6-man group has broken away from the peloton. Let's join Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen.
Well, we're looking here now at the head of that group. The gap has gone out to 10.5 minutes, and still Stuart O'Grady looking pretty cool here. The main field behind Paul seems to be letting the riders run for the moment.
Team Telecom just setting a tempo on the front. They're not too worried about anybody in this breakaway, which is why the gap now is well over 10 minutes. The last official time check we had was 10 minutes and 40 seconds. But from the top of the climb, Phil, an awful long way to go.
They're looking over the shoulders, Calcaterra. This is the man who started the breakaway today, went away on his own of 42 kilometers. Then Peter Meinhardt got up to him. the Danish rider on the US postal team, and then came Rodriguez, Stuart O'Grady, Leon Van Bon and Laurent Debian, and now they seem to have settled in to a full day out front. There's a chance to see the main peloton as it continues on the lower slopes of the Col de Rousset. It's a long climb, its gradient is not that steep, but they are keeping a pretty fast tempo on it right now. The Telecom team here working very hard at the front.
They are, and once they get over the top, there's a very difficult terrain because for almost 40 miles they're on a plateau at around about 3,000 feet. There's no flat at all, it's always undulating, and that is when Team Telecom may well be put under a little bit of difficulty.
So Telecom trying to keep that lead group under control. In that group, Laurent Debian, a teammate of Ullrich. So one thing is for sure, Ullrich will get no help from Bobby Ullrich today.
The Tour de France. This ABC Sports presentation brought to you by Isuzu, saluting the athletes of the Tour de France who continually push themselves to go farther. Isuzu, go farther. Festina watches, the official timer of the Tour de France. European-styled Festina watches are new to America. And the athlete's foot medicine doctors recommend most, Lotrimin AF, the killer cure.
What an image he produced when he exploded from the main field and left everyone behind for a stage win in the Pyrenees. It was yet another sign that the Italian climber is at the end of a long road back to the top. The second week of the Tour is what many riders dread, the pain that comes in the mountains. But Marco Pantani is not like the rest of the peloton. With his stage win this past week, he again proved he scales and descends mountains like the road runner. Besides, pain is nothing new for Pantani. It was only 3 years ago that Pantani saw his life flash before him as he crashed into a Jeep descending a mountain at over 50 miles per hour.
I remember I wasn't able to do anything to avoid it. Not even to brake, because everything happened in less than a second. I ended up hitting the Jeep together with 2 other riders.
Pantani's left shin and fibula were smashed, requiring reconstructive surgery. The effects of the accident went beyond physical damage. For most of 1996, Pantani doubted he'd ever ride again.
After the accident, I suffered from 1,000 pains. My leg, my knee, my back, my ankle would hurt. In the first months, I tried to forget I was a cyclist, because at first what was more important was to be able to regain my normal physical activities, like walking, for example.
Pantani was away from racing for over a year, learning to walk again before finally getting back on his bike. His recovery culminated in last year's incredible climb to win at Alpe d'Huez.
My goal was to show that I could still be the same in spite of what had happened. It is as if I wanted to take revenge against something, maybe misfortune itself.
Unlike his flamboyant countryman Mario Cipollini, Marco Pantani approaches his life and his sport with a quiet resolve, which he says helps him focus on being the best.
I consider myself a solitary man, but what I believe gives me a big advantage for what I do is the fact of not having limits. I look very much ahead without fear.
Although he loves disco dancing and even dreams of a singing career after he retires, for now, Pantani is having a career year. After winning the Giro d'Italia in May, Il Pirata, the pirate, believes the yellow jersey is within his grasp.
Maybe with a few more years behind me, I can try to do something that hasn't happened for some time. To do well in both the Tour of Italy and in the Tour de France.
Pantani focused again on stage wins and the yellow jersey. That's why, by the way, you don't see him in the King of the Mountains jersey. He just isn't that concerned about the intermediate climbs. Well, here's a look at the lead group. Nearing the summit of the final climb, there are Phil and Paul.
So a massive crowd, and they haven't contested the finish line at all on top of the climb because none of these riders are near the leader of the King of the Mountains, Rodolfo Massi, who won the first small climb today, by the way, fittingly called La Montagne de la Série. That came after 16 kilometers, and he was also first. It wasn't his teammate Ellie was the man who took the Côte de Puy-Saint-Martin a little bit later on. So those two seem to have a private battle as to who will lead the King of the Mountains by the time we get into the Alps. There's the chase behind. Nobody bothering to help at all, the Telecom team. They won't be too concerned with this breakaway. This is the sort of day they wanted. Whether they stay away to the finish, I think, will be more on the strength of the riders up front than possibly the chase back by the peloton, because nobody up there affecting Jan Ullrich or indeed the second place overall of Bobby Ullrich.
Bobby Julich's team Cofidis not coming to the front to work this afternoon, probably because none of the riders in that breakaway are any threat at all to Bobby Julich's second place in the overall standings, or any threat at all to the lead that Team Cofidis has in the team competition. So they're leaving it all up to the team of the yellow jersey.
So the alliance that formed yesterday between Cofidis and Telecom lasted exactly 1 day. Different agendas in stage 14. Well, these days in the Alps, very important, but perhaps the most significant stage of this year's tour could be next Saturday's individual time trial. Our coverage begins at 5:30 Eastern Time on ABC's Wide World of Sports, with additional coverage at 11:30 p.m. on ESPN2. Well, here's a look at the only part of the mountain Marco Pantani can't climb on a bike, although I wouldn't want to challenge him. The lead group gaining speed on the descent, destination, the Olympic city of Grenoble. We'll be back. Welcome back. The peloton over 10 minutes in back of a lead group. The Telecom men leading the yellow jersey, Jan Ullrich. A reminder that the Tour de France is online with stage results, highlight clips, polls, features, and finishes on AOL, keyword ABC Sports, and ESPN.com. Up ahead, the lead group now on the streets of Grenoble. Each one far down in the overall classification, but looking for a stage win.
Well, Peter Meinhardt riding for US Postal, one of only 3 teams left in the Tour de France with a full complement of 9 starters. Telecom for Ullrich, they're all here, and the Mappe, who have had 4 stage wins, they are all here, and so too are US Postal, who would like to win a stage, and they're going to have a chance at it today for sure. Everybody else has lost riders in the Tour de France this year. Funny thing was, Paul, that US Postal last year also finished every one of the riders, which is quite a remarkable record.
A very good record. Everybody can expect to lose at least 1 or 2 riders during a Tour de France, either through illness or injury, and that's quite a remarkable achievement to take 9 men all around this 3-week race and bring them successfully up to Paris.
Leon Van Bon, they all know he can sprint. They'll be the one they'll be watching, along with Stuart O'Grady, I think.
The other 4 men in this break, not known as premier sprinters, but this close to the finish line, you would expect an attack at any moment. And there goes Maynard Nielsen of the US Postal team, trying to win this stage. Can he hang on? We'll find out when we come back. 14. The break by Maynard Nielsen of US Postal was reeled in. Laurent Debian tried one unsuccessfully. Now, the final maneuvers to the finish line have begun.
But it could well come down to the fastest sprinter, but Peter Maynard is going again for US Postal. This time, Paul, he's ridden off the front.
Good move by him. Nobody was on his wheel. He was on the right-hand side of the road. But look from behind. It's Laurent Debian, the Frenchman, has seen the danger. And again, O'Grady comes right across onto his wheel.
Stuart O'Grady thinks he's back on the track now, of which he is a most brilliant track rider as he dives across the road. And in fact, now Debian hooks up and goes away. O'Grady hasn't got the legs to go again. He moves off and leaves Rodriguez to try and close the gap.
Now this is dangerous because Rodriguez has looked very good over the last couple of attacks. He's closed down 1 or 2 gaps there. And look how quickly he's come across to the Frenchman. He's no stranger to victory. Tour of Portugal has been 2 times on his pedigree. And this afternoon he's looking for a stage victory in the Tour de France.
Virtually straight now, all the way down to the finishing line, so the riders will be in sight of one another, whatever sort of gap they get. Rodriguez, first man to reach it, Debian, as we go under 3 kilometers to go. Debian looks to see who joins him and then thinks, well, come and go through on me. And he does. Rodriguez just sees whether it's worth it. He judges it is, and so we now have 2 riders just ahead of the chase.
Looking for the next banner, which will tell them 2 kilometers remaining. Rodriguez came right up to the back wheel of Debian there, took a little bit of a breather, and then decided now we've got to keep the pace high, because if there's any reaction from behind, it'll get closed down straight away. And I would think the group of 4 riders behind are starting to watch each other quite a lot, because the thing is, you've got 2 very good sprinters, Van Bon and O'Grady, and they may well have missed the boat.
With the outcome still very much in doubt, let's take a moment now to check today's race summary, brought to you by Festina Watches. In the last stage before the high mountains of the Alps, we've seen a group of men, including Peter Maynard of the US Postal Service team, whose goal all along has been to win a stage, seized their chance and breakaway at the 35-mile mark. The break gained over 12 minutes, and now with 1 kilometer to go, the attacks to the line are underway. The final rush to the finish, Debian and Rodriguez out front.
The two could just about hold on 1,000 meters.
It's so close, Phil. You can't slow down at this time. Look at O'Grady now. He comes up into 3rd position on the road. He knows now he's got to nail back those 2 riders if he's going to get a stage victory in the Tour de France. Right on O'Grady's wheel is Van Bon, and it's all back together. Somebody's going to go, and this time it looks as if it's going to be the Benesta rider, but it's Debian. But right on his wheel, O'Grady's there.
So Debian is left on the front now. He could be the unlucky man to lead them out. Peter Meinhardt, who has used no energy coming across this gap on the far right, he could be the freshest of them now, but he may want to open up the sprint as he's waiting for somebody else to make the move. They're not going to come around Debian now. They're all back together again. O'Grady is looking out for one man, and he's in 3rd wheel, and that is Leon Van Bon, who won the stage into Pau. And Stuart O'Grady's had a few seconds on stage in the Tour de France. He's never had a stage win. Debian has no choice now but to start for the line. Calcaterra is looking to see where that line is. O'Grady is going to wait till the last minute and then try. He's switched wheels. He's gone to from Debian across to Calcaterra. What's in the middle though? Calcaterra going well. Now Stuart O'Grady is going to try. O'Grady is going to edge it. Oh, and it was so close on the line, but he thinks he got it. He timed it, I think, to perfection. Stuart O'Grady will become, if it is so, only the 3rd Australian to win a stage of the Tour de France, and he's done it, I think, by the width of his tyre. Watch this now as we see here Calcaterra and then O'Grady. The line was coming very quickly. Now O'Grady starts to move round as Rodriguez tries to go. O'Grady moves up, and on the line, yes, he's got it. So O'Grady gets his stage win for Gann. That was about the closest sprint you can get. Calcaterra, 14 years a pro, desperately unlucky here. O'Grady the winner.
Meanwhile, the overall leaders of the race, including Jan Ullrich in the yellow jersey, who hasn't had to work nearly as hard today, content to stay almost 10 minutes back.
The Tour de France. This ABC Sports presentation brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury. And Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant.
On the streets of Grenoble, the race within the peloton to the finish line is now on.
And here comes the hustle and bustle of the main field as almost 10 minutes has slipped by here now. The race for the points in the green jersey competition. And on the back wheel of Aldag there, it looks as though we're going to see Zabel pop out now and take on Robbie McEwen. So Eric Zabel and Robbie McEwen are coming to the line, and Zabel is going to get it pretty easily. 9th place for him, behind Gaydon and Diaz Justo, who finished just before.
So 2 sprints to the finish line, and Stuart O'Grady wins the one that counts. He wore the yellow jersey earlier in the Tour. Today he wins barely over Giuseppe Calcaterra of Seiko, who crossed the line 2nd, but will be relegated down to 6th place because he didn't hold his line near the finish and cross over into O'Grady. Peter Maynard Nielsen, another great effort for the U.S. Postal Service team. Yesterday it was Jemison, today Maynard Nielsen. They believe they have a stage win in them. The overall standings virtually unchanged. Bobby Julich in a great position, 1 minute, 11 seconds behind Jan Ullrich in the yellow jersey. You know Julich's going to try to make a move in the Alps, as will Marco Pantani. Kevin Livingston of Cofidis, an American, less than 6 minutes back. George Hincapie in 71st. Jan Ullrich has been in yellow since the end of stage 9. Can he keep it through the Alps? We'll have to wait and see. The 15th leg of the 98 Tour de France is over with 7 still to come. We've traveled 1,659 miles with 747 still to be ridden. Tomorrow the Tour travels from here in Grenoble to Les Deux Alps. Join us tomorrow for stage 15 at 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2, 12:30 a.m. Tuesday on ESPN. And remember, join us next Saturday and Sunday on ABC for the final 2 days of the Tour. Coverage begins Saturday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern and Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. For Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen, I'm Terry Gannon. So long from France. Now let's take you back to Robin Roberts in our ABC Wide World of Sports studios in New York.
Kevin Garnett's salary and even Shaquille O'Neal's salary. Don't you think that the players are going to have to bend at some point. That it's just, there's not unlimited resources. And
yeah, I think everybody's going to have to bend at some point. I don't believe, I forget how many owners, they say half of them are losing money. I don't quite believe that that's true, but I do believe that there has to be some movement, because once Jordan goes, and I've been saying this for a long time, they've been hiding so much junk behind Michael Jordan in this league, and I think people are a little tired seeing 21-year-old kids make 120.
The real race is on. For 1,500 miles, the Tour's top men have let their teammates get the glory. These leaders have just been waiting for the right time and the right place. Well, it's time, and this is the place. This is cycling's version of the Final Four. This is what we've been waiting for. The final showdown between the Tour's real contenders. Today, they climb up into the Alps as the final week of the 98 Tour de France begins. Hello, everyone. I'm Adrian Karsten. Well, if American Bobby Julich really wants to win this Tour de France, now he has to go on the attack, today and tomorrow. So far, he's played it perfectly, been right on the wheel of Jan Ullrich in the perfect position to attack, not spending too much too soon. But now he has to go for it, and he has to go with the help of his team. He just can't climb on his own. The one catch is that Telecom knows this only too well. In fact, no one protects the yellow jersey like they have. They're going for their third consecutive Tour de France title. Couple things to keep in mind now. Up in the Alps, it isn't all just about climbing. You have to go downhill as well, and if Jan Ullrich does have a weakness, it would be on the descent. And on a day like today, rainy, wet conditions, things could get dangerous. During week one, George Hincapie was the talk of this tour. He came within 2 seconds of the yellow jersey. Now everyone wants to talk about Bobby Julich. His performance in this race has given American cycling new hope and motivation. His time has come.
I don't think I've ever been more confident in my abilities. It's just a dream coming true, and I hope I can really finish it off, because the first 2 weeks of the tour have gone off without a hitch, and now it's time to perform. Now it's time that the champions come out, and I'm ready for the challenge.
Bobby's best friend these days, Kevin Livingston, very unselfish. His whole race now is helping Bobby Julich. The Pirate, Marco Pantani, and the look of determination. Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen think this may be his stage to win today.
Well, Adrian, Paul and I at the finishing line here today at Les Deux Alpes, and I can tell you what, it's pretty cold and rain is threatening all of the time. And as you know, in the mountains, the weather does change pretty quickly. Now, we're not very far away from Italy. It's the last mountaintop finish of the tour. All I'll say to Paul Sherwen is Marco Pantani.
I have to agree with you, Phil, because this is where he wants to win. He's been here before when the Tour of Italy finished at the top of this climb in 1994. And if he wants to get to the podium in Paris, he's got to do something today.
But so too have a number of other riders, not least, of course, Bobby Julich. The weather, Paul, is not really Julich's best, is it?
No, Bobby Julich doesn't like this kind of weather. He really likes it when it's much hotter than this. But he's been quite adamant about his tactics. He said this stage he has to go out, put the German under pressure, and he feels that with a strong Cofidis team around him, they can probably do that this afternoon.
Cofidis, the #1 team in this tour, versus Telecom, the most talent-rich team. And away they go in stage 15, out of the host city of the 1968 Winter Olympics, Grenoble, France. Here's a look at today's all-important route now, sponsored by Mercury. 117 miles up into the French Alps, the finish line at the top of Les Deux Alpes. There are 4 major mountain climbs in the stage, and this is where Pantani, Ullrich, and Julich will go to work. 2 of the climbs are hors category, the ultimate classification of difficulty. There's a category 2, and the final climb is category 1. Julich's first opportunity to take time out of Ullrich comes at the summit of the Col de la Croix de Fer, 69 kilometers in. The steepest climb is the 3rd of the day, the Col du Galibier. Ullrich versus Julich to his left. Get used to this sight today. Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen get us up the first mountain climb. Gentlemen.
Well, the Alps are in angry mood, and so too, clearly, Paul, are the Cofidis team, because this is going to be a great day of racing. On the climb of the Col de la Croix de Fer at the moment, Pantani's had a tumble at the back, but he's up and riding. But the pressure being applied by the Cofidis team is breaking this race apart.
Obviously, the tactic for Cofidis today is to go out and make this race as hard as possible. Talking to Bobby Julich yesterday, in fact, he said We noticed when we get to the top of the cols, there are only 2 or 3 riders from Telecom around, and we always have 4 or 5. So if we can isolate Ullrich, that would be the best advantage for us, and he started to do it very early on.
Well, Renero has started the damage. He accelerated away, and this small select group has got up to him. Clearly, you can see the yellow jersey of Ullrich. Conditions are seemingly about as bad as they can get here. The rain is sweeping through the Alps today. When it comes down, it is torrential, and you know they're going to have to be terribly, terribly careful on the way down the mountains today.
Very tricky and precarious, these descents, because of the weather that really has changed overnight, and very cold at the top of the mountains too. Temperatures probably only just above freezing.
Well, there's a few casino riders made the split, 1 or 2 from Bonesto and a couple from Français des Jeux. It looks to me we've got about 25-30 riders here. Tyler Hamilton just passing through for the US Postal, so he's made the first selection. I'm a little bit surprised to see Eric Zabel still hanging on the back. He may have just come across. Zabel was in an early move, which got 2.5 minutes, then was caught lower down the slopes of this climb. I'm sorry about the pictures today. It might be the problem that we're going to experience all day, I'm afraid, because of the low cloud. The helicopters are in big difficulties.
Telecom really under a lot of pressure now. A lot of the riders already been dropped on the early slopes of this climb. Jens Heppner has gone away from this group, as has Francesco Frattini, the Italian rider on the Telecom squad. They would have expected to be up here and working well.
Well, Zabel's back on, but I'm not too sure whether he'll be much use now to Ullrich. The bunch is swollen to about 50 riders here, I would say. And we get the feeling, Paul, that it's a showdown stage today.
Certainly is. It's a very difficult stage. This is the first climb of the day, the Col de Croix de Fer. After that, they've got 2 consecutive climbs, the Col de Telegraph and the Col de Galibier, which is situated nicely at 25 miles to the finish. A very rapid descent, and then a climb up to the finish line in Les Deux Alpes. It really is a day to put Jan Ullrich into difficulty. And Bobby Julich has said openly that he wants to try and win the Tour de France, and he's only really got today and tomorrow to do it.
And Paul, the reason Julich has to do so well in these 2 days is because we then leave the Alps and look ahead to the time trial, where Ullrich, at least on paper, is better than Bobby Julich. No warmer than 54 degrees anywhere on the race route today, and as low as 39 degrees at the summit of these climbs. Bobby Julich is a warm weather racer. He's not going to get any help from Mother Nature's today. Stage 15, our first day in the French Alps, continues when we return.
This is Imagine TV. Our mountain looks a little lonely, so let's add a Mercury Mountaineer here. Oh, yes, that's nice.
You say she took off in a Mercury?
She took off in a Mercury. Jerky?
Actually, no. It's a pretty smooth ride.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Hot tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra dry degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
Now, what did we do this weekend? Yes, Nicola.
We know Concord
Book any economy class flight on British Airways this summer and you could win one of 100 Concorde vacations for 2 to London. It's an unbelievable offer.
Did you know?
Buy a ticket now and you could win a Concorde vacation.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead. Imagine yourself in a Mercury. And by Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant. Welcome back to a big day for Bobby Julich and the rest of the tour's top 4 riders. Our first day in the Alps may give birth to a new overall leader. And speaking of birthdays,
I just want to wish my big sister Robin happy birthday today. She's back in Colorado watching this on TV, and just wanted to say happy birthday, and I hope I make your day a special one by doing well today. I love you.
Robin, we'd all like to sign Bobby's birthday card. Happy birthday. Now in the first climb of the day, the Col de la Croix de Fer, Rodolfo Massi in the mountain climber's jersey is going to be first to and through the summit. And he will collect 40 points for finishing first on this Or category climb. And so in the Isuzu Go Farther Mountain Climbers update, that is going to give him at this moment a total of 235 points and a comfortable lead over Alberto Elli, who has 165 points in second place. Now by finishing third on this climb, Christophe Renero is now tied with Cedric Vasseur with 126 points. You know, without Richard Virenque around anymore, this is Massi's jersey to lose. Virenque, by the way, won 4 consecutive polka dot jerseys. A spirited defense of the polka dot jersey by Massi as we climb the second mountain of the stage, the Col de Telegraph. The weather just terrible now, but the riders are doing their best.
Well, there's the 1 kilometer board for the Col de Telegraph, the stepping stone to the Col de Galibier. Of the 6 riders who are clear, 3 are still ahead. Serrano of the Kelme team, he's the man in the middle here. The man at the back is the king of the mountains, Massi, having another good day in the big hills. And the rider who's been simply superb for the Cofidis team, Christophe Renero. He's not been afraid to do all of the work.
He's gone out with a plan. His job today is to try and toughen up the course, try and make the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich tremble on his shoulders, because Team Cofidis have gone out with this tactic. They want to try and isolate the leader of the Tour so far, and that's exactly what they're doing with all of these attacks. It puts Telecom under pressure.
Just 40 miles left to race to the finish. It's raining at the finish. It's raining on the Telegraph. It's raining on the Galibier. It is going to be a dreadful day for the riders. The visibility, too, is coming down and down. And on the Galibier, it's said to be only 50 meters. And as a result of that, all the helicopters are grounded. And the reason we're receiving pictures from out in the mountains there is because a fixed-wing aeroplane is flying overhead at 8,000 meters. Well, this is the main field getting smaller. And Ullrich has defended well so far. He's been under attack. Luc Leblanc has tried to go from him. So too has Jimenez. But so far, he's reacted well, but he's losing his teammates.
Just 2 left. Udo Bolt's on the front there, followed by Bjarne Riis, and in third place, the yellow jersey. But these men at the front are really setting the race on fire. And these conditions, Phil, it's very rare to see weather like this in the Alps.
Yeah, especially after yesterday when it was an absolute scorcher. And today it is, well, pretty bad. And the riders having to be very careful on the descent because it's glacial. Laurent Jalabert, who has been dropped by the Ullrich group now, he was very lucky not to crash coming down the Col de la Croix de Fer, where he had to take his foot off the pedal and correct his slide as he went around a right-hand bend. Here's the main field. They are now at 1 kilometer from the summit, so they're the best part of a kilometer behind the 3 front runners. We've still got a few riders, or a couple of riders from that leading group in between. They're on the way back now. And we haven't seen Marco Pantani, who fell on the ascent of the Col de la Croix de Fer, but we think he is in the Ullrich group as Massi goes away to get his second maximum points of the day.
Phil, over the top of the Telegraph, the least difficult of the 4 climbs today. 2 minutes, 48 seconds behind the main field, and Pantani is in this group with Ullrich and Bjarne Riis that you see there on the other telecoms. He was uninjured in that crash he had on the ascent and continues in the peloton. More in a moment.
The Great American Mattress Sale is going on now at all showrooms. Here are the top 10 reasons to buy Simmons Beautyrest Queen Set. The Luxury Firm $349, the Ruby $459, the Celebrity $499, Diamond with 3 levels of firmness $599, the World Class Pillow Top Plus $699, the World Class Eminence Pillow Top $799, the World Class Crescendo Opus $999, and the World Class Crescendo Carmen $1399.
Most Americans don't realize that their household energy use produces twice as much pollution as the family car, or that America emits more than 25% of the world's greenhouse gases. But it's easier now than ever before to reduce energy waste at home and make the air a little cleaner. You might even save some money. Call this toll-free number for simple steps to make your home more energy efficient. It's easy when you know how.
Soccer, the goal isn't just to score. The goal is to move grown men to tears and to score. Act now and watch over 100 Major League Soccer matches you can't see anywhere else. After the World Cup, some of the world's best players are headed to America and the MLS. Don't miss a beat of the heart-pounding, heart-breaking action. Special mid-season pricing now available. Call your cable company or DirecTV at 1-800-GET-SPORTS to order.
With more bad weather ahead in today's Stage 15, the descents off these mountains are just as, if not more significant than the climbs. A turn they would take at 45 miles per hour on a dry day today, they'll take it 20. Ullrich, Julich, Jalabert, Pantani. They represent this year's Final Four, and when you consider their best overall finishes in their career, you can see why they are the favorites. Ullrich, of course, won last year's tour. Bobby Julich's first tour last year, he finished 17th after some great climbing. Jalabert, third when we started today, was fourth in 95, while Pantani finished on the podium in Paris last year. Christoph Renero, working for Cofidis, really blew apart Telecom's game plan in this Julich versus Ullrich scenario. He and his partners have a 3-minute lead now on the field, where we find Bjarne Riis and the Pirate.
And there's our first chance to see Marco Pantani on the far right. We were a bit worried he hadn't come back into this group from the crash. We've been hiding for about an hour and a half, and now he's beginning to keep a closer eye on the front line of the bunch here, because we're now on the big daddy of them all, the Col de Galibier. It's still a long, long way to the summit, but right now, Marco, I think, is getting itchy feet.
This is his terrain, this is his course. You know, he knows that Italy's not too far away, and he would like to get another stage victory, especially one today to the top of the Deux Alpes, because really it's right within his kind of feelings.
Thierry Bourguignon, who was the originator of the six-man breakaway, now falling steadily back from the lead. He'll be picked up shortly by the main field. They still have 10 kilometers to climb on the Galibier, as again Luc Leblanc has launched an attack. Now this is what he did earlier on the Telegraph. They brought him back. He's going again.
He's been very active since the start of the first climbs. He wants to try and go clear. He knows it's a chance for him today to move himself up in the overall standings. He is lying 6th overall, but you can see immediately there was a reaction from the Cofidis rider, Roland Meyer. Now he's come up there, and again, Team Telecom really having to pull the stops out. This time it's Bjarne Riis himself closing them down.
Well, Riis looking good there this time as he comes across on the back wheel of Roland Meyer. And looking fair, but the gap is, I wonder if the elastic is stretching here, because in fact Bjarne Riis has pulled out of it, hasn't he?
That was Udo Bolts. In fact, Bjarne Riis is still there. Bolts just could not keep the wheel any longer. He had to sit up. He's going to go right back to the group and hope that he can tag on the back, because he knows his leader, Jan Ullrich, is going to need some help towards the end of this stage.
Well, this is yet another attack against Jan Ullrich, and it's coming from Luc Leblanc, 6th overall in the Tour de France. The Telecoms are just about lassoing him here, but the people are thinning out the back of this line. We're losing 1 or 2 more riders now from the main body of the race.
Riders definitely not scared to attack this afternoon. This is a very tough stage, made even more difficult by the weather conditions. It's around about 4 degrees Celsius over the top of the Galibier. That really will make it freezing on the descent. Now, only one teammate remains with Jan Ullrich. That's Bjarne Riis, and that is a real good teammate to have. But Riis has looked in difficulty himself on several occasions.
Well, look at this. Escartine is going on the far left of our picture now. And this is interesting because Bogart is also, he's dropped back into the group, and Escartine going alone. And again, Bjarne Riis, Paul, is looking like the man to bring him back.
I've never seen so many attacks come against a yellow jersey in the mountains.
No.
Now Escartine from Kelme is deciding to go, but still, all of the time, Bobby Julich has been waiting. He's been biding his time, sitting there in about 5th position there, keeping an eye on the yellow jersey, leaving the Telecom riders to respond to all of the attacks. Now, certainly, he must be in good shape, and he must try and attack himself a little bit later on if he still has a desire to win this Tour de France.
So Escartine has been brought back, but they're not going to give up, are they? They're going to go again now. This is a casino rider, is it?
Luc Leblanc once again. This man has been so aggressive in all of this chaos. Tyler Hamilton has been brought back into the main group, but Luc Leblanc today riding what might be one of his last Tour de France's, but he certainly wants to go out in glory because he's put the hammer down several times, and again, now it's going to have to be the man, Bjarne Riis, to pull it all back.
Well, I make this the 4th time in 2 mountains now. Leblanc has tried to break the spirit of the Telecom. He has a tremendously big heart, Luc Leblanc, former world champion. Will not stop trying, that is for sure. And this time, he may have started to stretch the elastic.
He's opened the gap just a little bit there. In fact, he's starting to pull back 1 or 2 riders. There's Thierry Gouvenou just in front of him. Let's not forget there's still a big battle because 2 other riders way up the road, and that is Rodolfo Massi and Christophe Rinero. They're doing a great ride, and it's all going to be a platform for an attack for a later real assault by the Cofidis team.
Now, Luc Leblanc, 6th overall, is looking for about 4 minutes, isn't he, Paul? 4 minutes, 16 seconds. And as the big Matt rider gets pulled back into the bunch, Luc Leblanc is going forward.
Another attack coming from the front of the main field. In fact, Fernando Escartine has gone once more, and this time he's joined by Bogert. This man is lying in 5th place in the overall standing, so really everybody is throwing what they can at Jan Ullrich this afternoon.
Well, Jan Ullrich must wonder what on earth is going to happen to him next now. The weather has turned against him, and so too has the Tour de France. All of the riders believe they have a chance of winning this race this year. Luc Leblanc has started. Now Bogart has gone. Escartine has gone. So we have had every rider in the top 6 today try an attack against the yellow jersey, except Bobby Julich, who is still waiting.
Phil, what a moment this is. These riders are no longer intimidated by Telecom. For the first time in 3 years since Riis won in '96 and Ullrich won last year, we've got major attacks on the yellow jersey. And here comes Bobby Julich.
Long before 4-wheel drive vehicles became the rage, Isuzu was working on 6-wheel drive vehicles, amphibious vehicles, and since 1984, the Isuzu Trooper. Now that everybody has followed along this far, they must be wondering, what's next? Gentlemen, sharpen your pencils. The new Isuzu V-Across is coming soon.
Dr. Scholl's next stop, San Antonio Zoo. I want to talk to you about pain. My knees ache.
Lower back. Did you know your pain can be caused by the way you walk? The way I walk?
Dynastep insert supports your foot so that it hits the ground evenly.
I really think these would help my lower back pain.
Feels real good on these big old feet.
There are many types of athlete's foot that eat your feet alive. Don't just cure some, kill them all. Lotramin AF. Full prescription strength medicine. The brand doctors recommend most. Lotramin AF. The killer cure.
For Cynthia Cooper, there are so many memories. Winning back-to-back national championships, bringing home Olympic gold, being 1,000,000 miles away and returning to the ones she loves. So many memories. It's time to make some more.
This is just amazing what Cynthia Cooper is doing. Raise the roof, Houston.
With 30 miles to go to the finish now, Rodolfo Massi, the current king of the mountains, is following Christophe Rinero of Cofidis, who is making life miserable for Telecom. His 3-minute lead makes it impossible for Ullrich's team to control this race.
Well, Jan Ullrich, you still have to remember, this man is defending so well. He looks so good. We know he's so strong, but they are going to keep hitting him every chance they get at the moment.
Bobby Julich sitting in 2nd position there, looking very relaxed and very calm. He's obviously waiting for the steepest part of this climb. The last 5 kilometers of the Col de Galibier are very difficult indeed. And then it's a big plunge down into the valley below and the final climb up to the Des Alpes. But you know, Bobby Julich must certainly be thinking now about trying to attack the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich.
Well, the telecoms have been disconnected now. Ullrich is on his own and has put up an acceleration. Julich was straight there. So Ullrich has said, I've got to get back in touch with Leblanc and Bogart, and Ullrich's hooked up, and so too Pantani coming across. So very shortly, the top 5 men in the Tour de France, with the exception of Laurent Jalabert, are going to be on the road in the lead.
What a magnificent performance. This man has decided now, I've got nobody else to help me. I've got to do it all myself. He's gone away, joined by Bobby Julich in third position there. Just getting onto the back of that elite group is Marco Pantani. In all of the chaos, they caught Garcia Acosta. He's gone backwards now, and Ullrich has decided, now I've got to stamp my authority all over this road, and he's going to close the gap to the three attackers very rapidly indeed.
Well, if he wins this Tour de France next Sunday, he'll certainly be the best man in the Tour, and nobody can deny that now. He is left alone now. Julich is probably best placed to attack him next because he's come across without any waste of energy. There is Marco Pantani. Di Grande, I think, has also come over the gap, just latched onto the back. This new revelation from the Mapei team. Escartine looks over, now he takes a double take. He's just seen the Maillot Jaune is behind.
Where did you come from? He probably said he could not believe that. The last time they looked round, there was a gap of around about 100 meters. And then Jan Ullrich decided, I'm the man with the power, and I can show you just exactly what I'm going to do.
You know, Paul, for an endurance athlete, Julich is considered a fairly large man. John Eustice explains now why bigger is better in this case.
America's Bobby Julich is in second place in the Tour because he's got the precise physical and mental makeup needed to win the Tour de France. But he can't do it alone. His team, Cofidis, is now structured around his impressive stature, physically as an athlete and psychologically as a team leader. Now, physically, Julich is built in the same mold as Ullrich, Ries, and Durand, the winners of the last 7 tours. At 150 pounds, he's got the power-to-weight ratio needed to ride with the best in the high mountains. And at 6 feet tall, Julich has the size and strength needed to turn enormous gears in the crucial time trial events, as well as a fluid pedaling style that applies 360 degrees of power to the pedals, turning his power into speed, and fast time trial finishes. These physical strengths are coupled with an ability to maintain focus and concentrate intensely for a 3-week period. This is crucial in a sport where a millisecond's lapse can end a dream. For Bobby Julich, the combination of power, technique, and mental focus makes him the ideal athlete to win the Tour de France.
You know, we're still waiting to see from Bobby Julich that turbocharged power in a mountain attack. That's what you get from real Tour champions. Ullrich, Julich, and Pantani is now taking a flyer. Phil?
Well, now Pantani is making his move. He's the man that hasn't attacked but followed. Now he's seen everybody attack and attack and attack. He's gone, and you know what? He's waiting for Luc Leblanc. He's seen Leblanc come after him. I wonder if they had a chat.
He looked over his shoulder to see who was going to react to this attack. He realizes from the top of the Galibier there's an awful long way to the bottom of the final climb. He saw it was Luc Leblanc and realized he needed an ally. But this is really going to put the cat amongst the pigeons because the pirate has decided now enough is enough. I've let the lesser fish attack.
This is how the attack took place. Marco Pantani perfectly poised. A little flick from Ullrich, but he had no show of resistance at all. But Luc Leblanc, I make it attack number 6 for him as he counters the move.
This must be the best day Luc Leblanc's had in the Tour de France in the last 4 or 5 years. Now, that was a strange move of Marco Pantani's, looking over to see just exactly who was going to come with him. But let's not forget, Phil, when they get to the top of this climb, they still have around about 40 kilometers still to go to the finish, so he wants some help.
In one of the most wide-open tours we've seen in a long time, these are the most decisive days of the Tour de France, and our quick turnaround prime-time coverage puts the results in perspective. Half-hour shows on ESPN and The Deuce throughout this week, including tomorrow night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And this weekend, ABC has 2 hour-long specials as we arrive in Paris. All the details and computerized coverage can be found at ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com.
We got back now to the Italian flags are being hoisted as Pantani is lifting his accelerations again. That'll be Escartine up front now, Paul. He's bringing him back into the fold.
Luc Leblanc couldn't stay with him. Look at that. It's almost 100 meters in 1 kilometer he's taken out of the rest. This man pulled back 3 minutes in the Pyrenees on Jan Ullrich, and today he needs to pull back 3 minutes again if he's got any chance of winning the Tour de France. Immediately he's pulled back Fernando Escartine, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go straight by him.
Paul, Marco Pantani launching his assault on this mountain, and perhaps the yellow jersey.
Want to color your gray beard or mustache and get a natural look? It's easy with Just for Men Gel.
You look so natural, no one can tell with Just for Men Gel. No one can tell with Just for Men Gel.
It's It's not regular hair coloring. It's specially made to penetrate that coarse, hard-to-color gray. Simply brush in and in 5 minutes, rinse. Now gray is gone, matched up to the rest of your hair.
You look so natural, no one can tell. Just for men gel.
This is Imagine TV.
What's this? Ivan the Destroyer.
No, I said go get the villager, not pillager.
There's no one to fight here. Maybe he just wanted to drive his Mercury Villager.
I can't believe you said he could come with us.
You tell him no.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
All weekend long, all kinds of racing. The race is on ESPN2. If it goes fast and looks cool, the race is on ESPN2.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Festina Watches, the official timer of the Tour de France. European-styled, Festina watches are new to America. By Isuzu. Isuzu salutes the athletes of the Tour de France who continually push themselves to go farther. Isuzu, go farther. On Galibier, climbing to the highest point in this year's tour, Marco Pantani has just left his signature on the other two leaders.
Ullrich, like Ullrich, have always been worried about Marco Pantani. They had reason to be. They are 1,000 meters from the summit now, and Pantani must be virtually under the banner because he's over 2 minutes ahead of them, and the banner, I think, just around the corner, Paul.
The banner is going to be round this left-hand bend here. Marco Pantani, the crowd are going absolutely wild, and he still has the energy to keep getting out of the saddle and keep accelerating. Once he goes over the top, though, he's got a very long descent down into the valley below.
So Pantani blazes a trail through the public here, but once he is at the top, he has, as you say, a very long descent of some 30 or 40 kilometers to the valley, and then the climb up to the finish of just a few kilometers.
He's had an ideal Tour de France, but look at that face, pure concentration. He knows he's got a job in hand now. It's 146 kilometers covered at the top of this climb and 189 kilometers at the finish line for Marco Pantani. This is the first major points he's got in the King of the Mountains competition, but he's thinking of a goal much bigger than that.
Well, if we're talking miles, it sounds closer to the finish. He's about 26 miles to race and one hill to come, and he's not going to worry about that. He's also a great descender, Pantani. So once he's got his wetwear on, although he must be absolutely soaking by now, he'll start a fearful descent of the Col du Galibier. Jimenez went over there in second place.
Jimenez recovered very well. Now Bobby Ullrich at the front of the yellow jersey group, trying to put the pressure on, trying to put Jan Ullrich into difficulty. He's putting an awful lot of effort into it, and Ullrich defending perfectly.
Well, Ullrich's got to be worried now because he will know soon that Pantani has got more than 2 minutes on him. If he's still clear at the base of the climb up to the finish, he could build on that. He could be in yellow. But for Pantani, of course, knowing... And what's happened here?
He stopped,
in fact,
Phil.
he's got
The
a
reason
problem.
he stopped is, in fact, he wants to put his racing cape on. He doesn't want to put it on the descent riding along because that would have been too dangerous. But he wants to keep himself warm, and the man who's just gone by him there was, in fact, Jimenez. The two riders together at the front now. A sensible move by Pantani.
Paul, one of the most frightening moments in today's stage, making the corner at about 15 miles per hour, half their usual speed. While we watch what could be the decisive day in this year's tour, some very decisive days are coming for NFL coaches who need to cut their rosters. Mondays at 7:30, Mike Tirico, Sterling Sharp, and Tommy Jackson take us through two-a-days and into the preseason. A look at the impressive rookies from our veterans on NFL Monday Night Countdown. Ullrich and Ullrich have now gone over the top of Galibier while we watch the most spectacular mountain man ever, going up or down.
Well, we're on the way down with Marco Pantani now, and Renero has rejoined them, and so too has Jimenez. So Marco Pantani, who slipped off of his bike on the Col de la Croix de Fer, remounted and caught the leaders, is now clearly in the lead. And somebody has gone round the back of the vehicle here as we wait to see who it is. I think it's Bobby Ullrich.
It's Bobby Ullrich. In fact, they're trying to help him to get him back up there. There's a spectator covering him with an umbrella, but Ullrich came round the corner too fast, and he'll be trying to put himself back together. He's getting his raincoat on. He's not panicked at all, and he's up and he's back on the road.
Well, this is an incredible day in the Tour de France. Ullrich now has to chase Jan Ullrich down the mountain while they all have to chase. Here's the accident in slow motion here. Ullrich slammed the brakes on. Ullrich was almost in trouble too.
Ullrich took a very bad line around that corner as well there, but now Bobby Ullrich is going to be quite scared on the descent. A crash like that and you lose all of your nerve, and what he's got to do now is recover that nerve and get himself back on track. He's got to pull himself back to the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich.
Well, when we look back in Paris on today's stage, it might well prove to be the decisive stage of the Tour de France. Pantani has quite clearly frightened Ullrich. He is now prepared to take violent risks on the descent of the Col de Galibier, and the conditions are atrocious. And I don't think all of the riders here are going to do that. Remember, Ullrich is still behind.
Bobby Ullrich trying to catch up at this point. Doubt that he can catch Marco Pantani, but he can take care of Jan Ullrich. We'll be back.
This is Imagine TV.
That's the last stitch.
Hey, has anyone seen the keys to my Mercury?
There's no one to fight here. Maybe he just wanted to drive his Mercury Villager.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Now, what did we do this weekend? Yes, Nicola.
We flew Concorde next.
Book any economy class flight on British Airways this summer and you could win one of 100 Concorde vacations for 2 to London. It's an unbelievable offer.
Did you know?
Buy a ticket now and you could win a Concorde vacation.
4 tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra dry degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
We are back, and we are at the base of the day's final mountain climb up to the finish line at Les Deux Alpes. Marco Pantani and Team Cofidis have destroyed the telecom team. Now we're going to find out what Jan Ullrich can do all on his own.
Well, there's the confirmation now that Jan Ullrich is not the leader of the Tour de France. Now the gap has opened to 3 minutes 14. Marco Pantani is the leader of the Tour on the road, and he's still got his favourite climb to come.
Quite remarkable. Pantani diverted all attention away from himself before the start of this Tour de France. He said, I've won the Tour of Italy. I'm quite happy to come to the Tour just to win a couple of stages. But in the back of his mind, he must always have been planning to launch the big attacks on the mountain stages.
Well, he needs time over Ullrich in these mountains to survive through the time trial on the penultimate day of the Tour de France, because Ullrich will be strong in that. But Pantani knows that, and so too, of course, does Ullrich and Bobby Ullrich. This is the breakaway group. Still Christophe Renero at the back, who's ridden such a marvellous stage. And now what's happening here?
There's a problem with Ullrich. I think it may well be he's got a flat tyre there because his hand went up in the air and he's looking for his team car. The team car's going to stop, and it could be a very dramatic moment for Jan Ullrich.
Well, Jan Ullrich appears to have punctured almost at the same time that we were told the yellow jersey was now passing the Pantani. This is an absolutely incredible day of racing. All of the cars have their headlights on. Few people can see, but very shortly Bobby Ullrich will know that's a terrible change, Paul.
That's one of the slowest front wheel changes I've ever seen. Normally you would expect to take around about 5 to 7 seconds, especially when you're the yellow jersey holder and the team mechanic fumbling to get the wheel in. Obviously very cold.
And Paul, this Marco Pantani group continues to extend their lead up the mountain on the main field. Now a very significant Festina time differential brought to you by Festina watches. With 14 kilometers to go to the finish now, Marco Pantani's lead group is ahead of Bobby Julich and Jan Ullrich's group by 3 minutes and 14 seconds, and that makes Marco Pantani the yellow jersey on the road in the Tour de France. So now the question becomes, can Bobby Julich take time out of Jan Ullrich and stay in second place overall in the Tour de France? And remember now, Julich cannot afford to lose any more time to Marco Pantani. Jan Ullrich, having trouble in the yellow jersey, has already literally been lost to Marco Pantani, struggling at the back of the peloton. Let's go back to Phil.
So Jan Ullrich has come back to the group, and it looks as though he's now in difficulty as the climb starts. He's used a lot of energy today. Remember, all of those attacks which started on the Col de la Croix de Fer have now begun to take effect. And Marco Pantani is just flying away from the group. What a turnaround in the Tour today.
Pantani, every time he slows down, gets out of the saddle and accelerates a little bit further up the slopes here. We've got Michael Bogert. He's trying to stay in contact with one of the Cofidis riders. That looks to me very much as if it is Meyer who's come up there as well.
So 4 minutes 4 seconds back to Julich. That's not looking good for Bobby, but he should still hang on to a second place in this Tour de France if the problems continue for the maillot jaune of the moment, Jan Ullrich. And now Bjarne Riis trying to steady up the yellow jersey here and just let him recover a little bit and then try and get something out of this last climb up the mountain. The rider who's got with him there is Van der Velde, which is a pretty good ride by this new boy in the Tour.
Everything's going wrong for Jan Ullrich now. He's got no power at all. Psychologically, that flat tire must have hit him at the wrong time, and he can't get his concentration back. And I feel he may well be laying down arms this afternoon. He's got to get himself back together. He's got to concentrate and get into a rhythm so he doesn't lose too much time, because if not, he's going to lose the Tour de France this afternoon.
Well, Marco Pantani came to this Tour de France saying he couldn't win it because it wasn't hilly enough for him. And we all thought he meant what he said when he finished almost last in the prologue time trial in Dublin. And now look at him racing into the yellow jersey today. This has been an outstanding ride by him. Bobby Julich here has taken off his crash helmet now, and he's making one desperate finish up the hill. He's trying to distance himself from the maillot jaune.
5 kilometers to go for Marco Pantani, and still the accelerations are coming. He's trying to build as much time as he can over his opponents because he realizes he's not the greatest time trialist in the world, but he's got another mountain stage to go.
Massive, massive crowd all the way up this climb now, despite the weather today. The crowds have gone out onto the mountains and they've witnessed something very, very special indeed. But look at the speed here of the yellow jersey, Jan Ullrich. I think he's just hoping this race simply just finishes now. Here comes Riis.
Riis is trying to fight his way back up to the wheel of Jan Ullrich. He knows how to help him psychologically. He'll be able to give him a few words of advice because he's been in this kind of situation himself. But they can't do anything to slow down the onward progress of Marco Pantani.
Italian flags wave all the way up the climb here to Les Deux Alpes. Pantani keeps getting out of the saddle to keep up his speed. This will be a third time in a Tour de France. He'll have won 2 stages, and there's no doubt at least about that. But his time gap at the top, that will be crucial, not just to take the yellow jersey, but once we see how big the gap is, if he does take it, then he'll know if he can actually ride on to win this Tour.
And a very hard day in store for everyone tomorrow as well, because although the race finishes down the valley in Albertville, there's a very big climb, the Col de la Madeleine, to get there. Now joining Bobby Julich, he seems to have got into a very good rhythm here. He realizes he too has got to try and nail back some time on Marco Pantani, because if he can stay within a reasonable amount of time, he still has a great chance to challenge for the overall victory in this Tour de France.
For 2 years, Julich has waited for the right time and place to make his move. This is the time. This is the place.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Super Doug. It's Super Summer Sale 98 on West 104th. See my superstores, Grand and Skyline, for Super Deal and Doug deals. New Pontiacs, Buicks, GMCs, Kias, Mitsubishi, Volkswagens, even used cars, trucks, vans, and sport utilities. Plus super rebates up to $3,500, super 0.9% financing, super trade allowances, and super summer discounts. Take the short drive to Grand and Skyline on West 104th and save hundreds, even thousands, because nobody beats the Deal and Doug Super Summer Sale, nobody.
Is that your car?
Can you believe it?
Do you love it?
Oh, I love it. What else you get? I got credit. Do you love it? And at JD Byrider, I got a low down payment, a certified car, and I'm working to rebuild my credit. So there.
JD Byrider did all this for you?
JD Byrider, the name of my next child.
How many friends you gonna tell today?
10.
10? We were hoping for 12.
Okay, 12. That's
You get the credit, you get the car.
JD Byrider.
You're right. The way to do it is take the body out and the head's gonna fall. You gotta whip. You gotta dig.
Drake Thadzy takes on John Scully, Sunday at 10 on ESPN2.
We're on the final climb, and American Bobby Julich has dropped Jan Ullrich. But Marco Pantani is attacked, and right now Bobby Julich is trying to limit his losses. He's about 4 minutes behind Pantani and cannot afford to lose any more time. Further back, the yellow jersey.
And it looks here, in fact, as though Ullrich is slowly coming to the tail of this line. He is not enjoying the climb even now. In fact, it looks as though the gap is opening. The maillot jaune, I think, has hit the wall.
He's cracked, Phil. He's absolutely and utterly cracked. Look at Bjarne Riis now. He's seen that. He's slowing down, waiting for him. He's going to try and coax him, try to encourage him. He's blown up completely. A lot to do with the weather, I would think, and also the fact that he had that flat tire at a very inopportune moment. Psychologically, he's throwing the Tour de France away this afternoon. He's got to try and recover, pull himself back, get some control and keep his speed at least good enough not to lose too much time on Marco Pantani.
Well, Jan Ullrich really looks such a solid leader of this Tour de France, but they hit him one-on-one throughout the day, the weather included, and the result is now that Jan Ullrich may even fall away from even third overall in the Tour tonight, and that was unthinkable before the start. An odds-on favourite to win the Tour de France. It's not looking too good for him now. Marco Pantani about to go under the 2 kilometres to the summit banner. Still 2 kilometres where he can gain perhaps another minute.
Unbelievable. This man is out of the saddle now. He realizes he's putting in a very important performance. He knows that he can lay the foundations this afternoon of a victory in the Tour de France. Sitting down in the saddle one more time, but once he feels he's going a little bit too slowly, he'll get out of the saddle and accelerate once again.
Well, when he gets to the summit, he will be the 7th man to pull on the maillot jaune in this year's Tour de France. The record, by the way, is 8. And that was set in 1987 when Stephen Roche was the final winner. Look at the crowd here now, and this is what they came to see. Marco stamping his authority on the race. As soon as he rides by, they'll all be turning on their stopwatches just to check on the time gap back to Jan Ullrich. And I think by the time Jan gets here, it will be over 6 minutes. And look at this now as Bobby Julich fighting his way up the mountain now. Looks as though he may be riding away from Bogert.
Bogert is cracked, but look at this. This is something that I remember seeing Miguel Indurain do at the end of his career. He cracked completely on one of the Pyrenean climbs, and today Jan Ullrich is going through exactly the same thing. 2 teammates are staying with him. They are just trying to encourage him, but now the gap is over 6 minutes.
Well, there's Jimenez, who's come through the field and blown. He's gone out from the front to the back and past Ullrich. Now there's the face of a man in yellow who has suffered today. He now knows what it's like to face action from just about every strong man in the Tour de France today. He couldn't handle them all together, and he had such rotten luck to puncture for the 2nd time at the base of a big climb.
You can see his face, Phil. Look at that, the pain for the first time, showing any emotion at all. Jan Ullrich has always looked calm and composed, even when under attack, but today he's showing a few signs of panic.
Paul, this is the look of agony and distress. The first time we've seen Jan Ullrich look beatable. The first crack in the armor created by Bobby Julich and his team, Cofidis.
The Isuzu Amigo. Great for roads, great for no road. Great for fun, not so great for bicycle races. Hence, the Isuzu 21 Bike Salute to the Tour de France sweepstakes, where we're giving away 21 Lightspeed Ultimate Titanium road bikes now through August 3rd. Stop by your Isuzu dealer now and register to win. And while you're there, check out our new Amigo lease, $199 a month for 48 months, with $894 due at lease signing. Whoa, this is no place for a road bike.
It can get competitive here at Sports Center.
So Charlie says you're maybe the 50th best heavyweight.
In the world?
In Georgia.
But when there are differences, we keep it in the family.
So Carl started drinking a little bit. And then he was going on and on about he and Mrs. Met. I mean, nasty stuff. Nasty.
And keeping it in the family has made our family stronger.
Charlie, come on out and get your whooping. Charlie, come on out. Stand up.
Welcome back to stage 15, where Bobby Julich is just ahead of Michael Bogard and is way ahead of Jan Ullrich. He waited in the right place at the right time, and then he pulled the trigger. Up ahead, Marco Pantani, and right now, Jan Ullrich literally in a haze, doing everything he can to hold on to any chance of winning the 98 Tour de France. Here's the race summary now, brought to you by Degree Antiperspirant and Deodorant. Cofidis performed as anticipated, with Christophe Renero attacking after the first mountain, forcing Telecom to chase. On the second and third climbs, they began to weaken after chasing a barrage of attacks from the field. Near the top of the Galibier, Marco Pantani exploded into action. Now, with 1 kilometer to go, the Pirate is 5 minutes ahead of Julich, and Ullrich is out of the yellow jersey.
Meanwhile, a couple of kilometers further up the mountain, it's 1 kilometer to go now for Marco Pantani, who's going to take his second stage in the Tour de France, and this is going to be something special.
Certainly is, because not only will it be a stage victory, but it's almost certainly going to be a yellow jersey for the Italian climber as he gets out of the saddle once again, keeping the pace high. Now he knows that just around one of these corners he's going to see the finishing line.
Pantani, thinking at one stage of a place in the top 3 on the podium in Paris, now has to think of winning the Tour de France. Tremendous result for the Italians as well. And there is the face for the moment of the vanquished. Jan Ullrich now being coaxed up the mountain by Bjarne Riis, the winner of the Tour in 1996. Everybody expected Ullrich to confirm his victory of 1 year ago and make it 2 straight. Well, that's not going to be now. Marco Pantani and the weather combined against him.
His riders knew where he was weak. They knew that he would be attackable in the mountains. He was very tired in the last week of last year's Tour de France, and that's why they went out today on a mission. They've attacked him on every climb, and Marco Pantani played his cards correctly. He waited to the right moment to attack on the slopes of the Col de Galibier, and he just opened up an incredible gap immediately.
And now Marco is going to keep stamping on those pedals and stay out of the saddle until he hits the line. Well, he isn't. Well, maybe he is, as he now just keeps his rhythm towards the finish. The crowd are beginning to clap, jump and scream here outside the commentary position, because they're all craning their necks forward now to see the little man with the big heart who is about to collect the maillot jaune of the Tour de France.
Pantani now not very much further for him to go as he gets out of the saddle for what might be the last time. He's beckoning and looking for the banner across the road to let him know that it's come to the end for what for him has been an incredible breakaway.
And he's still accelerating, he's still piling the seconds onto the deficit of both Bobby Julich and Jan Ullrich today, as Marco Pantani has blazed the trail through some of the worst conditions we've seen in the Alps for many, many years. It's produced one of the greatest days racing I think we can recall for at least a decade. Pantani now sprinting through the crowd. Many, many of them are Italian. He's not just delivered the stage win they wanted, he's given them a maillot jaune as well. 5 hours and 43 minutes for Marco Pantani. Victory is going to be very sweet for him tonight. And now Pantani, the pain on his face, the water stinging his eyes, he keeps on looking and thinks, where is that line? And he knows now that his day of toil and sweat is all over, and for him a yellow jersey will await him, and that is what he wanted.
A year ago, everyone predicted Jan Ullrich would win a minimum of 5 Tours de France. In this year's tour, on the first day in the Alps, he has cracked.
tires fueling out the door.
Feel the heat radiating out of your skin.
It's nasty hot.
We asked some of the hottest guys in the pits to switch antiperspirants.
Ultra dry degree, body heat activated.
Wow, I've never seen this before.
When your body heat rises, Degree Ultra Dry's powerful new form releases extra protection when you need it most.
This is one of the few products that can keep up with me.
It kept me dry, ultra dry.
Worked better than my old stick.
New Degree Ultra Dry. Now more than ever, your body heat turns it on.
The proof is in the pits.
This is Imagine TV.
We are looking for a man in a new Mercury Cougar. Exactly like this one. He's a dangerous double agent and a master of disguise.
Haven't seen him.
ESPN Sunday Night Football. Full season coverage begins September 6.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of the 1998 Tour de France is brought to you by Mercury. Go ahead, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
The rain, well, it had to happen, is now coming down heavy, and it has done all day, just to conclude this enormous day in the Tour de France. Ullrich coming up towards the line now. 5 1/4 minutes and counting, and just behind him is Michael Bogert, the Dutch champion, who might even himself be leapfrogging over Jan Ullrich tonight. Nobody would have thought that. Ullrich could be down to 4th or even 5th overall in the race. And the American flags fly as Bobby Ullrich, he will finish today in 5th place on the stage. He'll retain his 2nd place overall. His deficit 5:43 on Pantani.
Phil, Bobby Ullrich may have been beaten by the greatest climber in the history of the sport, but still he finished ahead of Jan Ullrich. A man who claims he gets stronger as the race gets longer, but look how exhausted he looks right now. Tomorrow, another opportunity for Bobby Ullrich. Out from behind the colors of his country comes America's best hope at winning the Tour de France since Greg LeMond in 1990. Jan Ullrich being pulled in by a man 10 years his senior, showing for the first time that, yes, he does have limits.
So Bobby Ullrich at least will retain his 2nd place overall in the Tour de France, but this man is going to plummet down the yellow jersey classification. Brought home by his teammates Udo Bolt and Bjarne Riis. Jan Ullrich crosses the line, virtually 9 minutes behind Pantani today.
Phil, Jan Ullrich and his team Telecom have a whole lot of work ahead of them if they want to pull this one back together. The agony, the exhaustion of the face on the defending Tour de France champion. Honestly, never thought we'd see this. Marco Pantani, with an unbelievable performance, especially in these kind of conditions, wins today's stage by 1 minute 54 seconds over Massi, 1:59 over Escartine. Bobby Ullrich now 5:43 back, cannot afford to drop any more time to Pantani, especially tomorrow. Terry Gannon is with Bobby.
It was an incredible day on the road.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the weather here. I mean, it was epic today. And to tell you the truth, I mean, I just didn't have it. I mean, the weather really, I just felt totally blocked on the Galibier, and just freezing on the descent. I almost crashed coming down, trying to put on my rain jacket. But I knew it was most important to put on the rain jacket than maybe lose, 15, 20 seconds. But, I mean, incredible, Pantani. I knew he was very, very dangerous. I didn't know he could do what he did today. I mean, he just made us all look silly. But, I mean, the race isn't over yet. There's still quite a bit to go. And, now his team has to take control, and you never know what can happen.
For the first time in his life, Marco Pantani overall leads the Tour de France by 3 minutes and 53 seconds over Bobby Ullrich. And remember, Ullrich did take 3 minutes out of Pantani in the first time trial. The next one comes up Saturday. Jan Ullrich, fourth now, almost 6 minutes back. Not to be premature, but the last Italian winner of the Tour de France, 1965, 33 years ago, Felice Gimondi. Marco Pantani, for the first time in his life, wearing the yellow jersey as leader of the Tour de France, and 2 years ago, he was near death. So completes the 16th leg of this year's Tour de France. We've traveled 1,700.